Hey guys, today I have a new manhwa for you, which, in my humble opinion, is the spiritual brother of your favorite solo farming manhwa. There is a protagonist who finds himself in a whole different world, a cute animal friend, and a peaceful life in the lap of nature that can heal even the most battered of hearts. Be sure to watch it till the end and tell us if you enjoyed it. The story starts with a weather forecast for the day that predicts that it might rain throughout Korea because of a typhoon. For people who like to go camping, like RMC does, it would be bad news. However, he has still packed his bag and gone out to camp in the forest. He takes out some pieces of kimchi-infused meat from his food storage and puts them on a large pan, cooking a lot more food than one normal person can handle. Next, he cracks a cold beer and relishes its taste, thinking that it doesn't matter if it rains or pours because the place where he is staying is a bit unique. Suddenly, some of his friends come there, and RMC is glad that he cooked a lot of food in advance. A veteran soldier cheerfully approaches him, asking him if he still has some of his fine alcohol. Next are a calm beastman and his feral daughter, who go mad at the sight of food. There is also an old wizard-looking guy and a pretty elf lady with a blue bird on her arm. They surround RMC in his campsite, placed in an open space between the great mountains and lush forests. If any of you still don't get it, our protagonist is not camping on Earth. Well, this is only a sneak peek of the future, and the real story starts quite a few months before it. In a small village in Korea, a car stops in front of an old building. One man asks his friend if this is the store that his grandfather used to run, and says that it has a nice vibe to it. The man then asks his masked friend if he, as the most famous chef in Korea, is really going to open a restaurant in this place. The masked guy comes out of the car, asking his friend to check the area properly because he fears the paparazzi will find him. His friend says that no one will follow him so far in the countryside, and he takes his mask off as he agrees. Well, you might think that the masked guy lives in the Delulu world and has the celebrity disease, but he is in fact a celebrity. He is Lee Kang-hyun, a renowned celebrity chef who graduated from CIA, one of the best 3 cooking schools in the world. It's the Culinary Institute of America and not the CIA you were thinking of. After that, he won the Paris International Cooking Competition, and that was the beginning of his fame. He was not only skilled but also handsome, which is why a bunch of different TV shows began asking him to feature on their shows. That would have been a good thing had Kang-hyun not gotten burned out. That was just the first issue. The second problem was the invasive fans who didn't value his privacy or work ethic and barged into his kitchen to click selfies with him. He became Gordon Ramsay in that moment and insulted those fans out of the kitchen. However, he still got chewed out by his seniors and other chefs in the kitchen, who accused him of making things difficult for them. They told him that if he wanted to mingle with his fans everywhere, he should have just become a member of a K-pop boy band. It didn't stop at that, and there was an army of online trolls after Kang-hyun. They said that he was just popular because of his face and that his cooking skills were not so good. Some of them even called him a horrible person for yelling at his fans and said that his food was average at best. Kang-hyun got depressed as he read all this, and now he is tired of attention. That is why he has come to the shop his grandpa used to run in his village. His friend asks him to rethink his decision to open a restaurant here because he won't earn much. Kang-hyun replies that it is good for him because he came here to rest. His friend mocks him, saying that people who want to rest don't start businesses, but Kang-hyun replies that cooking is like resting to him. After carrying all his luggage inside, Kang-hyun's friend says that he is hungry, so they should go eat something. They decide to hit the nearest restaurant, and the quality of the brings out the Gordon Ramsay in him again. He picks up the massive soggy noodles dipped in a mud-like sauce and is ready to throw hands at the chef. But his friend calms him down because it is normal for food quality to drop in a place like this with no competition. He eats the noodles and says that the sauce tastes okay, at least according to him. Well, that hits Kang-hyun right where it hurts because he cannot taste food anymore. He was devastated the first time he found it out and went to the doctor immediately. The doctor told him that he lost his sense of taste because of psychological stress, so they could not treat him through conventional medicine or surgery. The doctor told Kang-hyun to take care of his stress first and suggested he pick up a hobby. Back to the present, Kang-hyun's friend asks him if he is really sure to come to this place. Even though he gets some customers here, there is literally nothing exciting he can do in a village like this. Kang-hyun replies that there are mountains and fields here, which is perfect for him because he can go camping there. A few days later, Kang-hyun takes all the items he needs for camping and heads out to the mountains in a cab. The cab driver makes fun of his attire and says that he looks like he is going to the beach instead. Suddenly, Kang Hyun recalls something and asks the driver to stop by Yongpyong village. It was the village his grandfather lived in, and it is Kang Hyun's first time coming there after his grandfather's death. He decides to clean up his old house before going to the mountains, but then notices that the door of the storehouse is open. He panics, thinking that there might be a thief in there, and nervously checks it out. He believes that he has a stainless steel camping bag, so he can deal with any thief, but I call that a cap. The strength to fight comes from a person's heart, not from the weapons he has. Well, Kang Hyun suddenly gets startled as something darts out of the room, which turned out to be just an ordinary house cat. See, I told you that he didn't have the heart of a fighter. Well, he wants to show attitude to the cat by flexing his bag toward her. He then enters the storeroom and begins looking for the light switch. However, as he keeps walking in without finding anything, he realizes that something is weird. The storehouse feels much bigger than it looks from the outside. Suddenly, Kang Hyun notices tiny sparks of light all around him and then finds that he is looking at a completely different universe while standing on the crumbling edge of a platform. Suddenly, the stone beneath his feet breaks loose, and Kang Hyun stumbles into a different universe, screaming so loudly that he covers like an entire page of the manhwa. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a strange forest and wonders where he is. A small animal licks his hand, and he immediately freaks out. However, the giant ear squirrel that was licking his hand is still there, looking at him with surprise. Kang Hyun thinks that the squirrel has too many huge ears, but then it starts flapping the ears and flies away, leaving him bewildered. That is no squirrel, it is a Pokémon. Next, Kang Hyun notices some rustling in the bushes behind him and freaks out once again, only to find a rabbit there. Well, it was not just any rabbit, but the Gigachad rabbit, who has never missed the gym for a single day in his life. I don't think even the lions of this forest try to hunt him down. The rabbit hops away like it is exercising, and Kang Hyun realizes that he needs to escape before he comes across even more dangerous creatures. He runs around frantically, but night comes and he still finds no way out. Neither is there any cell phone reception there. Kang Hyun thinks about the doctor who advised him to go camping and curses him because now he is lost. Suddenly, his stomach starts growling to demand food, so Kang Hyun starts a fire and then begins cooking. The problem is that he has lost his stainless steel bag that had most of the ingredients. The only things he has right now are some dried fish, salt, pepper, and some beef stock. Well, at least he has something to eat, so he begins cooking. He pours the beef stock over the dried fish in his pan, and then adjusts the taste with salt and pepper. He is not satisfied with his cooking, but at least it is edible. Kang Hyun eats the dried fish dish, and as expected, he cannot taste it at all. He is frustrated and tosses the pan away before cursing his fate. Suddenly, he feels another rustling in the bushes and notices a pair of eyes glaring at him in the darkness. Kang Hyun fears that it is a wolf and reaches out for his pocket knife. It's not like he can do anything with the knife, but he still picks it up and positions it towards the big black wolf baring its fangs at him. Kang Hyun screams loudly, anticipating getting attacked, but nothing happens, and when he opens his eyes, he finds nothing there. Then suddenly, he hears a sound coming from behind him and turns around to find a small white pup gobbling up the food in his pan. The little pup has licked the pan clean, and it wags its tail intensely while looking at Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun is utterly confused upon seeing the creature, and at first, he thinks it is a small breed of dog. The puppy approaches him, and he wonders where it came from. Kang Hyun tells him that if he is done eating, he should get going because he doesn't like dogs to begin with. He then picks up the pup and begins ruffling its hair, all while complaining that he doesn't understand people who find dogs cute. This is the type of dishonesty I can forgive. Kang Hyun notices that the puppy's fur is kind of stiff because it is wild. Also, as he takes a closer look at its appearance, he notices its sharp claws and fangs, which make him realize that it is not a dog but a wolf. He panics, wondering where the mother of the wolf is. He fears that the big black wolf he saw earlier might be the mother, and when she finds her baby with a human, the very obvious thing might happen. Kang Hyun is terrified, but then he notices that he is still too hungry. He lays on the ground, thinking that it doesn't matter if the wolf kills him because he is set to die because of starvation either way. Suddenly, the wolf starts dragging him using his shirt, and Kang Hyun asks if he is trying to eat him now. However, the wolf brings him to a hollowed tree trunk, emitting a faint purple light. As Kang Hyun notices it, he sees the same thing that he saw before coming to this world. He realizes that it is the hole he fell through and wonders if he can go back home using it. However, he is doubtful because the hole is going downward again, and if he takes it, he might just end up in hell. He just wants to have a little look first, so he puts his head in through the hole. But the wolf cub sees this chance. He happily struts towards Kanghyuk and headbutts his butt, throwing him into the hole. Once again, Kanghyuk screams loudly while cursing the wolf pup in his mind. But to his relief, he soon finds himself back outside the storehouse. He is moved to tears by the fact that he survived. Kanghyuk thinks that he didn't even get to thank the wolf pup for his help and decides to never forget his debt for as long as he lives. Well, the puppy is right there and begins wagging its tail as Kanghyuk notices it. Kanghyuk has no choice but to bring it home. First, he gives the puppy a bath, and it turns into a fidget spinner, spraying water everywhere. After that, he decides to give the puppy a name and picks up a list of names like white rice, white sugar, etc. I think naming him vanilla ice cream would be much better than these lame names. After that, Kanghyuk sleeps peacefully with the wolf by his side. The next day, as he stretches after waking up, Kanghyuk realizes that he has not slept so well in a long time. After that, he brings some dog food for his puppy, whom he has named White Rice. However, the puppy refuses to eat it. Kanghyuk brings cat food and even rabbit food for him, but White Rice doesn't want it. Kanghyuk is irritated now, and he decides to ignore the wolf pup and eat something. He cooks a lot of breakfast for someone who can't taste food, hoping that maybe there is at least something he can taste. However, before he can start eating, White Rice jumps on the table and starts gobbling up the food he made. Kanghyuk tries to get him away, but then he notices something peculiar. White Rice is only eating the things that Kanghyuk made himself and ignoring all the factory-processed food items. He doesn't even eat the frozen steak that Kanghyuk brought from a convenience store. This gives our MC an idea, and he realizes that his pet wolf might just be a gourmet. So he prepares a test for him. He presents the 2 plates of steak he cooked himself in front of White Rice. He used the same quality meat and the same cooking method for both dishes, but the sauce is different. One has a commercial sauce, while the other is his original sauce, which got a lot of praise in the international cooking competition. Kanghyuk tells White Rice that if he really knows gourmet food, he must choose wisely. First, White Rice sniffs the commercial sauce steak, and Kanghyuk knows that it is also tasty. However, if the wolf pup chooses his sauce, he will be an Epicurean, a person who has developed a taste for luxury. White Rice first eats the commercial sauce steak. He then moves to Kanghyuk's original sauce steak, and as he eats it, Kanghyuk immediately realizes that he liked it a lot more because of the faster wagging of his tail. He is delighted that White Rice really turned out to be a gourmet and realizes that he cannot feed him just anything now. Kanghyuk looks at the clean plate and realizes that, after a long time, he felt that it was worth giving all his efforts to cooking. Soon after that, Kanghyuk begins to paint his restaurant, but the paint is uneven, and he wonders what the problem is. Someone tells him that he is using indoor paint for painting outside walls. Kanghyuk turns around and sees a stylish and funky old man, whining about how new-gen kids can't even recognize paint. Kanghyuk is startled upon seeing the tough-looking old guy and takes off his cap to ask him who he is. The man removes his goggles too and reveals that he is the head of this village. He was expecting the new member of the village to come see him, but since Kanghyuk didn't come to see him, he came here himself. The village head then insults Kanghyuk's painting skills, saying that it looks like a raccoon painted the wall with a monkey's tail. He notices White Rice and tries to pet it while telling Kanghyuk to give up on painting because he will introduce him to some guy who can do it perfectly. Kanghyuk tries to refuse and says he will call professionals, but the village chief says that he doesn't know the value of money. He tells him to be free on the weekend, because then he will bring in a local to help him. All this while, White Rice has been skillfully dodging the old man's advances. The weekend comes, and the village chief brings a man named Young Minho, who will help him paint the shop. They both begin to examine the wall, and Kanghyuk wonders why they are working so hard for the sake of a stranger. The old man then asks if this place is going to be a restaurant, and Kanghyuk explains that he is planning to make it an Italian restaurant. The old man doesn't know what Italian is, so Kanghyuk simply says that it will be a Western restaurant. Minho gets alert upon hearing this and nervously asks if he will sell pork cutlets in his Western restaurant. Later, he explains that his wife loves pork cutlets, and the restaurant they always go to is closed. On top of that, the wife is pregnant, so they can't go far. Minho tried making pork cutlets himself, but they looked like they would harm the baby. He tells Kanghyuk that he was just asking out of curiosity, so he does not have to be pressured. Kanghyuk thinks that pork cutlets are easy to make, even if they are not on the menu. But the problem is, how can he give customers food whose taste he doesn't know? He is about to decline when he notices the excited White Rice behind him. Kang Hyun suddenly gets the answer to his question of how to know the taste of food. He gets up and tells Minho that he can make pork cutlets for him. Later, Kang Hyun starts making the cutlets based on the description Minho gave him. According to it, the sauce was more brown than red and was sweet because of the tomatoes. Kang Hyun realizes that sweetness and tomatoes equals tomato ketchup. He soon prepares all the ingredients and tells White Rice to get ready as his taste tester. Kang Hyun prepares the first batch of pork cutlets and presents them to White Rice. He feels that his tail is not wagging fast enough, so the dish is not up to the mark. This fact pains him, so Kang Hyun prepares multiple iterations of the pork cutlet. He keeps an eye on his taste measuring device, which is obviously White Rice's tail. By the time he is done finding the best variant, White Rice is also satisfied and full. Kang Hyun feels that now that he has a taste meter, he can finally enjoy cooking again. The next day, Minho comes there with his wife. His wife is really excited to eat at a new restaurant and says that it has been a long time since she ate pork cutlets. Kang Hyun soon presents them with his special pork cutlets, and Minho's wife is already amazed by how wonderful they look and smell. She takes a bite, and both Minho and Kang Hyun wait eagerly for her response. She says that the pork cutlet in the countryside restaurant was good, but this one is way better. She is really happy and exclaims that the sauce tastes similar, but the meat is much crispier and juicier. She then begins talking with Minho about their first date. They had pork cutlets that day too, and she remembers how Minho was looking at her the entire time instead of eating. The burly man blushes on hearing that, and his wife says that she took a liking to pork cutlets after that day. Before that, she didn't even like them that much. She says that instead of the pork cutlet, she cherished the sweet memories with him. Kang Hyun is happy to see his customers so satisfied, and he turns back to see that he fed White Rice a little too much. He compliments him for his nice work, and White Rice replies with a good old woof. Later, Kang Hyun begins to rework his ideas for the restaurant. Instead of opening an Italian restaurant, he decides to create a menu with Western dishes, revolving around what his customers want. Restaurants with such flexible menus already exist, but they are all high-class, expensive restaurants. Kang Hyun feels that he may need to improvise things as he runs his restaurant. But before that, he must do something about White Rice, who looks like he is depressed. Kang Hyun asks him if he misses the forest he came from, and White Rice's ears and tail stand up on hearing forests. Kang Hyun realizes that returning an animal to the world he came from will be the best thing, even if it makes him a little lonely. However, as he remembers the Pokemon squirrel and the Giga rabbit, Kang Hyun begins shivering with fear and thinks that he doesn't want to go there. He plans to cancel his visit, but White Rice begins looking at him with innocent puppy eyes. Kang Hyun tells him that he is not going to fall for it, but apparently the charm of innocent puppy eyes is irresistible, and he ends up back in the otherworldly forest. He is worried about himself and only hopes that everything is alright. He walks White Rice in the forest, wondering if this is a separate dimension like in the comics he reads. Suddenly, he hears the sound of water and goes towards it to check it out. What he sees there blows his mind. There is a lake in front of him, and it is so beautiful that Kang Hyun is left speechless. He claims that if this place were his home, he would also get homesick no matter where he went. He then looks at White Rice and tells him that there is a farewell gift for him. Kang Hyun pulls out a portable grill from his backpack and tells the wolf pup that he will feed him some expensive meat. White Rice is already blown away with that, and then Kang Hyun melts some butter, lets the premium steak cut sizzle on it, and then sprays salt and pepper on top. White Rice likes the finished product a lot, and his tail swings so fast that Kang Hyun believes he will turn into a helicopter at this rate. He then looks at the lake and realizes that he is missing something, and that something is a can of cold beer that is necessary to enjoy such a good view. Kang Hyun drinks the beer and then is about to give the cliché reaction everyone has after drinking beer. But for a change, he doesn't, since he can't even taste it. Well, it's not as if anyone drinks alcohol for its taste anyway. Kang Hyun enjoys the scenery when, suddenly, he feels a blade on his shoulder. A rough voice asks him who he is because he does not look like a person from the nearby villages. Kang Hyun is terrified, and the veteran guard who has him on sword point sternly asks him to identify himself. Kang Hyun is scared out of his wits, and as a response to the man's question, he can only tell him that he is a chef. He insists that he is not a suspicious person at all, but the man asks him what the hell a chef is doing here. Kang Hyun replies that he was just admiring the view, and the man asks him if a forest where demonic beasts appear is a place to admire the view. He yells at Kang Hyun to tell him what he really is up to, otherwise he will kill him. Suddenly, the man notices White Rice eating his food and giving him the side eye, and he realizes something. Kang Hyun is terrified of the man and begs him to spare his life, even offering all his money in exchange. He realizes that currency from Earth won't be any good here, so he will try to get it exchanged somehow. However, the man quietly takes away his sword and apologizes to Kang Hyun for being overly reactive, as this forest is a place where ordinary people cannot enter. He sheaths his sword before introducing himself as Randolph, a knight from the territory below. Kang Hyun introduces himself too and wonders why the man suddenly changed his attitude. Randolph tells him that he is accompanied by a white wolf that only appears in folktales, and it is enough to prove that he is not a bad person. Kang Hyun is confused by it, so Randolph decides to educate him about it. He explains that the white wolves are a race that has inherited the blood of the wolf god. The primordial wolf god is supposed to possess eyes that distinguish between good and bad, along with his great wisdom. The white wolves that have descended from him have also inherited some of his abilities. Randolph tells Kang Hyun that since such a white wolf is accompanying him, he must be a nice person. After hearing that white rice is a descendant of a god, everything makes sense to Kang Hyun, from his great hunger to his swiftness, both because he is a semi-divine being. Randolph then remarks that the food anyone has in a beautiful place like this is bound to be special. His gaze goes to the premium steak Kang Hyun has cooked, and he asks him more about it. Kang Hyun reveals that it is beef and asks the knight to have some. Randolph says that he already ate, but then says psych because he hasn't eaten anything yet. On top of that, the meat smells so good that he would be unable to resist it even if his stomach was full. He eagerly asks for one bite, and Kang Hyun gives him a piece. Randolph is blown away by the otherworldly taste of the tender and juicy meat. He then notices the beer can in Kang Hyun's hand and asks what it is. He is surprised to hear that it is alcohol and asks if it is from the area he lives in. He is curious about it, and Kang Hyun asks him if he wants some out of courtesy. Randolph says that he just asked out of curiosity, so he does not really need it, while grabbing the can tightly and telling Kang Hyun that he can't refuse if he is being so insistent. Kang Hyun decides to give him a fresh can instead of the one he has used. As Randolph gulps it down, he is stunned because he had never tasted such a refreshing and clean beer before. Kang Hyun is glad that the knight's attitude has changed from that of a menacing guard to that of a curious tourist. Randolph thanks him for the treat and says that he cannot just go away without repaying the favor. He tells him that if he ever comes to town, he can ask anyone for Knight Captain Randolph's address, and they will show him the way. Well, Kang Hyun doesn't exactly know how high the Knight Captain is in the army ranking, so he is quite confused. However, Randolph thinks that since he is not reacting despite knowing his position, he must really be an extraordinary person. With that, the Knight Captain tells Kang Hyun that since he has the white wolf by his side, he will be fine no matter what kind of creature he encounters. He goes back to his patrol, telling Kang Hyun that they will meet again. Kang Hyun is startled to hear that because Randolph just drank alcohol on duty, and he is worried if that is okay in this world. I mean, that is such an odd and stupid thing to be worried about when you have a cute demigod wolf next to you demanding food. Kang Hyun gives all the remaining food to White Rice and thinks how lively his life has been because of him. He feels a bit sad to leave him here, but he thinks it is for the best. He gets up with a sigh, telling White Rice that he doesn't know if they will meet again and asking him to take care of himself. He walks away and then looks back at White Rice, dissatisfied that he is not showing any signs of affection. Kang Hyun was hoping the puppy would be at least a little attached to him, but when he looks around a second time, he finds only his feeding tray. Kang Hyun wonders where White Rice went, but then feels that his backpack is heavy because the pup is hanging onto it. Kang Hyun tells him to let it go, and White Rice uses his claws to latch onto the bag, ruining it in the process. Kang Hyun is defeated after a while and asks the pup why he is doing this, and White Rice just licks his hand. He asks the wolf puppy why he wants to come back with him when he has returned to his hometown. White Rice barks at him, and Kang Hyun asks him if he prefers being with him. He is happy and picks the dog up, thinking that he has no choice but to take him back. However, as he returns to the village, Kang Hyun realizes that he must go to the other world quite frequently, or White Rice will kick a fuss. In the village, he spots everyone gathered for a party and wonders what is happening. He doesn't really care, but everyone is gathered in front of his shop. Suddenly, the village chief remarks that Kang Hyun is finally here. Kang Hyun asks him what everyone is doing here, and he replies that they are having a feast and asks if he didn't get to know about it. Kang Hyun says that he didn't and decides to leave because he does not want to join the party anyway. However, the village chief stops him and tells him that he should join them because this party was thrown to welcome him anyway. The village people unfurled a huge banner welcoming Kang Hyun to their village, and he was not ready to see that. Everyone is having fun at Kang Hyun's welcome party, except for Kanghyuk, who wants to go home as the old village people pester him. Minho and his wife seem to be the only sensible people there, and Kanghyuk asks them if they always celebrate like this when there's a new person in the village. She tells him that they are a small village, so they try to stay close to each other, but Kanghyuk can clearly tell that the old-timers just need an excuse to drink all day. The village chief comes to tell Kanghyuk that they really care for each other, and that is why sharing their happiness is a common practice. The old man asks him to promote his restaurant here, and Kanghyuk almost believes him until he notices him wearing the bottle caps as accessories. The old man runs to drink with his friends, but Kanghyuk thinks that it really is a nice idea to advertise his restaurant. Everyone is busy enjoying themselves, and Kanghyuk thinks that this type of gathering is not so bad after all. He finds that white rice is missing and realizes that some villagers have surrounded him. They are fawning over how cute he is and how quickly he is eating all the meat. However, as they try to pet them, White Rice dodges their touch like a pro. After beating everyone with his agility, White Rice quickly paces through the gathering, stealing all the expensive meat with such great speed that most people don't even know what hit them. Kanghyuk pretends to not know White Rice, and his emotional memories disappear as he thinks that he should have left the wolf pup back in the forest. Suddenly, he notices a boy sitting by himself in the corner. His grandma soon comes there with some food for him, but he slaps it away angrily. Kanghyuk is not happy to see this, but the boy Sanghu runs away as his grandma tries to talk to him. The village chief approaches the old lady to ask her what happened, and she replies that Sanghu has been acting rebellious ever since he came back from school yesterday. His friend bragged to him about eating a hamburger, so now he also wants it. The grandma brought him a convenience store burger, but the boy doesn't seem to want it. Someone volunteers to buy a burger from a restaurant the next day, but another person counters him, saying that the boy must desire a Big Mac, which they don't sell here. However, the village chief says that it is okay if they don't sell it here because they can make it themselves. He points towards Kanghyuk, saying that they have a chef from Seoul who knows it all. Kanghyuk is exasperated by the attention, and he gives up and accepts the village chief's request. However, the village chief tells him that it doesn't need to taste like a Big Mac because Sanghu probably doesn't even want a hamburger. The boy must be jealous of his friend, who went out with his parents. The chief explains that Sanghu's mom is admitted to a hospital, while his dad is outside the country for work, so he lives with his grandma here. The chief says that since Sanghu is the only kid in their village, they must take care of him. Kanghyuk has some newfound respect for the village chief, who knows about everyone's condition, but the graph of respect quickly drops as he sees some empty bottles tied around his waist. At night, Kanghyuk thinks that he can easily make hamburgers because he studied in America, but he never really tried a Big Mac because he didn't used to do anything aside from studying. However, he feels that he must do at least this much for the villagers because his pet wolf ate all their meat. White Rice is nervous on hearing that and tries to act cute to win Kanghyuk's favor, but he tells him to shut up because there will be no more food for him. White Rice is upset, but then Kanghyuk tells him that he will have to taste something for him. He creates a hamburger for White Rice just by looking at a picture, but the taste meter is not wagging fast enough. Kanghyuk suddenly remembers how he went to America with a love for cooking. He never put as much passion into anything else as he did into cooking. He wonders what the Kanghyuk from the past would think if he saw him like this. He is not happy that he is trying to create just a poor replica to satisfy a kid, and he is not pleased that the village chief told him that it doesn't need to taste the same. He ties his apron and wears his headgear, saying that he has never cooked half-heartedly before and he will not do it now. The next day, as Kanghyuk is busy working his magic in the kitchen, Sanghu is waiting in his restaurant. His grandma is there with him, along with Minho and his wife. They try to hype up the boy by saying that Kanghyuk can cook anything, but he is not really happy about it. Suddenly, Kanghyuk comes there with a hamburger, and everyone is amazed by how good it looks. Sanghu takes a bite, and he feels the taste of freedom in his mouth. He excitedly turns to his grandma to tell her how delicious this burger is, and the old lady smiles that her grandson is finally happy. Sanghu suddenly gets upset as guilt sweeps over him. He admits that he just wanted to see his mom. He reveals that he demanded a good burger because he thought his grandma would take him to Seoul to have a burger, and he could meet his mom there. He begins crying while apologizing to his grandma for being rude, and she gently holds his face. She hugs him, apologizing for not realizing how much he was suffering alone. Sanghu cries as he says that he is okay living with her, and both of them apologize to each other. Suddenly, Kanghyuk says that he is going to Seoul soon and asks the boy if he wants to come with him. Everyone is shocked to hear that, and Kanghyuk tells Sang-hoo that they can stop by the place he wants to visit and have a burger together. The boy lights up on hearing that, and his grandma thanks Kanghyuk, and only then does he realize that he got a little bit carried away. However, seeing the smiles of Sang-hoo and his grandma, he thinks that it won't be too much trouble anyway. After that, Kanghyuk looks at his fridge and wonders if he should take some leftovers and go camping with them. White Rice's ears stand up as he hears camping, and he approaches Kanghyuk, who is thinking how he won't have any time to go camping once the restaurant opens up. White Rice looks at him with innocent puppy eyes again, and no matter how hard Kanghyuk tries, he is forced to take his puppy to the otherworldly forests. He sits on a chair gloomily while White Rice just barks and runs around. Well, there is no use being upset about it, so Kanghyuk decides to camp right there since the view is good. He begins setting up a tent, but that is harder than assembling furniture at IKEA without an instruction manual. Meanwhile, White Rice is chasing butterflies. Soon, Kanghyuk succeeds in setting up his tent and then realizes that he is hungry now. He begins preparing some spicy kimchi stew, but he still can't taste anything. Two cute squirrel Pokémons approach him eagerly, and Kanghyuk decides to give them some lightly cooked meat. He throws a few pieces towards them, but a giant bird suddenly swoops them up and flies away. Anyway, Kanghyuk has enough to make sure the squirrels are satisfied. He is also quite satisfied by just sitting in nature and doing nothing, and he thinks this is what they mean by the healing touch of nature. He then wonders where White Rice went and believes that he will come back by dinner time anyway. However, little does he know that there is something hiding in the bushes, and it is drooling at the food he is eating. Kanghyuk notices the rustling of the leaves and thinks that White Rice has returned. However, something else darts towards the bowl of food in his hand. Kanghyuk has got some F1 driver level reflexes, and he moves the bowl away from the attacker instantly. He is on his guard now and finds that the attacker is a young and feral beast girl. Kanghyuk notices the cat-like ears and tail of the girl and gets confused. He wonders if she is one of those beast people they show in fantasy isekai shows. Well, that shouldn't be the main cause of his worry, because the cat girl is ferocious. She growls while leaping at Kanghyuk, but his actions the last time were not a fluke, and he can dodge her attack once again. However, the girl doesn't seem ready to give up, and Kanghyuk wonders where White Rice is when he really needs him. He tries to resolve things peacefully with the cat girl and realizes that she might be hungry. He shows her the bowl of food, and she suddenly quiets down. Kanghyuk leaves the bowl on the ground and tells the cat girl that he will give her this, and then she should peacefully go back. The girl doesn't believe him, and she approaches the food quite cautiously. However, its look and smell entice her, and she starts drooling. She takes one bite directly with her mouth, and suddenly, an explosion of chili ravages her taste buds. She falls to the ground and starts screaming. Kanghyuk realizes that the kimchi stew might be too spicy for her and decides to offer her some water. However, the cat girl calms down by herself, and as the spiciness of the chili dies, the deliciousness of the meat and vegetables comes flowing in. She gets up and begins eating the stew again, and Kanghyuk realizes that it must suit her taste. Suddenly, White Rice returns there in time for his meal, and Kanghyuk complains that he could have come back a little earlier. He goes to reheat the stew for him, but White Rice notices the cat girl eating food meant for him. White Rice doesn't tolerate it, and he immediately tackles the girl. Kanghyuk tells him to stop and not anger the girl, but the wolf pup is blinded by rage. He keeps fighting with the cat girl, and Kanghyuk tries to stop them. It seems White Rice had the upper hand, and the cat girl starts crying after he crushes her nose. She tries to pounce on him, and Kanghyuk tries to get White Rice away from her. Then suddenly, the situation becomes peaceful within an instant, as a cool and composed cat man arrives at the scene and grabs the cat girl mid-flight. The cat man apologizes to the human before leaping away from the campsite with great speed. Kanghyuk can only watch him go, with White Rice's paw print on his face, and he wonders how many different races live in this forest. Well, he returns to the village after that and begins cleaning his restaurant with White Rice's help. The day of the restaurant's opening is tomorrow, and Kanghyuk thinks that he needs to stop playing around and get serious about business. Meanwhile, an old lady passing in front of the shop notices the banner to welcome Kanghyuk. Inside, he cross-checks his preparations and finds that everything has been taken care of as soon as he completes the cleaning. He is dreaming about a flawless opening when suddenly, the old woman enters his shop. She asks him if they are open, and Kanghyuk replies that they will open tomorrow. However, so that he doesn't disappoint the villagers, Kanghyuk sighs and asks her to have a seat. The woman notices that the furniture is old and asks him why he is using old things instead of throwing them away. She remarks that this place is still the same, and Kang Hyun asks her if she came to visit it when it was a tea house run by his grandpa. The woman doesn't give him a reply and instead asks what he will be selling here. He tells her that he will be selling Western food like pizza and pasta. The old woman only knows pasta as American noodles, and I can tell a lot of Italians are going to be triggered by her comment. She asks Kang Hyun to give her some pasta and tells him to decide the details himself. He heads to the kitchen and thinks that this is the old lady's first time having pasta, so he decides to prepare the basic tomato sauce pasta for her. He cooks everything perfectly because he feels that she is the first customer in his shop. He presents the tomato pasta to the woman soon. Kang Hyun is anxious about her response because, even though he could not taste the pasta, he has received many compliments on it before. The old lady takes a bite, and her expressions darken as she asks Kang Hyun how much it is, leaving him baffled. Meanwhile, the village chief enters the store to check up on Kang Hyun, and he is surprised to see the old woman, whom he calls Grandma Park. He asks her why she is here, and she says that she came here to eat since it is a restaurant. The village chief tells her that the opening is tomorrow, but the old lady says that she will be leaving now that she is done eating. The old man complains that the woman is too cold and then notices the plate of tomato pasta, which proves that she really ate here. However, he is confused about why she left so much food. Kang Hyun thinks the same thing, and he feels his whole existence in shambles as he wonders what the old lady did not like about his food. Kang Hyuk enters a slump because of the fact that the old lady left almost the entire plate untouched. The village chief tries to comfort him, and he starts by asking Kang Hyuk what is wrong. He asks if the preparations for the restaurant are not going well. Kang Hyuk coldly replies that there is no problem even if the preparations are not going well because he is going to shut down his restaurant as of today. Dude, it hasn't even opened yet. That is exactly what the village chief is thinking. He soon understands that the reason Kang Hyuk is so gloomy is because old Grandma Park left behind so much food. He laughs it off, telling Kang Hyuk that it is not like he has won MasterChef or any other cooking competition that he can satisfy everyone. This makes him even more mad because he actually won an international cooking competition. The village chief tells him to just shrug it off because Grandma Park probably didn't even come here for food. He tells the boy that someone closely associated with the old lady used to come here often, so she might be here just for the nostalgia. Kang Hyuk is curious who that person is, and the village chief says he is talking about the old lady's husband. He was a regular customer of this place when it was a tea shop, but he passed away last year. After that, Grandma Park has spent almost all her time alone, and even the villagers rarely get to see her. The village chief believes that the old lady still thinks about her husband a lot, but the dead won't return to life no matter how much you mourn them. He says that the living should move ahead with their lives because clinging to the past is foolish. He then gets back on track and tells Kang Hyuk that it is not his fault because Grandma Park is already picky enough when it comes to food. Given her special situation, she might have reacted worse than usual, so Kang Hyuk doesn't need to pay it any mind. He replies, how can he not pay it any mind after hearing her story? The thoughts give him a headache, so he heads out to camp in the other world. In front of him, the GigaChad rabbit is doing push-ups, and White Rice is sitting on top of him. Kang Hyuk thinks that because of them, no monster will dare come near him, and that will give him ample time to sort out his thoughts. He stretches, thinking how stunned he was when the old lady left without eating his food, but he feels sorry for her after hearing her full story. However, he is still shocked that she left the dish he is most confident in and wonders if he should prepare some Korean food for her next time. Suddenly, Kang Hyuk notices something above his head, and it is the same feral cat girl from before. She gets nervous as she sees that he has noticed her, but Kang Hyuk is in no mood to deal with her right now. The girl begins screaming for God knows what reason, and Kang Hyuk just stares at her with boredom. He thinks that the girl is hungry, just like the last time, and begins searching his bag for something. As White Rice gets close to Kang Hyuk, the cat girl descends from the tree too. Kang Hyuk cooks up some juicy steak, and then he is ready to put some hot sauce on it, but then he recalls the last time. The cat girl was not really able to handle the spice well, and she flinches as she sees the hot sauce bottle. Kang Hyuk decides to skip it. He melts butter in another pan and then roasts some mushrooms on it with a bit of pepper and salt. He adds some cream for thickness and then adds some cheese too, before putting cooked pasta in the mix. As the finishing touch, he puts the steak on top of the pasta, and his cream steak pasta is done. He gives a plate to the cat girl, who growls at him. Kang Hyuk tells her that she can growl at his later, and right now, she needs to eat it quickly before it is stolen from her. She is a bit anxious about the taste of chili from the last time, but decides to take a bite nonetheless. With just the first bite, she feels herself in a different dimension. with angelic cats preparing the meat and the cream for her. She meows in pleasure at eating the pasta and rapidly gobbles everything up. She looks at Kanghyuk with eager eyes, as if to tell him that she liked what he cooked without chili. He can tell that she wants more of it, even though the girl seems unable to use words. He is pleased that she is satisfied more than she was when she ate the spicy stew. However, Kanghyuk isn't a big fan of the cream steak pasta because it is really greasy and heavy, which doesn't work for him. On top of that, it is more of a shabby fusion than an authentic pasta. It works for me, so he can give that to me if he isn't going to eat it. The cat girl also thinks the same and begins rubbing against Kanghyuk's leg to act cute so that he will give her more food. He ruffles her hair and thinks that it doesn't matter if the pasta is authentic or not, as long as it suits her. Suddenly, he has an eureka moment and immediately returns home. He washes some spring onions in the sink and calls White Rice to help him find the best batch. Well, White Rice wants to say that he is a dog and not a donkey who will eat grass and turn away from the plates. Kanghyuk is disappointed, but he thinks that it won't be very difficult, even if he has to do it without White Rice's help, because the taste of all the ingredients is ingrained in his mind. He begins cooking, and outside his store, there is a notice saying that the restaurant will open up next week because of his personal reasons. Well, the village chief is outside the store, and he gets what is going through Kanghyuk's mind when he reads the notice. He visits Grandma Park's house and cheerfully tells her that she should go out more often because there are many fun things outside her house. She rudely asks him what brings him here all of a sudden, and he says that he just wanted to check up on a neighbor. The village chief laughs, saying that the young chef was quite shocked after Grandma Park left his noodles untouched. She simply says that the dish didn't suit her taste, and there is nothing so shocking in that. The village chief agrees with her and then says that since she doesn't have much to do, she should pay him a second visit. Grandma Park asks him why she should bother to do that, because the one chance she gave him was enough. He tries to convince her that things might be different this time, and then tries coddling the old woman by saying that it is not far away from her home. He asks her to give Kanghyuk another chance because it could be worth the effort, and then walks away. Back at the restaurant, Kanghyuk has finished his new pasta recipe, and he seems satisfied. He has added some fresh vegetables and seafood to create a harmonious and local taste. But the main problem now is how he can invite Grandma Park here again. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, and Kanghyuk goes outside to see who it is this time. To his surprise, it is Grandma Park again, and she once again asks him if he is open. The Lady Loki seems like a robot. Well, Kanghyuk is glad to have her over and says that they are open. Grandma Park sits down to eat and wonders if Kanghyuk knew that she would come again because he has already prepared the food for her. She thinks that it is going to be the American noodles again, and the Italians are once again not happy about her remark. Grandma Park doesn't like the taste of Western noodles, and she thinks that it would have been better if she had not come here. Then suddenly, she senses an enticing smell and wonders where it is coming from. Kanghyuk places the plate of pasta he has made for her and thanks her for waiting. He tells the old lady that this is an item from his restaurant's special menu, the daylily pasta. The old woman is confused as she looks at the pasta and wonders if they have dailies in the States. She also notices the clams on the plate and decides to give it a try. She picks up some noodles and wonders if they will taste better than before. Well, when the taste of spring onions hits her, it suddenly takes her down the nostalgia rabbit hole. She remembers the last and most memorable spring she spent with her husband, watching the cherry blossom trees. He said that the flowers had bloomed more this year than the previous years and then picked up a few and began flirting with Grandma Park, calling her a young miss and asking if she was free today. He invited her to a cup of coffee playfully, and she asked him if he had gone senile or something. The taste of the noodles made her relive those memories vibrantly, and she looks outside the window and sees cherry blossoms falling down. She thinks that it is finally spring again. She then asks Kanghyuk if this dish was not on the menu before, and he replies that it was not. She asks him if he made it for her, and then demands to know why he went out of his way to do this. Kanghyuk simply replies that he wanted to make food she would like, and then adds that he wanted to try something new and improve. Grandma Park is moved by his words. Kanghyuk thinks that he cannot rely on White Rice forever, and that is why he wanted to satisfy his first guest without his help. Grandma Park begins eating the pasta silently, and Kanghyuk can only stare at her in awe as she finishes everything. She then asks him how much she owes him, and he nervously tells her that it is fine and she doesn't have to give him anything. She sighs, asking what kind of restaurant owner doesn't accept payment from his customers. She insists that since she ate so well, she must pay for it. She asks Kanghyuk to not lower the value of the food he made for any reason, and then tells him to add this dish to the menu as well because she will come by again. Kanghyuk is left speechless by her gesture, and he is happy that he succeeded in winning her over. Later, he goes back to the other world to enjoy some free time. He has set up a hammock for him there, as well as a comfy bed for White Rice. Kanghyuk is happy that he managed to satisfy his first customer and successfully open his restaurant. Now, he is going to take some time to heal from his stress. He makes up an excuse that White Rice kicks a fuss if he doesn't come here regularly anyway, so it is the perfect place for him to come and relax over the weekend. He is a bit too excited for someone who just wants to relax. Then suddenly, something huge and gray flies overhead. Kanghyuk doesn't even understand what just happened, and then suddenly, the night captain Randolph arrives there. He finds Kanghyuk on the ground, his campsite ruined and destroyed. The night captain is shocked to see him there and then cheerfully greets him, saying that it has been a long time. Kanghyuk is furious and wonders if Randolph's eyes are just for decoration because he doesn't seem to notice the situation he is in. Kanghyuk gets up, and Randolph is praising his choice for picking up a good spot. Kanghyuk asks him if he is on patrol again today, and Randolph says that today is his day off, so he just came here to hunt a bit. White Rice shows some interest after hearing that word, and Randolph gets excited too. He declares that this time he will treat them to a meal and asks them to come hunting with him. While White Rice is eager to do that, Kanghyuk is just dumbfounded. He didn't want to go, but here he is, holding a bow and a quiver of arrows tied behind his back. He is not happy that his peaceful healing time is over, but White Rice is busy with Randolph, and they are hiding in the bushes, waiting for the jumping birds that are found in this area. Kanghyuk is curious about the jumping birds, and Randolph tells him to look ahead to see what he is talking about. The jumping birds are just ostriches, but in flamingo colors. Kanghyuk thinks that their fur looks like cotton candy, and he feels sorry that Randolph is going to kill those cute creatures. It seems that the night captain could guess what he was thinking. He tells Kanghyuk that the feathers may look cute, but the jumping birds are a short-haired species. Kanghyuk is confused, and Randolph tells him that it is not the real look of the jumping birds, and the pink part is not their fur. Suddenly, two birds get into a fight, and they suddenly reveal that they are gigachads of the bird empire, and the pink stuff was actually their highly compressed muscles. Kanghyuk is terrified and wonders if Randolph really wants him to catch those dangerous creatures. Well, his opinion doesn't matter because Randolph and White Rice are already charging towards the birds, and they ask Kanghyuk to support them from behind. On the way, Randolph taught Kanghyuk how to shoot properly, but if he could have learned how to shoot accurately in such a short time, he would be an Olympic-level archer and not a chef. He decides to calm down and puts an arrow on the bow anyway. He strains to pull the string, aims the arrow at the birds, and then releases it forward. Well, the arrow reached quite close, but not close to the birds. It barely missed hitting White Rice, who gives Kanghyuk a dumbfounded stare, and so does Randolph while he is strangling the giga bird. White Rice feels betrayed by his friend, and Kanghyuk nervously apologizes to him. Night comes soon, and Randolph is cooking the bird meat over the fire. He asks Kanghyuk if he is sure he can eat by himself because his arm is vibrating like an old Nokia phone is tied to it. Kanghyuk replies that he can endure this much, and rather than himself, he is worried about something else. The jumping bird meat stinks, and he thinks that it will be too rude to cover his nose as it is cooking. It is ready soon, and Randolph gives a piece to Kanghyuk. White Rice is missing from the scene, and his piece is lying on his plate. Kanghyuk reluctantly takes the first bite and finds that the taste of the bird's meat can really stimulate his dead taste buds because it is so bad. Randolph thinks that he is dumbstruck because it is so good and decides to cook some more. Kanghyuk panics and asks him to let him cook, but then suddenly freezes, wondering if he can really cook something whose taste he doesn't know. However, he decides to throw away his worries because, just earlier today, he proved himself by cooking pasta for Grandma Park. He throws his cloak down and tells Randolph that since he is a chef, he will make something using this meat for him. Kanghyuk reminds Randolph that he is a chef and asks him to let him make something with the bird meat. Kanghyuk first removes the blood from the meat in a nearby creek so that the bad smell vanishes. However, draining the blood is a slow process, and it will take at least half a day to clean a chunk of meat this size. The meat is not completely clean, but this is what he must work with. So, in order to remove the bad smell, Kanghyuk pours some dark beer on the meat. Randolph instantly sneaks behind him and asks him if he is pouring beer into the bucket. He demands an explanation about how he can waste such a precious thing, but Kanghyuk is not having it. He tells the night captain to create a frame on which he can hang the pot, and he obeys silently. Kanghyuk then remarks that it would be nice if they had some laurel leaves or herbs. He fills up the pot with an equal amount of beer and water in the meantime, and then adds onions, pepper, salt, and sugar. He leaves the mixture to cook for about an hour, and when it is done, he asks Randolph to help him put it down. Kanghyuk then removes the lid of the pot, and the smell of the cooked meat stew is so delicious that even white rice has returned. Randolph asks if it is done, and Kanghyuk replies that they still have to roast it one more time. Normally, he would have put it in an oven, but since he is camping, he will use an open fire instead. After the meat is roasted well, Kanghyuk cuts it into smaller chunks to complete the dish. As Randolph holds the plate for the finished dish, he wonders if this wonderful scent is really coming from jumping bird meat. Randolph knows that even the best chefs in this territory have given up on making the meat taste good. He can't believe that Kanghyuk can do the impossible, but as he takes a bite, he feels lightning coursing through his body. He wonders what the hell this taste is and begins gobbling up the meat. The outside is as crispy as a cookie, but the inside is juicy and tender. Randolph feels like he is in heaven and wonders if this is the meat of the jumping birds that he has eaten hundreds of times before. However, he feels that there is something missing in this dish that will make it balanced and perfect. He has his eureka moment and immediately asks Kanghyuk to give him some beer because it will fit perfectly with the dish. Kanghyuk tells him to go and grab one himself, so Randolph does it. As he relishes the taste of the beer and then takes a healthy bite of the meat, he is proud of his own intuition. He remarks that this is the perfect dish to go along with alcohol. He praises Kanghyuk greatly, saying that he will never get tired, even if he eats this dish for the rest of his life. However, Kanghyuk is not really thrilled because he could have gotten rid of all the foul smell if he had more time. Kanghyuk turns to White Rice to ask what he thinks, and he wags his tail decently fast to say that he liked it. While the wolf pup is asking for more, Kanghyuk is still contemplating how he could have made the dish better. This leaves Randolph dumbfounded, and he now believes that Kanghyuk's skill level must be higher than that of the imperial chef if he is not satisfied with the delicious meal he just cooked. Later, a mildly drunk Randolph says that he wanted to treat Kanghyuk to a meal this time, but he ended up getting treated by him again. He wants to know how such a cooking technique can exist in the world. Kanghyuk is glad that he liked it, and Randolph says that after this, he can never eat normal jumping bird meat again. He asks Kanghyuk if it will be fine if he copies his cooking technique, and he replies that it will be fine because it is nothing special anyway. Randolph cuts him off mid-sentence. He says that he is acquainted with some chefs, and that's why he knows the value of Kanghyuk's skills. Randolph tells him that his dishes are brilliant, so he should not undervalue himself. Kanghyuk is happy to hear that and thanks the night captain. Randolph then decides to repay Kanghyuk for all the amazing and precious things he has shown him, and his idea of repaying him is to teach him swordsmanship. Kanghyuk is dumbfounded by his suggestion, and Randolph repeats himself in case he did not understand him. He proudly says that right now he is situated in this rural area, but once he was a reputed knight in the capital. He thinks that his swordsmanship lessons would be a valuable reward for Kanghyuk. Kanghyuk tries telling him that he is just a chef, and Randolph suddenly starts laughing as he declares that countless people come to him and beg him to teach them swordsmanship. Kanghyuk asks him to teach those people then, but Randolph says that he doesn't like them. He tells Kanghyuk to be ready with a beer and a meat dish for him the next time they meet, and then he will teach him some swordsmanship. While Kanghyuk is not interested in learning it, he understands that the night captain might be embarrassed to get treated to a free meal every time. He realizes that Randolph will be uncomfortable if he racks up any more debts now. Kanghyuk decides to accept his offer because he can just consider the swordsmanship training as a workout, and if he gets stronger because of it, he will be able to use heavy utensils properly too. Soon, the night sky is covered by the northern lights, and as Kanghyuk admires them, he has no idea what the consequences of accepting Randolph's offer would be. Back in the village, it has been a week since Kanghyuk's restaurant opened. During the last few days, many villagers visited his restaurant, but only for a few days. Now Kanghyuk is completely free and can only watch birds from his window. He knew that there would be no customers, but he still feels a bit down because of it. White Rice is watching TV to cure his boredom. The TV was a gift of sorts from a customer who left it here, saying that he doesn't use it anymore. Kanghyuk decides to see what White Rice is watching and finds that he is watching the interview of an idol group. Kanghyuk reads the name Eunice and thinks that he has heard it somewhere before too. At the same time, Kanghyuk's friend, who helped him get settled in the village, is busy with his work. And what's his job? He is a manager for the same idol group, Eunice. He asks the girls if they are comfortable working at this location, and they complain that it is too rural, the sun is too bright, and there are huge grasshoppers here. The man, let's just call him Jim for now, is exhausted. He doesn't even hear the girls' reply and tells them that they did a good job. Jim prefers to work quietly in his office, but it is not possible with a group of girls who cannot be silent. He checks his schedule and finds that there is nothing to do today since the shooting for the interview has been completed. Since he has time and is close to Kanghyuk's village, he decides to pay him a visit. He calls Kanghyuk and asks him if he is still alive. He says that his shoot just finished and he is nearby, so he will drop by for some food later. It seems Kanghyuk doesn't want him over, but Jim says that he doesn't even have any guests. On top of that, he has no plans to eat anywhere else when his friend is a chef. The girls hear this, and they begin gossiping about the chef among themselves. As Jim's plan is ready, the girls have also hatched a secret plan. Jim leaves the girls to his assistant and tells them to behave nicely. They act innocent, asking him when they have not been nice and obedient. Jim doesn't have enough fingers to count the number of incidents, but he doesn't want to argue with them. So he simply gets into the car and tells them that he will see them tomorrow. Just as he goes, the girls gang up on his assistant and tell him to follow his boss. The assistant says that he cannot do that, but apparently he is weak to the charm of pretty girls. The blonde girl who seems to be their leader tells him that asking forgiveness is easier than asking permission anyway. That's a great philosophy to live by. Meanwhile, Kanghyuk is mopping the floor, complaining that Jim was really egoistic. He is not happy that he is coming to visit him so abruptly. Kanghyuk says that what would have happened if he was busy. Well, he is not busy at all, but still. There is no use crying over it now, so he decides to cook something while White Rice is still watching TV. Suddenly, the door is kicked open as a man enters the restaurant while carrying another in his arms. It is Jim, who is pissed at his assistant, who got caught tailing him. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Kanghyuk wonders what the hell is going on. And then Jim apologizes to him, saying that a few unwanted guests tagged along. Those unwanted guests cheerfully introduce themselves as Yunas. Soon, the girls start fawning over White Rice and try to pet him, but he runs away from them. On the other hand, Kanghyuk still can't believe that his simple restaurant, situated in the remotest part of the country, has been visited by idols. After that, Jim lectures the girls. He says that they have gotten too bold recently and asks if they even think about the consequences of their actions. The girls don't even dare to face him, and the furious Jim tells them to answer him. They can only apologize, and Jim tells them to go back right now. Kanghyuk understands the situation now and then takes a look at Jim's assistant, who is crying in a corner. He pities the poor man and then tells Jim that since everyone is already here, it will be better to return with their bellies full. Jim asks him if that will be okay, because he can't believe that Kanghyuk is going to accept this unexpected situation. Because the Kanghyuk he knew would have made a huge fuss in this situation. In the meantime, Kanghyuk asks the girls if there is something they are craving, and they name some spicy and oily food. And the assistant tells them to be mindful of their diet as they are still promoting their new show. Jim thought that Kanghyuk had lost his mind when he decided to move to the countryside to heal. However, now he seems to have changed. Also, he notices White Rice and wonders if the dog is always here. In the meantime, Kanghyuk goes to the kitchen and wonders what he should prepare that will please everyone. He wants them to be fulfilled and happy since they have come far away from the city. First, he decides to check what ingredients he has and opens the refrigerator, where he gets a great idea. That idea involves using some very ripe and red tomatoes. He begins chopping the onion, planning to prepare a light meal for the girls. On one pan, he puts some sizzling meat, and on the other, he fries some garlic. He grates some cheese, thinking that he must cook something that his guests will like, but it should be rich in nutrients and flavor too. Soon, the food is prepared, and he presents it to the girls, who can't contain their excitement at seeing it. Kanghyuk has made tomato pasta and steak salad for them. The girls eagerly start taking pictures and then start eating the food. The blonde girl is amazed by the taste of the tomato pasta. She says that she doesn't usually eat pasta unless it's rose or cream pasta, but the pasta sauce in this one is truly delicious. The girl with bangs remarks that the vegetables in the salad are really fresh, and the meat is also quite tender. Kanghyuk tells Jim that he prepared a light meal on purpose and asks him to let the girls enjoy their food in peace. He retorts that he wasn't planning to say anything while they were eating anyway. On the other side of the table, the redhead is crying tears of joy, wondering why she never ate something so delicious before now. The purple-haired girl with her is getting angry because the food is so good. Her friends tell her that she should eat more instead of being angry. They say that they never know when they will get another chance to have a feast like this. Kanghyuk gives a judgmental side-eye to Jim and asks if he is starving the girls. He replies that, while it is easy to misunderstand the situation, he has not been starving them. Kanghyuk then tells him to eat too, because his assistant is already enjoying his food. Kanghyuk has made the light vongole pasta for him since he has to drive all the way to Seoul, and he should not get sleepy on the way back. Jim is really surprised at this because he hadn't even imagined Kanghyuk being considerate of him. Suddenly, he gets an idea and grabs Kanghyuk's shoulder, asking him if he is acting so kind because he is going to die soon. Kanghyuk coldly asks him if he looks terminally ill to him. Later, the girls praise Kanghyuk's food and say that it is on another level compared to anything they have eaten before. Kanghyuk replies that he will cook something better for them the next time they visit him, and the blonde cheerfully says that they will definitely come back for it. She even calls Kanghyuk by his name, and he flinches because he never introduced himself to them. The girls get into the car and tell Kanghyuk that he and his food look much better in real life, and they say that they will see him next time. After they are gone, he nervously asks Jim how the girls recognized him, and he replies that they watch Kanghyuk's cooking videos when they are hungry, so it was obvious that they would recognize him. With that, Jim gets in his car, and Kanghyuk tells him to inform him in advance the next time he decides to pay a visit. Jim simply asks him how his healing is going, and Kanghyuk smiles and says that it is going well. The next day, he picks up his bicycle and rides to the local supermarket with white rice in the basket. There is only one supermarket near the village, and the rest of them are all in the nearby city. He stops outside the store and decides to buy a lot of green onions from it. He enters the shop to find a dark-skinned lady working there. Kanghyuk thinks that she is the daughter-in-law of the old lady he saw here the last time. The woman asks her if he is looking for anything in particular, and he thanks her before saying that he will take a look on his own. He goes to the vegetable section and finds that they don't have any dailies today, and that is a problem because Grandma Park always orders the daily pasta. Since the woman also tells him that they only have green onions right now, Kanghyuk decides to check out the bigger supermarkets. He leaves the store, saying that he will come another time, and just as he steps outside, he finds some children fighting. A boy and a girl have grabbed each other's hair, and they are cursing each other while asking the other to let go first. The boy says that he doesn't want to play with her, and the girl retorts the same. She calls him a bragwort, and the boy shouts that she is different from the rest of the children here. He yells at her to go back to her own country, and the girl is stunned and speechless. Just then, Kanghyuk arrives there and separates them, while telling them to stop fighting. He asks the little racist piece of trash to take back those words because he will regret them later. Just then, the lady from the shop comes outside, and she panics at seeing her daughter there. She calls her daughter Myung's name, and the girl rushes to her side and starts crying. Kanghyuk thinks that since the girl's mom is here, his job is done. The racist boy frees his hand from him and runs away. The woman then thanks Kanghyuk for helping his daughter, and he says that he didn't do anything. He then asks if Myung is alright, and the woman replies that she just fell asleep. She blames herself for all this trouble, and Kanghyuk panics as he wonders what to say. He tries to convince her that it was just a children's quarrel, but then the woman introduces herself. She says that her name is Yoongun, and she is from Vietnam. Yoongun believes that her daughter is being bullied because she is a foreigner. As Kanghyuk hears Yoongun's testimony about her daughter being bullied because she is a foreigner, he wants to console her by saying that it is not true. However, if he did that, he would be just lying. He had clearly witnessed the boy tell Myung to go back to the country she came from because she looked different from everyone. Kanghyuk knows that this is a sensitive matter and he cannot talk carelessly about it. He just stays silent, so Yoongun talks first. She remarks that she knows who Kanghyuk is. However, all she knows about him is that he runs a restaurant on the other side of the village. She suddenly asks him if he would mind teaching her how to cook, and Kanghyuk can only stare at her with his eyes wide open. He asks her what she means, and Yoongun tells him that she can only make Vietnamese dishes. She reveals that this year, Myung wants to invite all her friends to her birthday party, which is why Yoongun wants to prepare Korean dishes for them. Her words have a lot of impact on Kanghyuk's mind, and even after he returns home, he can only think about them. He felt the sincerity in Yoongun's gaze, so he had no choice but to agree to her request. However, now he feels a bit down because he understands the reason Yoongun was asking for his help. He knows that the reason she wants to make Korean food is so that other children don't make fun of her daughter. This thought frustrates Kanghyuk for some reason, and suddenly he finds rice cake trying to reach him. Kanghyuk thinks that this is a sweet moment where his pup is comforting him, but no, rice cake is a greedy little thing who just wants his food. He has found a can of premium and expensive caviar, and he wants Kanghyuk to open it for him. Kanghyuk is shocked and asks where he even found it. He tells Rice Cake that this stuff doesn't even taste good straight out of the can, but he is indifferent to it because it is useless to him right now. He opens the can while looking at the rice cake with disappointment, saying that he always comes to him asking for help when it concerns food. This is another one of Kanghyuk's enlightenment moments, and he realizes that asking for help when you need it is the right thing to do. Soon, he decides to ask someone for help too, because this is what neighbors are for. In the middle of the day, he carries a package with some sauces, probably, and decides to pay one of his neighbors a visit. Kanghyuk believes that he knows whom to talk to in situations like this, and that is the trustworthy person who knows a lot about the other people in the village. Kanghyuk reaches the gate and rings the doorbell, and soon the gate opens and Sujin, the pregnant lady, receives him. She is surprised to see him and remarks that it is really unexpected for him to visit them. I'm also surprised. I thought he was going to visit the village chief. Kanghyuk tells Sujin that there is something he would like to hear her opinion on, and she welcomes him in. To Kanghyuk's utter surprise, the village chief is also sitting inside, and I have to say I am a fan of this guy's timing. He also loudly yells at Kanghyuk that he should have come to his house if he needed his advice. Kanghyuk asks him what he is doing here, and the old man replies that he came here for a drink. Soon, Kanghyuk finishes telling everyone about his dilemma. He claims that he has been thinking about the dish he can teach Yoongun for her daughter's birthday party. Sujin replies that she also knows the lady from the supermarket. She has also seen the girl Myung hang around with the boy named Sanghu after school a few times. Kanghyuk is surprised to hear that the kids go to the same school, and that they are friends. Sujin's husband, Minho, tells him that since there is only one school in the vicinity of the village, all kids go to the same school. He also adds that while Sanghu and Myung are friends, they are not the same age. There are only less than 20 kids in the entire school, so they have only one class. Kanghyuk understands now that the school only has one combined class for students of all grades. Sujin then says that she can understand how Yoongun must feel after all that happened to Myung. She rubs her hand over her belly and says that she would do the same for her child too. Kanghyuk thinks deeply about her words and thinks that every parent wishes that their child could live a life without worry. He then says that he should teach Yoongun something she can learn quickly, but the village chief calls his idea nonsense. Instead, he suggests Kanghyuk do the opposite. He asks him to tell Yoongun to make dishes from Vietnam instead. Kanghyuk is surprised to hear that and says that the reason Yoongun wants to learn Korean food is for her daughter's sake. But the village chief is firm. He believes that trying to forcibly fit in with others could negatively affect the young Myung. The old man asks, what do kids her age even know? He believes that right now, even Myung cannot accept the differences between them. That is why it is the duty of the adults to show her that being different is not a bad thing. He tells Kanghyuk that he should also do his part in this. The village chief ends his lesson by saying that a single bite is more meaningful than 100 words, and Kanghyuk feels that he is speaking the truth. Soon after that, Yoongun started cooking under Kanghyuk's guidance, but she is still unsure if she is doing the right thing. She thinks that Korean and Vietnamese dishes are too different, and what will happen if the kids don't like Vietnamese food. Just then, Kanghyuk hands over a bowl of rice noodles he prepared and tells Yoongun to fish out the onion from the broth once it is cooked, because kids are usually picky eaters. Yoongun agrees, and then Kanghyuk gives her his opinion on the Vietnamese spring rolls she made earlier. While it is a delicious and familiar food, he believes that it would be too difficult for kids to roll them properly. This may result in fewer kids choosing to eat it, so they should replace them with another dish called the cha geos, which is a type of fried dumpling. Kanghyuk believes that the kids will like their crispiness, and if Yoongun tells them that the dish is Vietnamese dumplings, they will be more interested in it. As Yoongun sees Kanghyuk helping her so earnestly, she gets the feeling that everything will be fine as long as he helps her. After that, she prepares another dish that has a little bit of everything, from green vegetables to grain sprouts and some fried meat patties. She presents the final dish to Kanghyuk and tells him that it is called the bun cha. Kanghyuk already knows about the dish, which is not as famous as the rice noodles, but it is certainly one of Vietnam's representative food items. In this dish, meat, vegetables, and noodles are eaten after dipping them in a spicy sauce. That is exactly what Kanghyuk does, and then he takes a bite. The sauce smells sweet, sour, and refreshing, and he believes that the kids will like this combination. He tells Yoongun that this is a good main dish and then requests that she bring him a glass of water. As soon as she leaves, Kanghyuk immediately summons his assistant, Rice Cake, and tells him to taste test the soup. As soon as Rice Cake tastes the soup, He begins wagging his tail violently and whipping Kanghyuk's face with it. That is a very good reaction, and it is the fastest rice cake has wagged his tail out of all the dishes he tasted today. Now, Kanghyuk believes that Yoongun must be a great cook to receive such a reaction from his official gourmet foodie. I almost forgot that he couldn't taste anything until he pulled out the dog. Soon, Yoongun returns with the glass of water, and she is shocked to see Kanghyuk's face so shabby and covered with white fur. She asks what happened, but he changes the topic and begins to give her advice about food. He tells her to leave the pepper out of the soup because it may be too spicy for the kids, and also asks her to reduce the amount of cilantro. He also tells her to add beef to the meat patties instead of just pork because it will make them juicier. In conclusion, Kanghyuk tells Yoongun that her cooking is really delicious, and the kids will definitely enjoy it a lot. Yoongun is elated on hearing this, and she thanks him. After that, Kanghyuk leaves for home with rice cakes in his arms. He thinks that it is a fortunate thing that Yoongun is such a good cook, and she also understood his feedback very well. He thinks that there is nothing to worry about now. Suddenly, Myung approaches him from behind, and Kanghyuk turns around to see her staring at him. She gives him a handmade invitation to her birthday party, and Kanghyuk asks her if she made it herself. She is proud of her artwork and tells him that he won't be able to enter the party without it, so he should not forget to bring it with her. Myung then gets sad, remarking that not many kids will come to the party anyway. Kanghyuk asks her why that is, and she replies that it is because she got into a fight with Cholman, who has many friends. Kanghyuk realizes that Cholman is the name of the rude, racist boy from earlier. Myung is still saying that no one will come to her birthday party, and Kanghyuk doesn't know what to say to her. Soon, it is the day of Myung's birthday party, and she is really fidgety and anxious. She wonders if Mr. Chef will come and believes that at least Sang-hoo will. As for others, she is not sure, but a couple of them told her that they would come. As Myung is wondering what will happen if no one shows up, her mom comes to show her dress to her. Myung turns around, and she is amazed to see her mom wearing some traditional Vietnamese dresses. She remarks that she is looking beautiful and asks more about the clothes. Yoongun tells her that there are clothes from her country, and then asks Myung if she wants to wear them. Myung is very excited to try them on, and she frolics around after wearing her new clothes. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, and Yoongun says that her friends must be here. She urges Myung to open the door, and the girl is really relieved that at least someone came. She wonders which one of her friends it is as she opens the door, but the person she sees outside stuns her. Myung can only stare at the nervous Cholman standing in front of her, seemingly overridden with guilt. Myung coldly asks Cholman why he is here, and he is nervous to see her like that. She turns her face around, telling him that she didn't invite him, so he should go back. She is about to close the door as well when Cholman suddenly says that he is sorry, and Myung stops. Cholman then nervously tells her that he didn't mean what he said earlier. He says that he was just angry at that time for another reason, and he ended up saying those mean words. He apologizes again, and then starts crying while repeating that he is really sorry. Myung can only watch him dumbfounded as he keeps on apologizing. She then says that he still can't come in. She shows him the invitation that he clearly doesn't have, and Cholman freaks out. He feels nervous and sad that he didn't receive an invitation, but then Myung suddenly gives him the invitation. She tells him that she will let him off this time, and Cholman thanks her while holding back tears. Meanwhile, the other kids were hiding outside the gate, and just as this melodrama ends, they peek out and ask if they can come out now. They tell Cholman to not be mean again, and he gets embarrassed that he was found out. After that, the kids gather in front of the door and happily show Myung that they brought their invitation cards and her birthday gifts too. Myung is happy to see them all, and they soon settle inside. On the table, the Vietnamese cuisines are presented, and the kids are amazed to see them. They eagerly ask what those dishes are because they have never seen them. Meanwhile, Myung sits in the special seat proudly. Kang Hyun is helping Myung's mom in the kitchen, and he feels like all the kids from the school are here at the party. The kids curiously ask how they eat these dishes, and Yoongun tells them that this dish is called bun cha. They dip the meat and noodles into the sauce first and then eat it. Two girls try that, and as they take the first bite of the meat and noodles dipped in sauce, they feel an explosion of taste in their mouths. The fried meat patties, noodles, and sauce dance around in their taste buds, and the girls declare that they have never eaten anything like this before. They remark that it is sweet, sour, and savory at the same time. Yoongun begins telling kids about other food items too, and as a girl with glasses eats the fried Vietnamese dumplings, she is smitten by their taste. She declares that she is going to marry this dumpling when she grows up. After the divorce, she is going to take half the ingredients. It turns out that this is not a new thing for the girl, whose name is Miju, and she keeps changing her future husbands faster than people change clothes. One boy then remarks that Myung is wearing a new type of dress and asks her what it is called. He claims that he has never seen it before. Myung gets up and proudly displays her dress, telling everyone that it is from her mother's home country. The kids are curious, and Myung tells them that her mother is from Vietnam, and all of these dishes are from Vietnam too. The kids start talking about how Myung's mom must have come here on an airplane, and that is enough to make them jealous. Well, even the girl named Miju has spotted the pretty dress, and she declares that when she grows up, she is going to marry that dress. She is going to take half the fabric after divorce, too. After that, Myung asks her mom to show her friends her dress too, because she wants to show off their matching clothes. Yoongun says that she has to finish cooking, but Kang Hyun tells her that it is fine because they are nearly done anyway. He tells Yoongun that he will take care of the rest, and she is free. Myung pulls her along to hurry, and Yoongun is happy to see her so excited. After that, the mother and daughter show their matching dresses to everyone, and while the kids gush over them, Kang Hyun and Rice Cake are watching this from a corner. He is pleased because both of them look happy. On the other side, in the fantasy world, there is a small settlement made up of tents. In one of the camps, one cat person, wearing a skull as an adornment, is inquiring about her cute daughter running away again. In front of her is the gray-haired cat man, who tells him that they even increased the number of guards, but the girl seems to have slipped away through a hole in the net. The red cat asks if she went to see the human again, and the gray cat affirms. The red cat lady is now curious about the peculiar human who managed to pique the interest of a sacred wolf as well as her daughter. She orders the gray cat to invite him in, and his ears immediately stand up to display shock and alertness. He asks her if she is planning to let a human into their settlement, and she asks him if it is forbidden. She also assures him that since she is the village leader, no one is going to dare start a fight with her guest. She then removes her mask, saying that since her daughter is indebted to the human as her mother, she should at least make acquaintance with him. Soon, in the forest of the fantasy world, a majestic deer who definitely looks like a rare legendary Pokémon is standing over a river. It is alerted because it can hear loud roars and growling voices coming from a distance. Those voices are actually coming from Rice Cake, and even Kang Hyun has covered his ears to protect them from his loud barks. He tells his pet wolf to shut up, but he is really furious and on edge about something. Well, what has got him so angry is just a bunch of dead shrimp, and Kang Hyun is not impressed. He tells Rice Cake that he can play around with the jumping birds and gigachad rabbits who are much bigger than him, but he is still so wary of such small shrimps that are already dead. Kang Hyun thinks that it might be because Rice Cake has never seen them before, as there are no saltwater bodies nearby. Well, he thinks it is a shame that the wolf pup is reacting like this because shrimp are really delicious, but he admits that they look kind of disgusting to someone who has never seen them before. But then he thinks about it for a while and recalls that whenever Rice Cake comes to him after hunting his prey, it is much more disgusting than the shrimp. Now, he is confused and wonders what exactly Rice Cake's standards are. Well, since he can't do anything about that, he decides to show the wolf the true taste of shrimp. He puts them in a water bowl, and then starts by removing the whiskers and internal organs of the shrimp. After that, he spreads coarse salt on a pan and places the shrimps neatly on top of that. He puts the pan on the stove and then covers it, and that's the recipe. Kang Hyun says that he wanted to show this to Randolph too, but they have enough shrimps left for the next time, so he might be able to show it to him later. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is giving the pan the most judgmental stare he can because he is still wary of the shrimp. While Kang Hyun waits for it to cook, the feral cat girl also arrives there. Kang Hyun is confused to see her here again, but her full focus is on the pan. When Kang Hyun asks her when she joined them, the cat girl looks at him with surprise. Rice Cake has still not noticed her, as he is fully focused on the pan. Kang Hyun decides not to pay much attention to useless details and thinks that if the cat girl is here, she can also have some food since she is always hungry. He soon opens up the pan to find that the shrimp have been roasted perfectly. He breaks them off while wearing gloves because they are too hot, and then places them on plates for Rice Cake and the cat girl to eat. They just stare at it in confusion, and then Kang Hyun tells them to try it. They take a bite and suddenly find themselves overwhelmed by the taste of the shrimp. They feel like they are surfing in the ocean on a giant shrimp and melting while they eat it. Kang Hyun asks them how the taste of the sea is and sees both of them gobbling up the shrimp. He is proud and smug that they are enjoying it so much. The cat girl has finished her food, and she eagerly stares at Kang Hyun to demand more. He is about to peel some more shrimp for her when suddenly, the gray cat man comes there looking for the girl whom he calls Mona. The girl is startled to hear his voice and instantly hides behind Kang Hyun. The gray catman says that she ran away from the village again, and Kanghyuk recognizes him as the same guy from the last time who took the cat girl away. He tells him that the girl looks hungry, so he should let her eat before taking her back to the village. He tries to assure the catman that he is not feeding her anything weird, but then he suddenly speaks up. He tells Kanghyuk that today he is here for him and not for the girl. Kanghyuk is nervous and slightly terrified now, and he asks what he wants from him. The catman walks up to him and then gives him a cold glare as he asks the human to follow him. Kanghyuk is left confused by all this. Kanghyuk is still too shaken to obey the catman. He nervously asks him where they are supposed to go, and the gray cat man tells him that the village chief has invited him to the village. He also reveals that the chief is Mona's mother, and seeing how violent and feral the girl is, Kanghyuk can only imagine how her mother would be. He wonders if the chief is planning to interrogate him about what he has been feeding her kid. Kanghyuk judges that he should not follow the gray cat blindly. He makes an excuse, saying that he is rather busy today, so coming in will be difficult right now. The catman understands his problem and suddenly hands him a small horn. He tells Kanghyuk that the horn is used by the warriors in their village, so he can use it to call them whenever he has time. Kanghyuk receives the horn and thinks that since the catman is being way more considerate than he initially imagined, it might just be an ordinary invitation. He asks the catman why the chief wants to see him, and he replies that she wants to see the human who managed to lure her daughter out of the village. Those words definitely carry a bad vibe for Kanghyuk, and he feels that it is going to be a meeting with an angry parent. The gray cat man leaves with that, and Kanghyuk is left trembling because he didn't even call the cat girl out on purpose. Kanghyuk then suddenly stops the cat man for something. A few minutes later, as the catman is back in the village, he enters his tent in private to check what Kanghyuk just gave him. It is a bunch of cooked shrimp in a polybag. Earlier, Kanghyuk had told him that he couldn't let him return empty-handed when he had come all the way here. That is why he gave him the shrimp, saying that they might look ugly, but they are quite tasty. Well, the catman takes a bite, and his tail starts wagging, which means that he likes the taste. On the other hand, Kanghyuk is still sighing as he wonders whether he should go to the cat tribe village or not. In the background, White Rice and Mona are fighting with each other because White Rice is stealing her share of shrimp. Kanghyuk thinks that since White Rice didn't react to the gray cat man, he doesn't seem to be a bad person. He is also curious about the village, even though he is uncertain too. In the meantime, White Rice has climbed on his head while munching on a bunch of shrimp at once, while Mona tries to snatch them from him. Kanghyuk is too busy with his thoughts to notice them and wishes that there was someone he could consult about this matter. No sooner did he say those words, and Knight Captain Randolph suddenly arrived there. Randolph is taken aback to see two beasts fighting while climbing on Kanghyuk, who is not even fazed. Bro seems like an average toddler mom. He doesn't even care that the claws of Mona and White Rice are dangerously close to his eye, and he tells Randolph that he came at the perfect time because he needs his help with something. Soon after that, Kanghyuk tells the entire story to Randolph, who says that it is rather unbelievable that he got invited to a beastman village. Kanghyuk asks him if it is that rare, while Mona and White Rice are resting on either side of him. Randolph tells him that it has been quite some time since the beastmen and humans cut off contact with each other. It is also Randolph's first time seeing a human get an invitation from a beastman. On top of that, Kanghyuk is getting an invitation from the cat tribe who follow the community parenting principle. It surprises him that a tribe like that left a kid in Kanghyuk's care, which is an incredible situation. But as usual, Kanghyuk is not even aware of that. Randolph finally tells Kanghyuk that he can go to the beastman village without any worries and assures him that they won't harm him. Kanghyuk is relieved to hear that. He says that he will take up the beastmen on their invitation the next time, and he gets up, dusting his pants. Randolph looks at him with surprise, and then Kanghyuk suddenly pulls out some shrimp, asking him if he is craving something delicious. With that, Kanghyuk prepares a little special recipe for cooking shrimp with some extra seasoning. Just one bite is enough to make Randolph feel the vastness of the ocean. He thinks that Kanghyuk's skills never disappoint him, and he always brings some new flavors to the table. The dish simply contains garlic and lime in addition to shrimp, but that combo is really working well. Randolph thinks that despite being salty and oily, the dish is really delicious, and he feels giant, cute shrimp winking at him. And more importantly, he is mesmerized by the addictive texture of the meat and thinks that he can eat an entire bowl of it. White Rice is living the life Randolph can only dream of by eating Mona's food after clearing his plate, and Kanghyuk is trying to stop him without any success. Randolph thinks that peeling the shrimp is a bother, and he simply tosses a whole shrimp in his mouth. This guy probably eats his oranges and pomegranates without peeling too. Kanghyuk is surprised to see Randolph eat a shrimp whole, but it seems that White Rice and Mona are also following his lead. He feels that they got tired of waiting for him to peel the shrimp for them, and that just works out for him. Not only that, they seem to be enjoying the taste and texture of the shell too, and Randolph proclaims it a delicacy in its own right. Kanghyuk still warns them that the shell can be sharp in some places, and then they keep on eating. After a while, all the utensils are empty, and all the bellies are full. As Kanghyuk is packing up things, Randolph says that to thank him for the very good meal, he must give it his all to teach him. Kanghyuk is confused and asks what he is even talking about, and Randolph tells him that he is obviously talking about swordsmanship. Kanghyuk suddenly remembers that they had made a deal like that in the past. Randolph tells him not to worry too much because it is his first day, so they will start with some basic training. Well, somebody's basic training is someone else's nightmare, and when evening comes, Kanghyuk is lying face down on the cold grass. He is exhausted, and Randolph remarks that he has terrible stamina, and at this rate, becoming the strongest warrior is a long journey for him. Kanghyuk can only say that he is just a chef. Randolph asks him how he can be so exhausted by a mere 4-hour hike at his age, and his body must really be weak. Suddenly, the worried White Rice starts licking Kanghyuk's feet, and he starts feeling better in that place. Kanghyuk wonders if he is just imagining it or if the pain around the part White Rice is licking is reducing. It gives a cool and relaxing feeling, so Kanghyuk just relaxes. Just then, Mona also starts licking his other leg because she is also worried about him. But that doesn't do anything to Kanghyuk and only makes him feel wet and slimy. Kanghyuk gets up somehow and tries patting Mona while saying that he appreciates the gesture. Randolph tells Kanghyuk that he is impressed at his persistence in getting up again and gifts him a bronze practice sword on this occasion. He says that it is lighter than a real sword, but it is not bad for practicing. He says that he originally made it for his daughter, and Kanghyuk flinches on hearing that. He tells Randolph that he cannot take something that is meant for his daughter, but the night captain tells him that it is fine. He says that his daughter has trypanophobia, which is the fear of needles, and that is definitely too big to be a needle. Randolph is a bit disappointed as he says that, but he cheers up because he has another student whom he can teach in place of his daughter. He tells Kanghyuk that, with his help, he can become the strongest warrior to exist. Kanghyuk doesn't really want that, and he believes that he should be looking forward to constant muscle pain for some time now. Still, he accepts the practice sword and Randolph's lessons. At night, he is finally back at his place and cooks some pasta for himself and White Rice. Kanghyuk sighs, saying that he really exhausted himself today, and that made him crave a late-night snack after a long time. Kanghyuk gives White Rice his plate first, and he really likes it, even though the pasta only has bacon and garlic in it. Kanghyuk is satisfied that White Rice is enjoying it, and then he takes a bite too. As he chews it, he suddenly freezes stiff. White Rice barks at him with a question mark in his mind because Kanghyuk seems odd to him. Suddenly, Kanghyuk places his chopsticks on the table and then rushes to the cupboard to grab all the items he can find there. He places all of them on plates in front of him hurriedly, and after a while, he says that he can taste things now. He is almost on the verge of crying and can't believe the words he is saying. Well, I think that it is because of a good old body-wrecking exercise, but thankfully, our MC has gotten his sense of taste back. Kanghyuk is overwhelmed by what he can taste now. However, he realizes that his sense of taste has not fully returned yet, but he tastes food again. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is just confused about what his human is blabbing. Kanghyuk thinks that if he had stayed in Seoul, he would have given up on cooking itself. Well, he had given up on himself when he came to this village too. But now that he has the most precious thing in his life back, he falls to his knees under the weight of the happy emotions he cannot contain in his heart. He thinks that he can cook to his heart's content again now, and then gently tells Rice Cake that he is glad that he moved to this place. On the other side, the village chief has drunk too much at his friend's house. He stumbles and wobbles as he heads home, thinking about how he will treat his friend to some alcohol the next time. Just then, he notices the lights of Kanghyuk's restaurant are still on, and he is curious about what he is doing right now. Well, Kanghyuk is cooking. He chops some tomatoes, fries some mushrooms, and then sears some very delicious steak, and Rice Cake is in wonderland just with its smell. There are other ingredients too, like fresh lime and purple grapes, that Kang Hyun uses to create a sauce. After everything is ready, he finally presents his dish that was once part of his signature menu. The dish looks really appetizing and mouth-watering, and Kang Hyun decides to have a bite to see how it tastes. It turns out that while he can taste the acidity or sourness of the dish nicely, he can't seem to taste the savoriness or umami yet. He takes off his hat, saying that this is also a start. Just then, Rice Cake barks from behind, telling him with glistening eyes and a wagging tail that he absolutely loved the dish. Kang Hyun is happy that at least someone could properly enjoy the taste of the food, and he decides to treat Rice Cake to more dishes. He prepares some dishes using which he won the cooking competitions, and they spend all night cooking, eating, and having fun. The next morning, someone comes knocking at Kang Hyun's door quite loudly. Kang Hyun comes to the door completely haggard. He had pulled an all-nighter while cooking, and his stomach was also not doing so well after eating different types of dishes. He asks the visitor to be a little quieter, but the visitor is the village chief, and he is in a hurry. He yells at Kang Hyun, saying that he has to come with him immediately. Kang Hyun is confused and asks him what he means. He tells the village chief that he is very tired now, so he should come see him later. But the old man tells him that they don't have much time, and he begins shoving him inside his van. Rice Cake also comes there, still sleepy, and he just watches the old man stuff his human into the van and drive away. They soon reach the village hospital, where the chief tells Kang Hyun that Sujin is giving birth right now. They run to the hospital after parking their van, and the chief says that he also came here running despite his hangover from last night. They reach the delivery room, where a lot of people have gathered outside the door. The old aunties have surrounded Minho, and they are swarming him with questions. They ask him how his wife's condition is and if the child has been born yet. Minho is already too tense, and he cannot answer a single one of their questions. Kang Hyun notices his expressions too and thinks that he needs some help. Just then, Grandma Park comes there, and she loudly yells at everyone, asking if this is some sort of fish market where they have all gathered here to chatter. She tells them that they are disturbing the employees here, and she tells them to go out. Everyone is terrified of her, and even the village chief tells people that Grandma Park is right. He says that too many people being here is not good, so they should go back. Then he happily says that he will stay here as the village chief and take care of things, but Grandma Park has other plans. She grabs his shoulder, telling him that he is also coming with her. He tries protesting that he is the village chief, but the old lady just drags him along. Kang Hyun is the only one left now, and he thinks that Minho will feel more comfortable without people around him. However, Grandma Park tells him to stay there. Kang Hyun is confused, so she tells him that he should stay by Minho's side since he is his friend. The village chief screams that he is Minho's drinking buddy, but he gets dragged away anyway. Kang Hyun is left stunned now. He sits next to the nervous Minho and thinks that her air is too awkward. He thinks that it would have been better for the village chief to stay here and not him. He has never been in this kind of situation before, so he doesn't even know what to say. He tries coming up with something, but then Minho suddenly thanks him for staying with him. Kang Hyun is taken aback by his words and tells him that it is not a big deal as he is just sitting by his side. Minho tells him that his sitting here is more than enough for him. He says that right now, he is very excited but also very worried. Kang Hyun notices the nervous Minho and realizes that he must be roughly his age. He pats his shoulder, casually telling him that it will be fine. Well, he can't face him properly because he is nervous, but his words really give Minho some confidence and relief, so he thanks him. Soon, the child is born, and the old-timers gathered outside the hospital loudly announce that it is a girl. Everyone is delighted to hear the good news because it has been so long since a baby was born in the village. They say that it is such a great day, so they can't let it pass without celebrating it. Everyone says in unison that they should throw a feast. Just then, Kang Hyun comes out, and the chief asks him about Minho's condition. Kang Hyun replies that he is with Sujin and is crying like there is no tomorrow. Well, he then finds that no one is interested in hearing about Minho anymore because they are busy thinking about the feast. The village chief tells him that it is a very normal thing in this village to strengthen their bonds over feasts. That reminds Kang Hyun that he was invited to another village, the village of the cat people, to be specific. He asks the village chief what he should take as a gift, but the chief has gone into full gangster mode on hearing this. He furiously asks Kang Hyun if he was scouted by another village. He is ready for a turf war with any village that is trying to steal a young man under the age of 40 from their village. Well, after learning that it is just an invitation, the village chief is a bit disappointed because apparently he was craving violence. He then tells Kang Hyun that if he is visiting a village, he should take some alcohol or a local specialty. Kang Hyun thinks that taking a local specialty is a nice idea, and asks the chief if their village has a special product that they produce. Well, the chief can't tell him anything except Korean beef, but Kanghyuk tells him that it is not their village's specialty because he knows which regions are famous for their meat. In the end, he thinks that alcohol is a good enough gift. So, he goes to the fantasy world and takes out the horn given to him by the Gray Cat Man. He feels nervous before blowing it for some reason, but then decides to blow it. The sound of the horn echoes throughout the forest, and all types of creatures hear it. Kanghyuk gets tired after blowing it for a while, and he wonders if the Gray Cat Man will even find him using this. His questions are answered immediately as the Cat Man suddenly appears there, and even Mona is on his back, waving at Kanghyuk. The Gray Cat asks him if he is ready and then immediately picks him up, saying that they must go right away. Kanghyuk is dumbfounded by this strange means of transport, and he screams at the Catman to wait and put him down first. His words are of no use, as the Catman leaps through the trees while carrying him, and Kanghyuk screams loudly again. Well, he also gets motion sickness thanks to this small but violent journey, and begins puking out a rainbow. The Catman only remarks that humans seem to have become much weaker these days, unaware that Kanghyuk is not a human from this world. He remarks that Kanghyuk's lower body is especially weak. Maybe this is the reason he doesn't have a girlfriend. Well, the Catman is only talking about his legs, and Kanghyuk recalls that the Knight Captain Randolph told him the same thing. He wonders if his legs are really so weak. Just then, the Catman decides that they will walk the rest of the way, and both Mona and Rice Cake are happy to hear that. The Gray Cat says that their village is already visible in the distance, and Kanghyuk gets up to see it. He finds it a quaint and peaceful settlement, and he remarks that all the houses look like Mongolian tents. The Gray Cat is curious about this thing called Mongolian, but Kanghyuk tells him that it is nothing. He clarifies that the village looks a lot like another place he knows about. The Gray Cat is surprised that there are human villages that look like theirs. This reminds Kanghyuk of what Randolph had told him earlier. He told him that there was no danger in going to the village of the Cat Beastmen. The first thing is that they consider the white wolves sacred, and the second reason is the treaty that is in place between humans and the Beastmen. Kanghyuk was curious about the treaty, and Randolph was surprised that he didn't know about it. He explained that in the past, there was a huge war between the different races. The brutal war continued for hundreds of years, and because of that, the entire continent was engulfed in chaos, destruction, and death. With huge piles of dead bodies on every battleground, it looked as if the entire world would be doomed if the war did not stop. Then one day, a miracle happened. The gods could no longer bear all the death and destruction, so they decided to intervene on the battlefield to end the war. After that, a treaty was signed between the various races to prevent conflicts amongst themselves. Naturally, the various species started distancing themselves from one another after that. Now, as Kanghyuk thinks about all this while walking with the Gray Cat Man, he wonders if the Beastmen will really welcome him into their village. As soon as he enters the village, a curious horde arrives there to see a real human. There are not just cat beast people in the village, but also other races like bulls and bears. The bull beastman remarks that the human looks weaker than he expected. Another girl says that the human also has the sacred white wolf with him. They are curious if he is really the person whom the village chief invited. Just then, some other beast folk arrive there and block their way. They seem hostile about receiving a human in their village, and they openly question their leader's sanity for inviting him. Kanghyuk sees that the senior beastman has no intention of toning down his hostility, but then the Gray Cat Man intervenes. He tells the senior beastman, who is the warrior chief Temu, not to forget that the human is the village chief's guest. The old beastman begins scowling at the Gray Cat Man, whose name is revealed to be Noah. Temu asks him if he has lost his pride and reputation as a warrior to protect a human. Noah replies that he is just following the orders of the chief and asks the old beastman to step aside. However, Temu doesn't take his words kindly. He asks Noah when his status became so high that he got to order him around. As the two warriors are about to clash, Rice Cake suddenly starts to angrily growl. All the beastmen are terrified and hide on seeing the sacred white wolf angry. Even Kanghyuk is surprised by seeing Rice Cake so furious. Temu, too, is taken aback to see the holy wolf growling at him. Well, the cat girl Mona also begins imitating Rice Cake, and Kanghyuk asks what is wrong with her now. Well, the beastmen are even more confused now, and they believe that if Mona and the white wolf are protecting Kanghyuk, he is definitely not an ordinary human. Well, he finds this too much to bear. He just came here because he was invited, but he was not expecting to be dragged into this drama. Now, he feels like a princess in distress with Noah, Mona, and Rice Cake trying to protect him from the evil Temu. This situation feels too suffocating for him, and he doesn't want to be the reason for a fight here. Just then, someone leaps over him and answers Kang Hyun's prayers that someone stop everyone from fighting. It turns out to be the leader of the village, and she strikes a superhero landing as she places herself between the two opposing parties. She suddenly tells Kang Hyun that she felt that she would die of old age while waiting for him, and he doesn't even know her. Noah tells him to pay respect to their leader, Cassandra, the head of their tribe. However, Cassandra tells Kang Hyun to feel free to call her by her name if he wants to. Kang Hyun nervously bows before her. He introduces himself and then thanks Cassandra for inviting him. Mona eagerly runs to her mom, who holds her in her arms. She then tells Kang Hyun that he doesn't need to be so nervous. She reveals that the reason she called him here today was to thank him because her daughter has been bothering him recently. Kang Hyun tries to be polite and says that Mona has not been bothering him, but Cassandra asks him if he is certain about that. She knows her daughter's personality very well, so it is obvious that she will be a nuisance to everyone. Their awkward conversation is interrupted by the nervous Temu, who asks the chief what made her thank a mere human. Cassandra just turns around and acts surprised that Temu is here. She puts on her brightest smile, saying that she just thought that some idiot was trying to break the treaty by picking up a fight with a human. She says that since it was not some random idiot but Temu, she is sure that he would never do anything like that. The old warrior chief gets embarrassed on hearing this, and he can only meekly agree with the leader. Cassandra just laughs, saying that a man as wise as him could never make such mistakes anyway. She says that now she will have to attend to her guest, so he should simply go back and mind his own business. Temu is seething in anger, and his clenched fist trembles, but he has no other option but to agree with the leader. Soon, Kang Hyun finds himself in Cassandra's tent, with other prominent beastmen there. She remarks that he must have had an unpleasant encounter earlier, and just as he entered the village at that. However, she asks him not to worry about it. She claims that the people of this village are not used to seeing humans, and it is not like they personally dislike him. That is already too uncomfortable for Kang Hyun, as he feels the curious gazes of the beastmen on him. He feels that they will tear him to pieces just by staring at him. Cassandra then says that while it is truly unusual for them to invite a human to their village, she really wanted to meet the protagonist of the rumors. Kang Hyun is curious about the rumors, and Rice Cake gives him a disappointed side eye. Cassandra asks him if he has not heard the rumors yet, because the entire forest is talking about the human who managed to tame a sacred white wolf. She says that a lot of beings have been watching over him in the forest and asks if he has never felt their gaze. Well, the only thing Kang Hyun feels on hearing this is embarrassment, because he has just learnt that he was an unwilling Twitch streamer all this time. His camping journey gave off the impression that he was a total noob, and that was being broadcast live to some people. However, Cassandra says that it is not important right now. She tells Kang Hyun to name anything he wants in return for taking care of her daughter. She claims that they are a tribe that always repays favors and debts. Kang Hyun nervously tells her that there is no need to go so far because all he did was share some food with the girl. He then says that he didn't want to show up empty-handed today as well, so he brought something. Well, Cassandra could already smell it, and she asks if the delicious-smelling thing is in his bag. Kang Hyun takes out a tiffin box containing some boiled pork that he has made as a side dish. He claims that it is not much and the amount won't be enough for everyone here, but Cassandra almost jumps on him as she says that he brought something too precious as a gift, and he is being too modest about it. However, she clearly heard Kang Hyun call it a side dish and asks if that means what she thinks. He nervously affirms, saying that he also brought an alcoholic drink that he doesn't think exists in this world. Well, Cassandra gladly takes the bottle of Korean rice wine and then eagerly asks Kang Hyun if this is how he tamed her daughter. It seems like he has tamed the beast mommy too. Kang Hyun can't give a coherent answer to that question. He then tells Cassandra that it will be better not to drink the wine right now because it shook a lot during their journey here, and might explode because of it. On hearing the word explode, the beastmen get alert and furious. They try to attack Kang Hyun, thinking that he gave something dangerous to their chief. They don't even give him the chance to explain himself and declare that he has finally shown his true colors. Kang Hyun somehow says that by explode, he meant that the pressure inside the wine has built up and it may bubble up violently when opened. Well, Cassandra seems curious about that, so she violently shakes the bottle and then removes the cork to send the fizz flying everywhere. She is intrigued to see it and asks Kang Hyun if this is what he meant by explosion. However, she is quickly disappointed as the fizz dies out, and Kang Hyun is somehow safe from being pummeled by the beastmen. Cassandra then directly gulps the wine, and the beastmen are stunned by her recklessness. They are scared, and they ask her how she can drink an unknown substance. They want to know if she is fine because the drink seemed really weird. Well, the only weird thing it does is make Cassandra burp loudly. She is pleased by the drink and then exclaims that humans are indeed very talented. She asks how they made this wine because it is slightly sweet and tangy, and the flavor is very deep. Its velvety texture makes her want to drink more and more of it. She has also started to crave the side dish and points at Kanghyun's backpack, which is full of the boiled pork strips. She tries a piece of that meat and remarks that it has no bad smell, and its texture is also soft. She doesn't even need to chew it much before swallowing. Cassandra can't believe that this soft and moist thing is meat. She clears the entire box and says that she was so mesmerized by the taste that she wouldn't have noticed even if someone died right next to her. She declares that they will have to share this delicious food with everyone. But there is something else she needs to do before that. She suddenly apologizes to Kanghyun, freaking out her subordinates, who ask her how she can apologize to a human. Cassandra says that her tribe has been acting rudely in front of their guests, so it is only appropriate that she apologize. The two beastmen also realize their mistake on hearing this, and they apologize to Kanghyun for overreacting earlier. He tells them that it is fine, but if things were left to Noah, that would change. He was planning on stabbing the two rude people with his spear if they did not stop, and even Rice Cake was furious. Noah says that there is no way that a human chosen by the Holy Wolf would bring something dangerous here. Cassandra declares that everything is water under the bridge now. Since they have apologized and thanked Kanghyun, it is time to party. She loudly yells to let all her tribe members know that they are going to organize a festival immediately. She declares that they should unleash their capabilities to the fullest since this festival is for their precious guests. She announces that the hunter who manages to catch the most delicious animal will be bestowed the title of Chedu. Kanghyun can only plug his ears to protect them from the loud noise, but the beastmen are super excited. They join their leader as she declares that they will show their guests that they have the best parties. Well, this is not good news for Kanghyun. He is already tired and wonders why villagers everywhere love to party this much. Soon after that, all the hunters are out of the village, and Kanghyun is left behind with Cassandra and the kids. Cassandra tells him that the term Chedu refers to the best hunter in the tribe. The person bestowed with that title has the honor to lead the tribe when the entire tribe goes out on a hunt. Kanghyun now understands why everyone was so enthusiastic about the hunt earlier. In front of them, the beast children are running after each other without a care. Cassandra suddenly asks Kanghyun if he likes to hunt, because then he can also participate in this competition as well. Kanghyun can tell her with a calmness that reflects his experience that he is not fit for hunting. If he goes out now, he will be the one getting hunted instead. As a girl happily comes to Cassandra's side, she says that if she were not the tribe's leader, she would also have run into the forest immediately. But she has no choice because of her post. She has to stay behind and watch over the children. Kanghyun volunteers to help her with taking care of the children, and before he can even complete the sentence, Cassandra yeets away the girl who just came to her. Kanghyun is left speechless now, and Cassandra asks him if he also wants to play with the kids. More beast kids have come to her to get their chance at being yeeted away playfully, and Kanghyun realizes that he is not made for the wild from any angle. He says that he will just prefer to stay here. Cassandra replies that it will be better for him anyway, because there is another issue with him. Just as she says this, a girl suddenly bites Kanghyun's leg. He freaks out, and Cassandra calmly explains that he is emitting a very delicious smell, so the kids might instinctively bite him. Kanghyun screams, but the tribe leader laughs and assures him that it is fine because they don't eat humans like the barbarian orcs do. While Kanghyun is struggling to get the girl to leave his leg, he suddenly hears a loud thud. He looks ahead, wondering what is going on, when he suddenly sees what caused it. There is a dead and injured tiger monster lying in front of them, and someone is freaking out on seeing it because it is a powerful monster from the western part of the forest. The tiger is incredibly hard to catch because of its great speed, but the warrior chief Temu has successfully caught it. Cassandra applauds his achievement, saying that Temu is indeed an expert hunter. The old beastman says that she is praising him too much, and then Cassandra asks Kanghyun if he also thinks that Temu caught a really splendid prey. Temu tries to be condescending and tells the village chief that this question might be a bit insensitive because Kanghyun might never have seen a monster like this. He laughs, saying that even his pride could have been hurt. Kanghyun can only stare at his sarcasm, which is so blunt that anyone with a single functioning brain cell can see it. However, instead of fighting back, Kanghyun thinks that it is better to go along with it. He tells Temu that he caught a fascinating and cute prey, and that hurts the old warrior chief's pride. He asks Kanghyuk how dare he insult him, and even Cassandra asks if he really thinks that this tiger is cute. Kanghyuk nervously asks if she doesn't think it is cute because it has soft fur and 4 legs. He says that he found it cute because Rice Cake only catches the most ugly and grotesque creatures. No sooner had he said it, Rice Cake was already there with his haul. It is a giant purple serpent that completely outscales the previous play. As Temu turns around, he freaks out because it is the infamous magic beast that spews paralyzing poison when approached, and even the most powerful warriors cannot defeat it alone. Rice Cake just looks at Temu's prey and then gives him the smuggest of all smug smirks, infuriating him even further. Meanwhile, Mona is also on her way back after catching a small raccoon. She is thinking happy thoughts about her mom and Kanghyuk being proud of her for catching the prey. However, as she sees the tiger and the giant serpent in front of her, she drops the animal from her jaws. She starts crying, just as Noah returns with his prey. He says that even though Rice Cake is just a pup, he is still a holy wolf. However, he has also hunted a giant animal, and that makes him confident that it will not be so easy to write him off from the competition. Soon, everyone returns after hunting their prey, and Cassandra is ready to announce the result. All the parties eagerly await her decision. Meanwhile, Mona's raccoon gets up and starts running, so she chases after it. Finally, Cassandra declares the name of the warrior who received the rank of Chedu today. The warrior is a seemingly ordinary girl named Hammon, who has caught a bird. Well, no one is able to believe it, not even Hammon, who was not even expecting to be near the top. Temu is flustered and asks Cassandra how she can give the title of Chedu to someone who just hunted down a bird. Cassandra tells him and the other warriors that they are misunderstanding something here. She never told them to hunt the strongest animal, but she asked them to catch the most delicious game. Both Temu and Noah flinch on hearing that, and then Cassandra says that a hunter cannot be called amazing just because he is good at hunting. She says that to be worthy of the title of Chedu, they must also have the ability to select their prey according to the required purpose. She asks if there is anyone who disagrees with her decision. No one opposes her, and Noah tells Cassandra that she is absolutely right, but the beastman standing next to him can see that his face looks like he will cry anytime now. Anyway, Cassandra yells that since the Chedu has been decided, it's time to start a fire and commence the feast. Everyone begins cheering for the Chedu, and the poor Hammon doesn't know how to react. At least Kanghyuk is happy with this result, because if Rice Cake had won the title, he would have earned even more scornful gazes. He thinks that now he should just quietly enjoy the feast until it is time to go home. However, there is neither quiet nor enjoyment for him at the feast. The beastmen are enjoying themselves, but Kanghyuk is being so heavily bothered by the bad smell that all joy has left his life. Cassandra asks him if the party isn't exciting, and he replies that he cannot hear her because of the bad smell. These are the symptoms I used to tell my mom when I didn't want to go to school. Well, everywhere in the village, meat is roasting over an open fire, and it smells really bad and gamey. Kanghyuk wonders if they don't even have a tinge of spices in the entire village. He wonders how everyone is grilling the meat so happily despite the terrible smell, and they are even beastmen with sharp noses at that. Cassandra is eating a huge piece of meat, and Kanghyuk asks her if the meat doesn't taste fishy if she eats it like that. Cassandra replies that meat always tastes fishy, and only the meat that he brought was rather special. She says that it was so delicious that it disappeared in a matter of seconds. As a thank you for that, she tells Kanghyuk that he can eat as much as he wants. However, Cassandra's daughter, Mona, is not in the mood to eat anything. Cassandra pokes her, asking what happened because she used to love meat. Even Rice Cake is at his wit's end because he has never been surrounded by more foul smells and untasty food before. Kanghyuk silently asks him to endure for a bit longer. The beastmen already don't think too highly of humans, and he is sure that if he tries to meddle here, things will only get worse. Just then, Cassandra shoves a piece of meat into his mouth, telling him to eat before it gets cold, and Kanghyuk finally snaps. He declares that he will cook everything, and Cassandra says that the guest should stay back and enjoy himself. However, Kanghyuk is already in business mode. He tells Rice Cake to find him some sour edible fruits, and the wolf pup immediately leaves on the mission. Kanghyuk then pulls out his toolbox and the cooktop, which surprises everyone. Well, he should have asked if they have bigger utensils in the village, because that little thing won't be able to prepare even one beastman portion. Anyway, Kanghyuk gets cooking. He cooks the meat on high heat until the outside becomes crispy. Then he puts it in a pot and pours some alcohol over it. Next, he aggressively plucks some berries from a branch that Rice Cake has brought for him and puts them into the pot. After that, he waits for 30 minutes as the meat cooks in the alcohol. While Kanghyuk is fully focused on his work, everyone else creeps behind him to see the result. He lifts the lid of the pot and reveals a finely cooked piece of meat. He shows everyone that even the color of the meat is different now. He then angrily makes slices of the meat, but then he suddenly relaxes as he realizes that it is not smelling that bad. He begins analyzing the ingredients and remarks that the fruit is a bit too strong, and the meat is also not like regular pork. He failed to control the heat and cooking time because of that, and he plans to try it again. However, Cassandra has already taken a piece of meat and eaten it. She can't believe that this is the meat that her tribe people caught because it tastes like the meat Kanghyuk brought. She says that it doesn't taste fishy and is incredibly tender. She asks Kanghyuk if he is still unsatisfied with the results, and he affirms. He says that he is a chef and his job is to make things as delicious as possible. He tells everyone to get ready because he is going to take over the cooking from now on. On hearing this, Cassandra suddenly burst into laughter. She can't decide whether Kanghyuk is bold or timid, but she likes him a lot. However, she tells him that feeding the whole tribe will be a lot of work, and she can't let their guests do that. She calls the beastmen skilled in cooking and asks them if they saw everything. Kanghyuk nervously says that since the meat is different, it won't be easy, but the beastmen have already gotten to work. They examine the different types of meats, sour fruits available to them, and even their alcohol. Cassandra tells Kanghyuk to let them worry about everything else because it is their responsibility to cook the prey they catch anyway. She thanks Kanghyuk for showing them such generosity. So in the end, she didn't let him cook. Kanghyuk still helped around a bit, giving the beast chefs some tips and suggestions. Everyone enjoyed themselves, and the party got over. In the evening, Noah serves as Kanghyuk's guide on the way back, and Cassandra comes to see him off with her daughter on her shoulders. She tells Kanghyuk that she wanted to give him a proper send-off, but everyone is hungover after the party. She presents him with a small whistle and says that it is proof of his friendship with the beastmen. Cassandra asks him to call them whenever they need it because he is a friend of their tribe now. Kanghyuk is happy and thanks her while thinking about this experience that he will never forget for many reasons. He thinks that he can't experience things like this in his daily life, and he won't be able to witness anything this spectacular when he gets home. Well, never say never. As Kanghyuk returns home, he finds a disguised old man in front of his restaurant, asking if there are any empty tables here. He is shocked to see him, and he thinks that even his daily life is not completely unremarkable. Kanghyuk coldly and distantly welcomes the old man to his restaurant and asks him what he wants. Meanwhile, he is thinking that he has not installed a necessary item in his store yet. Anyway, the old man tells him that they will start with cold water, in fact, the coldest he has, because he is sweating heavily because of all the heavy leather he is wearing on this warm, sunny day. Well, as Kanghyuk looks at him again, he once again thinks about the necessary item, which turns out to be a security alarm. He wonders how much it would cost, because right now, it seems like a good investment. The old man doesn't seem to notice his suspicions and hesitation, and he keeps on saying that he had only heard about it. But he was not actually expecting a restaurant to be here. He wants to order immediately, and judging by his way of talking, Kanghyuk thinks that he is not from the village. The man says that he wants to have vongole, and he wants it to be made from fettuccine. Those words leave Kanghyuk flabbergasted, and he instantly does a 180 on his attitude about the shady customer. He apologizes and says that they don't have any fettuccine right now. The old man says that it is fine because he was asking just in case. However, Kanghyuk tells him that instead of fettuccine, they have linguine, and the old man's eyes widen. Kanghyuk asks him if he will be satisfied with linguine, and he asks him to use it. Well, you might be wondering what these fancy-sounding names are. Actually, they are different types of pastas. Kanghyuk never thought that someone would come to this remote place and order fettuccine in particular. Fettuccine is a thick and flat pasta, and linguine is slightly less thick than it but more thick than normal pasta. Since the old man wanted his pasta like he wants his girls, thick, Kanghyuk offered him linguine as it was the best he had after fettuccine. He thinks that most people in this place don't even know the names of different types of pasta shapes. But the customer right now had a very specific order. As he cooks, Kanghyuk thinks that maybe the old man really likes Western food. He roasts some clams along with garlic and oil, and then pours some wine over them. It has been a long time since Kanghyuk has been asked to make something fancy, and he plans to use this chance to show off his skills fully. He soon completes the vongole pasta and presents it to the customer. The customer is impressed by the look of the dish, and he gradually takes the first bite. He finds that the flavor of clams is strong, but it doesn't taste fishy at all. It also has the right amount of spices that bring the savoriness forward. He is certain that this is not the skill of any regular restaurant owner. He looks at Kanghyuk and thinks that he was not expecting such high-level pasta from a countryside village. He sees great skill in Kanghyuk and thinks that he can do something special that he needs done. The old man gets up and asks Kanghyuk if he can talk to him for a second, and he turns around. The TV is on, and it loudly talks about a famous painter called Young Jae-hoon, who has once again left his mark on the world of art with his latest painting. The famous painter is giving a speech about the last art festival he attended and the opportunities he got after that. Just as the customer hears this, he quickly hides his face, and Kanghyuk is confused. He nervously asks him if there is any problem with the food, and the man tells him not to mind it. Later, he finishes his food and tells Kanghyuk that it was very delicious. He says that he never thought he would be able to eat proper Italian food so far out in the countryside. Kanghyuk replies that it is the same for him because the old man was the first person to ask for a specific pasta shape. He asks him if he likes Italian food, and the man replies that he used to eat it a lot when he went studying abroad. Kanghyuk understands the reasons now and thanks the customer because he was able to show off his skills because of him after a long time. He tells the man that he can cook anything Italian, and he asks him to visit the restaurant again. On hearing this, the customer asks him if he can make minestrone. Kanghyuk knows that it is a traditional Italian soup with pasta and vegetables. It is an easy-to-make dish and is typically eaten while being shared with the whole family. Well, Kanghyuk is certain that his customer knows Italian food well, and he excitedly asks him if he wants it now. He is raring to show his skill and says that he can prepare it in 30 minutes if he wants it on the go. The man tells him that he will come again tomorrow and tells Kanghyuk that he should make it then. Kanghyuk is a bit disappointed that he will have to wait, but says that he will prepare for it in advance. The customer thanks him and adds that he is not the type of person to make such requests, but since he saw great skill in Kanghyuk, he could not stop him. He takes off his glasses and introduces himself as Young Jae-hoon, paying special emphasis to his name. Kanghyuk is confused, but he introduces himself in return. Jae-hoon is shocked to see that Kanghyuk didn't recognize him even after he was shown on TV just now. He asks Kanghyuk if he doesn't watch TV, and he replies that he doesn't really. The old painter is a little taken aback and decides to leave so that he can come again tomorrow. Kanghyuk is still confused about why the customer suddenly introduced himself when his attention goes to the TV. He sees that the program is talking about the famous painter Young Jae-hoon, and a documentary on his life is also in production. Kanghyuk is stunned to learn about this, and he lets out a scream to express his shock, which startles the poor white rice. The next day, Kanghyuk apologizes to Jae-hoon for not recognizing him yesterday, and he stutters as he says that he is a fan of his works. Jae-hoon would rather believe the words of a politician than this, and he asks Kanghyuk if he would believe the same thing if he were in his place. Kanghyuk admits that he would not, and then the old man tells him not to worry about it. He says that he came to the countryside because he didn't like being treated as someone special. He says that he has become quite arrogant too. Kanghyuk tries to say that it was not what he meant, but Jae-hoon looks outside the window and gets lost in the thoughts of his past. He says that perhaps he wanted to be reminded of the old times when he was still passionate and humble about Kanghyuk's cooking. Soon, Kanghyuk prepares the minestrone soup that Jae-hoon ordered. Once again, Jae-hoon finds the soup very delicious, but the look on his face is quite plain. Kanghyuk complains that he is eating like he doesn't care about the taste. Jae-hoon is not really surprised to see Kanghyuk staring at his face from across the table. He assures Kanghyuk that the soup is really delicious and he has never had it so good in Korea before. It is so good that it can be sold in authentic restaurants in Italy. However, it is different from the taste Jae-hoon is looking for. He says that he ate minestrone a lot during his time studying abroad. Kanghyuk asks him to elaborate, and Jae-hoon says that it has been dozens of years since then. He went to Italy with only a dream to become a good painter and had no money to his name at all. He did all sorts of jobs to keep afloat, and even after that, buying a bottle of paint proved to be too difficult. Back then, all he could eat was some pasta and a pinch of salt. Jae-hoon says that he was having a hard time, but his pride was too strong to let him bow down and ask for leftover vegetables in the market. However, whenever he managed to sell a painting, he ate out at a restaurant. It was not fine dining, but it was still something that gave him a sense of accomplishment. In those days, a bowl of minestrone full of vegetables was the most precious thing to him. Jae-hoon says that at the end of his struggle days, he got a good opportunity and left Italy. And ever since then, he has been avoiding Italian food. However, after some time passed, he realized something. He realized that painful memories of the harsh past are still his own. To properly relive them, he wanted to have that cheap minestrone soup again. He begins talking about how things always appear better and sweeter in memories and starts getting up. He says that the soup he had in Italy could not have tasted much different. Kang Hyun asks him if he doesn't think that he can find the same taste if he looks for it. Jihoon says that he doesn't think he can find it, and then thanks him for the food and for listening to his rambling. However, Kang Hyun is not ready to give up. Jihoon's story about surviving in a foreign country all alone resonates greatly with him, and he wonders what he could compare the minestrone soup with in his own journey. He suddenly asks Jihoon if he can describe the taste of the soup in detail to him. Jihoon tells him that the soup was not as delicious as the one he made, and the broth was thicker. They used cheap vegetables, so the taste was bound to be average, but it was still refreshing. Also, it tasted slightly fishy. Jihoon then asks Kang Hyun if he knows about the town called Amalfi, which is a coastal town in Italy. He says that maybe it was because it was a fishing town that even the vegetables had a fishy taste there. Kang Hyun is lost deep in thoughts now, and he asks Jihoon if he can spare some time tomorrow so that he can taste his minestrone soup once again. Later, Kang Hyun begins preparing to make a minestrone that will be exactly like Jihoon wanted, and as always, white rice is there to help him out. Kang Hyun is thinking out loud that the ingredients for the soup differ from place to place and family to family. He recalls that Jihoon told him that the soup had a thick broth, a fishy taste, and no meat in it. That is a matter of concern for him because the soup tasted fishy even though it only had vegetables in it. He researches online about the possible causes. Suddenly, he gets an idea. Kang Hyun wonders if an Italian fish stew called caxiaco was used as the base of the soup. That also forces him to wonder if the refreshing taste of the minestrone Jihoon ate came from a combination of seafood stew and tomatoes. However, Jihoon was knowledgeable enough, so Kang Hyun believes that he would have known if he had a caxiaco. Kang Hyun begins to wonder if the painter was remembering a different taste because of a faulty memory. He then starts searching for the town called Amalfi that Jihoon mentioned, and what he finds stuns him. Kang Hyun looks at the pictures of Amalfi and thinks that it is a beautiful coast town. He sees the sea and notices something, and then starts saying that Jihoon might have an even sharper memory than him. The next day, Jihoon visits Kang Hyun again, and Kang Hyun goes out to greet him, saying that he was just waiting for him. He asks him to sit down as he prepares his soup, but Jihoon looks rather grumpy today as he holds his smartphone for Kang Hyun to see. On the phone, there are video highlights of Kang Hyun winning the cooking competition that have over 100,000 views, and Jihoon angrily stutters as he says that Kang Hyun told him that he doesn't watch TV, so how come he is on a show himself? Kang Hyun tells him that his gaze is scary, and then Jihoon finally takes his seat. He remarks that now he understands how Kang Hyun can be so talented. Kang Hyun just politely laughs, saying that he doesn't even watch his own videos. He then moves on to the main topic and asks his guest if he is not curious about his minestrone, and Jihoon replies that he is. He tells Kang Hyun that he is really thankful that he took the time and pain to listen to an old man's rambling and indulged him. He says that it is enough for him, and Kang Hyun realizes that the old painter is not expecting much. He knows that Jihoon is right in keeping his expectations low because he has visited countless restaurants before in search of the familiar taste but has not gotten it anywhere. However, Kang Hyun is confident that his dish will make him see things differently. He presents his special version of minestrone to Jihoon, who is taken aback by its smell. The dish smells too fishy, and the broth also has some foam in it. He wonders if this was the same dish made by the same chef who made a perfect minestrone yesterday. He even wonders if Kang Hyun made it disgusting on purpose as he takes a spoonful of the soup. Just as he tastes the minestrone, he is suddenly reminded of his days in Italy and how he was young and passionate. After fully relishing the images brought to him by the taste of the fishy minestrone, Jihoon grows sentimental and says that it is too much. He says that if he were to have this dish for the first time today, he would have thrown it away right away because it is not really nice. However, to be able to experience this familiar taste once more is truly a delight. Kang Hyun then tells him that since he mentioned a fishy taste, he focused on the thought that the minestrone could have been based on caxiaco, but even they don't taste that fishy. Kang Hyun says that after that, he thought about the viscosity of the broth and its connection with the fishy taste. That is when he got the idea that clams were blended into the minestrone broth. Because of the clams, the broth got thicker and also had a strong fishy taste. Jihoon is shocked to hear about clams, and he begins thinking about them. He believes that there was no way that the cook making the minestrone didn't know about the extra strong fishy taste. So maybe she did it on purpose to torment other people, especially him. Kang Hyun replies that there are many ways to ruin the taste of a dish. However, he does not believe that anyone would go so out of their way to ruin it. He then says that perhaps the lady added clams to the soup because she was worried for the health of a young man working hard in a city so far away from home. He says that maybe the lady knew Jihoon's condition very well, so she added blended clams to the soup so that he got adequate nutrition. but also so that his pride was not also hurt by this act of kindness. Jaehoon's eyes widen on hearing Kang Hyun's theory, and he remembers the lady from the shop who would often look weirdly at him when giving him the soup. He admits that if he had known about this at that time, he would never have visited the restaurant again. It was his pride that helped him through the tough times, so he would not have liked to lose it. He gets emotional and starts laughing, saying that the woman was seriously too interested in other people's business. Later, as Jaehoon goes out, he tells Kang Hyun that he owns a villa nearby, so he will visit from time to time. Kang Hyun tells him that he is welcome anytime. Jaehoon then suddenly looks at his restaurant walls and comments that they look empty, and Kang Hyun is confused about what he means. Jaehoon tells him that it was nothing. And then, as he enters his car with the help of his driver, he asks Kang Hyun to keep his visit a secret since he is undercover. With that, he leaves, and Kang Hyun says that nothing screams suspicious like having a personal driver in a fancy car. Just then, another person approaches him from behind and asks who the suspicious person was leaving just now. As Kang Hyun turns around, he is shocked to see his friend Jim. Jim just waves to him and asks how he has been doing. And Kang Hyun, freaked out, asks what he is doing here. He replies that he is on vacation, but he is too lazy to travel abroad. He was looking for a place with clean air and delicious food anyway, so he ended up coming here. Kang Hyun is irritated because Jim is here to freeload and get him to cook for him. Anyway, Jim tells him that he is not going to stay long, so Kang Hyun should not worry about him. He is just here for 3 days, so Kang Hyun only has to make him 9 meals. Kang Hyun is angry and says that he is not going to cook for him, but Jim is not going to listen to him. He goes inside and looks at Kang Hyun's home, saying that he remodeled it nicely. The grumpy Kang Hyun tells him not to get too comfortable because he will definitely make him pay for his labor. Just then, Jim looks at Rice Cake and asks what breed it is because he has never seen a dog like this. Kang Hyun says that he doesn't know, but Rice Cake is cute and that is enough. He tells Jim to go ahead and pet him, and he decides to do it. However, just as his hand is about to touch Rice Cake, his ultra instincts activate, and he quickly gets out of Jim's way. Kang Hyun snickers from the distance, saying that even experienced boar hunters in the village cannot catch Rice Cake, but he allows him to pet him calmly. He laughs menacingly and tells his friend to pet his dog if he can. Jim realizes that Kang Hyun just wanted to brag to him about his dog being really selective about human touch. He asks him if he really gets along well with the villagers with a nasty attitude like that. He wants to know if Kang Hyun is an outcast here, and this offends him. Kang Hyun yells that he is not that weird as he slams the glass of water on the table. He says that the villagers even held a feast for him. Jim only gives him a pitiful gaze because he thinks that Kang Hyun must be really lonely to make such a fuss. His reaction makes Kang Hyun even more frustrated, and Jim stares at him twice as pitifully. Just then, someone comes at his door and Kang Hyun tells Jim to relax while he sees his customer. He goes outside to see Minho. As Minho sees Kang Hyun coming out of his apartment, he asks him if he was on a break. Kang Hyun says that the restaurant is open and asks if he is here to eat something. Minho refuses and says that he just came here to give him something. Kang Hyun finds a pair of oven mitts with Rice Cake silhouette sewn on them. He is surprised to see them, and Minho says that his wife made it herself as a thank you for the delicious seaweed porridge Kang Hyun made for her. Kang Hyun is surprised to hear that Soojin made these mitts herself and says that she is really talented. Kang Hyun then confirms with Minho if the figure in the middle of the mitts is Rice Cake, and on hearing his name, Rice Cake comes out wagging his tail. Minho says that Soojin actually wanted to thank him personally, but she is still recovering after her delivery, so coming all this way is too much for her. Soon after that, more people came to the shop, including the village chief, Myung, and another boy. Seeing Kang Hyun interact happily with them through the window, Jim is rather impressed. He finally believes that Kang Hyun was not lying when he said that he was doing well in the village. The truth is that Jim came here to keep him company in case he was feeling lonely. But now that there is no need for it, he just decides to sit back and enjoy the free meals for the rest of his stay. He begins walking upstairs as he thinks about how much Kang Hyun has grown up and matured now. However, he is soon going to learn that he is wrong about two things. First, there is no such thing as a free lunch, and second, Kang Hyun is still a bit immature right now. Kang Hyun gets an idea, and he eagerly turns to the village chief, ulterior motives dripping from his face. He asks the village chief if he didn't say that he wanted some additional help. He tells him that he came to the right place because he can help him. Kang Hyun tells the village chief to count 2 helpers from his side, and unaware of what his friend signed him to, Jim is peacefully watching TV upstairs. It is a bright and sunny day in the village, and Kang Hyun's friend Jim stands in the middle of a rice field with a bunch of seedlings in his hand and sweat trickling down his face. Everyone around him is busy working, but as Jim stands alone in the middle of the field, he curses Kang Hyun, saying that he is dead meat. Well, Kang Hyun is unbothered, happy, moisturized, and flourishing in his lane. He helps an old grandmother harvest some potatoes and then asks her what he should do next. The old lady is grateful that he dug up the potatoes so fast and then asks if he is not tired at all. She remarks that he is stronger than he looks, and that makes Kang Hyun think that he had not noticed it earlier. He wonders if it is because of Randolph's regular training, in which he works hard till he reaches his limits. As he is thinking about it, the old lady tells him that it is time for a break and he can sit with his friend and eat something. She says that Jim has been sitting there for a while, and Kang Hyun tells her to ignore him and asks what he can do next. Well, Jim looks like he has murder on his mind, and he tells Kang Hyun to keep working while he decides a place to hold his funeral. Soon after that, Kang Hyun and Jim start eating, and Jim says that he should have predicted something like this when he saw him preparing that huge breakfast today. Kang Hyun is not even giving his whining any attention, and he tells his friend to keep coming to his restaurant without notice so that he can get some free labor. Jim says that he didn't raise him to make someone work on their precious vacation, and Kang Hyun simply tells him that he didn't raise him. Anyway, to apologize for pulling him out here, Kang Hyun offers to make anything Jim wants for dinner. Looking at the group of old men chatting happily as they eat their food, Jim gets an idea. He says that he wants to eat the jambalaya, which is a one-pot dish with rice, meat, vegetables, and a flavorful broth. Kang Hyun asks Jim if he wants to eat that American street food because he was expecting him to demand something more expensive and difficult. However, Jim is sure that all he wants is jambalaya because he is craving it today. At evening, Kang Hyun begins working in the kitchen. He first fries the shrimp shells, and Jim is curious about why he wants to fry them since they are not eaten. Kang Hyun replies that he is doing this to make stock because it would be a waste to throw them away. He says that if he makes a stock with shrimps, the intestines will come out too, giving the stock a more savory and nutty flavor. Kang Hyun then adds some water to the stock, and while it is boiling, he moves on to the other items. He grills the sausages in butter, and when they get ready, he adds chicken. When both the things are cooked, he adds rice, followed by the pre-cut vegetables, and then pours in some sauce and the stock. Then he adds a bit of seasoning, and finally, he adds the cooked shrimps to the dish and covers it for a minute. With that, the Creole-style red jambalaya is done. Before eating, Jim is more curious if it is okay for dogs to eat jambalaya because Rice Cake is really enjoying it. Kang Hyun tells him that he made it fit for the dog too, and Jim thinks that it is cool. Kang Hyun then asks him if he always liked jambalaya because he doesn't remember hearing anything about it. Jim replies that maybe he doesn't remember and decides to remind him that jambalaya was the first thing Kang Hyun made for him the first time he came to his house. Kang Hyun is surprised to hear this, and Jim explains that he wanted to eat out, but Kang Hyun insisted on making something. That time, they didn't even have many ingredients, but Kang Hyun made the jambalaya without any hesitation. He looked confident in his craft, and even Jim was surprised by how it turned out. Now, as he takes a bite of the dish, he says that he was so dumbfounded back then because of the taste of the jambalaya. He says that the rice had a touch of umami, the seafood and the vegetables were well seasoned. The sweet, spicy, and salty taste was better than anything they could have ordered that day. Jim says that the jambalaya Kang Hyun made is still as delicious as that day. He says that this is why he believes that Kang Hyun will definitely succeed. Kang Hyun is taken aback by his words, and Jim says that he became certain that he would be successful after having that first bite years ago. He claims that he doesn't say empty words and then tells Kang Hyun that he believes his sense of taste will be back soon. Well, the emotional moment is suddenly interrupted as Kang Hyun asks Jim if he has not yet informed him that his sense of taste is already back. Jim is perplexed to hear this, and Kang Hyun thinks about it, saying that it hasn't been long and the taste has also only returned partially. Jim is dumbfounded and says that living in the countryside sure is a healing experience, although he is disappointed that Kang Hyun forgot to tell him about it. He says that it is good news and then asks Kang Hyun if he plans to return to Seoul now. Kang Hyun takes a side eye at Rice Cake, who is looking at him curiously, and he tells his friend that he is not sure yet. At first, he didn't want to return to Seoul because he was afraid, but now he has come to like his life in the village. Jim also tells him that there is no need to rush his decisions because his sense of taste has not returned fully yet. He puts a beer can in front of him and says that they should just celebrate his successful countryside life. Kang Hyun cheers with him, thanking him for his kind words that he doesn't know how to respond to. They begin talking about a lot of things, and time passes. After a few days, Kang Hyun goes to the other world to train with Randolph. He tries to spar with him using wooden swords, but the veteran knight's heavy slash disarms him with ease. However, Randolph is impressed because Kang Hyun was able to last 1 full second longer than the last time they practiced. He commends him, saying that his stamina is also increasing faster than expected. Randolph says that with his skills, Kang Hyun should last around 5 seconds with their youngest knight in a serious fight. As Kang Hyun looks at his bruised and aching hands, he wonders if he is still so weak to get defeated in 5 seconds. It has been a month since their training started, and Kang Hyun has been learning swordsmanship from Randolph every now and then. He has only been learning how to defend himself, but even that is hard to do against someone as strong as Randolph. Kang Hyun picks up his sword, and Randolph tells him that he will use a little bit more strength in round 2. Kang Hyun is terrified because he was barely holding on till now, when suddenly Randolph feels a presence. Within a second, Noah arrives there with Mona on his back. He is impressed that Randolph sensed his presence, and Mona happily runs to Kang Hyun. Randolph asks Kang Hyun if he knows the Beastman warrior, and he says that Noah was the one who delivered the letter from their village to him. Meanwhile, in the background, Rice Cake tackles Mona before she can reach his human. Noah thinks that it is quite rare for a warrior as skilled as Randolph to be here, and he also remarks on his fierce gaze. Randolph then cheerfully asks Kang Hyun if he can ask Noah if he is interested in his training. The confused Kang Hyun tells the knight to ask the question himself, completely ignoring the cat and dog fight between Mona and Rice Cake on his shoulders. Randolph says that he would talk to Noah himself, but neither of them own a translation artifact to understand each other. Noah is the same, and he wants to know what the human has been saying since earlier. Kang Hyun is shocked to hear about a translation artifact, still not noticing Rice Cake bullying Mona on his shoulder. Randolph asks him why he is surprised, because he must have been able to communicate with them despite being from another area because of an artifact. Kang Hyun had never thought about this thing before, and then Randolph says that the Beastmen must have come to see him for some specific reasons. He says that they were about to end the session soon anyway and decides to call it a wrap. He begins heading home and tells Kang Hyun to improve his stamina even more the next time they meet. After that, Kang Hyun turns to Noah and asks what brings him here. He replies that Mona wanted to come here and he just tagged along. However, he seems oddly curious about Kang Hyun learning swordsmanship from Randolph. Kang Hyun explains that things somehow came to this after he shared some food with the knight captain and he offered to teach him. He finally takes notice of Rice Cake and Mona and throws them off his shoulders, while telling Noah that he should be grateful to Randolph for teaching him such precious skills. Noah suddenly becomes serious and tells Kang Hyun that he has also received food from him once. Kang Hyun is about to say that it is not a big deal, but then Noah says that he also gifted some meat to their village, which makes it 2 instances he has given him food. Now, Noah wants to return the kindness too, but the dumbfounded Kang Hyun tells him that he is fine without it since his 6th sense is giving him some ominous vibes. However, Noah is firm that he will repay Kang Hyun by teaching him Beastman martial arts. Kang Hyun's gut instinct was right, but he says that he is more than satisfied with Randolph's swordsmanship training. Well, Noah takes this as a racial remark and asks Kang Hyun if he thinks that Beastman martial arts are inferior to human swordsmanship, so that he does not get cancelled by the Beastmen. Kang Hyun accepts Noah's offer and asks when they can start. Noah is pleased and says that they can start right away. He says that the Beastmen martial artists are the strongest in the world, and he is going to teach Kang Hyun the basics. Kang Hyun is depressed, but he thinks that he already went through hell because of Randolph's training, so it should not be too difficult. However, he didn't know that hell also has levels, and there are different types of hells too. Noah tells him to get down on all fours because the Beastmen martial arts start with the basic running on 4 limbs. Kang Hyun gives him a side eye, and Noah tells him to run up to the mountain in the position immediately. The next day, Kang Hyun is sore all over, and he lies in his bed, unable to move because of the muscle pain. He still gets up and does some light stretching to feel better, while thinking how he never imagined there would be a training more strenuous than Randolph's. It is only thanks to Rice Cake who licked away the pain in time. Otherwise, Kang Hyun wouldn't be able to get up. He is certain that Rice Cake's saliva has some kind of healing effect, and the wolf pup is quite proud of that. Kang Hyun just wishes that the saliva could also restore the dignity he lost as a human. Anyway, he begins his day by sorting out the items in his kitchen. Seeing the spices suddenly reminds him that Beastmen don't seem to use spices at all. He wonders if the concept of spices doesn't exist in their world, but discards that idea because Randolph seemed to know about the basic spices. He thinks that the problem must be localized to the beastmen, and he finds it revolting that they eat meat just as it is. He wonders if he should give them some sauces, but then thinks that they would soon run out. He thinks that it would be great if they could find spices in their own world, which suddenly gives him an idea. Kanghyun thinks that there must be some spices in Randolph's village. So the next time Kanghyun goes to the fantasy world, he asks Randolph to take him along just for a quick visit. However, his visit turns into something that he was not expecting, as a file of knights on his either side to greet their captain's friend. While Kanghyun is overwhelmed by it, he can tell that Randolph seems like he has been waiting for this day for a long time. He leads Kanghyun along, saying that he really wanted to bring him to their town because he was a bit hurt when he learned that he visited the Beastmen village first. He tells Kanghyun that even though he is visiting them for the sake of the Beastmen, he will treat him with utmost hospitality. Kanghyun asks him if all the soldiers here are his subordinates, and he affirms, stating that he is their captain. Kanghyun replies that he didn't think his rank was so high, but Randolph tells him that it is too early to be surprised because he has planned another thing for him. At the end of the lines of soldiers stands an old cloaked man with a neatly braided beard and a tall staff. The old man asks Randolph if this is the man he was talking about, and he affirms, addressing the man as Sir Roman. Roman asks him if he just wants this because apparently Randolph asked for a favor, and the knight captain affirms. As the old-timer removes his cloak, Kanghyun can only keep staring at him, because by looking at his getup, he is certain that he is a mage. Roman welcomes Randolph's friend to the Robentis territory and then introduces him, saying that he is a mage who is going to shoot out fireworks to welcome him. Kanghyun is immediately reminded of Gandalf from The Lord of the Rings like any man of culture. Roman then unleashes his power and shoots a magic firework up in the sky, and Kanghyun eagerly waits for it. But the fireworks are so tiny that Kanghyun is disappointed, even though everyone else is amazed. He realizes that magic in this world is not so efficient because Roman seems to be tired just by shooting the tiny fireworks. After that, Kanghyun goes to the city to do some shopping, and he first picks some clothes that don't stand out in the city. Randolph tells him that he needs to visit this territory's lord for a while, and tells him to explore the market till then. He informs him about a party that will be held at night and says that he will be here to pick him up by then. Well, Kanghyun is so deeply enchanted by the market that he has stopped listening to Randolph. The thing that entices him the most is the variety of food items in the market. He begins walking around and finds a food item that looks like a chili. Its smell is a bit different than the chili Kanghyun is used to, and he wonders what it is used for. Suddenly, Roman arrives there and tells him that the fruit called lammy is used in stews. Kanghyun asks why he is here, and Roman replies that Randolph asked him. The mage says that initially he didn't see a point to it, but then he looks at rice cake and says that now he understands why Kanghyun needs an escort. Roman decides to buy some lammy chili for Kanghyun, saying that he has more than enough money. As Kanghyun receives them and Roman asks him if he wants anything else, Kanghyun looks at him with such admiration that Roman wishes that he had reacted like this when he saw the fireworks. Ultimately, he buys a lot of spices for Kanghyun, who keeps on thanking him. The old mage tells him that it is no big deal because he has too much money, and he doesn't get to spend it because he is too busy researching. He then asks Kanghyun why he wants all those spices, and he replies that he wants them for research. Roman asks if he is going to write a thesis on spices, but Kanghyun laughs and says that he just wants to study them to create new dishes and help his friends enjoy their food more. He explains that he has different spices where he is from, so he needs to experiment with these first before he can put them to work. Seeing his dedication to cooking, Roman understands why a sacred white wolf is with Kanghyun. Just then, Kanghyun says that Roman must have gotten hungry after walking through the market, and he takes out a lunchbox from his bag. The lunchbox contains chive pancakes that Kanghyun made, and he asks the old mage to try them. Well, even though Roman last ate 4 days ago, he is still not hungry, but he decides to take one just for the sake of politeness. However, as he eats the pancake, he feels his expectations shatter because he has never eaten something like this before. The aromatic chives and the moist and chewy texture of the pancake make him crave more of them. He stares at the lunchbox and asks Kanghyun if he can have more, and he replies that he can have the entire box. Roman begins relishing the pancakes, wondering how long has it been that he ate food for its taste. After that, Kanghyun asks the mage why he needs to be escorted by someone of his status. He asks if it is because of pickpockets and thieves, and Roman says that they are just lesser evil. Just then, Rice Cake senses something and gets alert as some people begin approaching him. Meanwhile, Roman continues telling Kanghyuk that while the white wolf is a sacred creature for most people because it appears in their mythology, some people don't believe that they are holy beings, especially those who believe in God. Just as he says this, the group of people approaching them are revealed to be a priest and his followers. The priest remarks that it is rare to see Roman out of his lab, and the old mage says that he comes out occasionally for fresh air. He asks the priest named Bishop Baharam what he is doing here, and Kanghyuk is shocked because a bishop is the highest rank among priests. Baharam says that he also comes out in the market eventually to save lost souls, but today he has other business. He asks Kanghyuk if he is the White Wolf's master, while Rice Cake is still growling furiously at him. This situation reminds Kanghyuk of the hostility he faced in the Beastfolk village, but that time it was directed at him. This time, the people here are targeting Rice Cake. Bishop Baharam asks Kanghyuk to accompany him to the temple if he has time, and even before he can refuse, he promises that they don't mean him any harm because they have business only with his white wolf. He menacingly says that he is very curious about the white wolf, but then Roman interrupts him. He says that Kanghyuk is a close friend of Randolph, and right now, he is personally showing him around the market. Roman activates his magic as a threat and asks Baharam if he plans to take his guest somewhere else while he is in the middle of showing him around. He tells the priest that he should ask for his permission too. Baharam is shocked to learn that Roman himself is showing Kanghyuk around, and then his follower tells him that he saw Kanghyuk with Randolph earlier too. The follower advises the bishop to deal with things more carefully, and he decides to give up on him for now. He walks away, saying that since Kanghyuk has prior appointments today, they can't do anything. But if they meet next time, they should talk then. Once they leave, Roman finally relaxes his power and says that he did his job as an escort well. He tells Kanghyuk that nothing good will come out of hanging with the people from the temple. Kanghyuk understands and remarks that Roman even used his magic to try to scare them away. He asks the old man not to overexert himself because he was exhausted because of the small fireworks earlier. Roman is impressed by his audacity and decides to tell him more about magic. He says that the explosion magic he used earlier was exhausting because it requires an advanced technique. He begins talking in detail about the firework spell that has over 20 formulas, and by the time Randolph returns, Kanghyuk's ears are bleeding because of the old mage's rambling. Kanghyuk tells him that he is fine, and then they go to an inn to eat and drink. Kanghyuk wonders why everyone is staring at him, and Randolph tells him that they are all his subordinates who came here because they were curious about their captain's friend. Randolph tells him to ignore them, and just then, a lady comes there with some food for Kanghyuk. Kanghyuk thanks the woman named Jennifer, but she tells him that she should do at least this much because he must be having a hard time dealing with her husband, Randolph. She pities him because Randolph took him as a student and tells him to eat as much as he can. She also tells their daughter Hina to eat properly, but she is upset because she wants to eat with Rice Cake. Randolph tells his daughter that she should eat some now and then take some food for Rice Cake later because he has a big appetite. Hina believes him, but Kanghyuk knows that Rice Cake will be full by then because he is stealing meat from other people's plates while they are busy listening to their conversation. As Kanghyuk thinks about that, he begins drinking the crude beer of the inn and finds that it is less refreshing than what he drinks. He realizes why Randolph always asks him for beer. He then looks at the meat in front of him and wonders which animal it came from. He looks and sees Jennifer working on equipment that looks like a rotisserie. He tastes the meat and finds that it has an herbal seasoning. He asks Randolph about it, and he says that it must be Uzilla. Kanghyuk had bought that earlier, but when he learns that the herb is rare and imported from faraway places, he is shocked. He realizes that he can't find the herb in the forest, and to top it off, Randolph tells him that not many things are edible in the forest. Kanghyuk realizes that he was too optimistic when he thought that the beastmen could find spices in the forest. Randolph also understands his intentions and says that though it has been over 100 years since they last traded with the beastmen, if it is Kanghyuk, he can make trade possible between the two races again. He decides to talk about it with the lord of the territory, and Kanghyuk realizes that he just got caught up in something big. Just then, Jennifer comes out to tell her husband that they may need to buy more beer. He is about to leave, but Kanghyuk says that there is something he forgot to tell them earlier. Suddenly, some of Randolph's subordinates rush towards him, asking where he got these excellent beers and liquors from, because they are much more delicious than anything they ever had. Randolph tells them to calm down while explaining that it was Kanghyuk who brought them along as a gift, and if they have any questions, they can ask him directly. Kanghyun doesn't even have the chance to prepare himself as the knights surround him and ask if he brought this beer from his territory and can they buy it. He was not expecting such dramatic reactions, and he can't just tell them that he brought it from another world. So he decides to get the soldiers away from him first. He tells them that there is a way to enjoy the beer and soju more and asks if they want to know it. The soldiers are really pumped up now, and they hail Kanghyun as the genius of alcohols. Kanghyun just mixes the two types of liquors in one mug in a ratio of 3:7, and then vigorously stirs it with a wooden spoon while everyone else watches him like they are seeing an angel in action. Once Kanghyun finishes mixing the drink, he tells everyone to try it, and they are overjoyed. Meanwhile, Kanghyun can only thank Jim for teaching him this trick in the past, even though he thought it was completely useless back then. The knights are blown away by the taste of the mixed drink, and they cling to Kanghyun, telling him to prepare more of it for them. Well, he likes this attention for a change of pace, and decides to create new drink mixes for everyone. By the time morning comes, everyone is knocked out cold, and thus starts the legend of Kanghyun, who single-handedly took down the entire Robentis Knight Order. The next day, as Randolph is training his knights, two of them start talking about Kanghyun. Only one of them remembers his unusual name, but both of them wonder how good his skills are because they have heard that the captain accepted him as a student. They wanted to ask him to spar with them after they drank the other day, but they couldn't even get up from their hangover. They think that the drinks he brought were so good that they would drink them even if they were poisonous. They wonder when Randolph will call his friend to the city again because they really want to have some of his pristine alcohol. On the other hand, Kanghyun also gets ready for a journey. He has packed everything he needs, and now the only thing left is rice cake. Kanghyun calls the confused wolf pup and then leaves him in the care of the village chief. Rice Cake has the look of betrayal on his face as he wonders what just happened. Kanghyun apologizes to his furry friend and tells him that Seoul is a busy city with lots of people, and he is already taking 2 kids with him, so he won't be able to watch out for him. The grandma of the boy named Sanghu thanks Kanghyun for taking her grandson to Seoul. Kanghyun tells him that it is something he had to do eventually because he promised Sanghu that he would take him to see his mother. He tells Sanghu's grandma as well as Myung's mom that he will take care of them and asks them not to worry about them. Just then, Jim also arrives there with his car and tells them to get in. It is time for him to return to the city, and he is taking Kanghyun and the kids along. Myung's mom is grateful that Kanghyun is taking her along too, and Sanghu's grandma calls him a kind young man. The village chief agrees and says that Kanghyun is not the same person as the one who came here from Seoul. Meanwhile, in the car, Kanghyun tells Sanghu that it took him quite some time to fulfill his promise to take him to Seoul. The boy doesn't mind it at all, and he thanks Kanghyun because he is the one who made it possible for them to go to Seoul in the first place. Myung is equally excited as him because it is her first time going to Seoul. Jim finally understands why Kanghyun told him that he wanted to go to Seoul. He even put their first destination as an amusement park. Jim asks Kanghyun if he is sure about going out in public, and he replies that since he has not been on TV for a while, people won't recognize him easily. The kids are confused about what is going on, but Jim is taking no chances, and he tells Kanghyun to take the hat in the glove compartment for safety. Anyway, Jim is glad that Kanghyun is finally daring to go to an amusement park, because in the past, he would not have done that. Suddenly, he notices something white flash in the rear view mirror and vanish, and it is Rice Cake, who ditched the village chief and ran after his human. Once they reach the amusement park, the kids begin demanding Kanghyun to take them to different rides, but he is frozen stiff by being in front of so many people. Jim knew this was going to happen, and he tells his friend that he will pass out at this rate. Kanghyun also admits that he still fears crowds like this. He thought that he would be better now because he could interact with people in the village and the other world just fine. He wonders if he was not scared of them because he was sure that they didn't know him. His hands are trembling, but suddenly Sanghu holds it, asking if he is scared of the rides. He tells Kanghyun not to be scared because they will be with him. Kanghyun smiles and thanks the kids, saying that he is already feeling better because of them. Jim is surprised to see that he is fine, because he was about to call an ambulance right away. He thinks that he can at least tease Kanghyun about being a babysitter when he suddenly sees a crowd gathered around someone and trying to click pictures. He wonders if some celebrity is here, but little does he know that the people are fawning over a cute dog that doesn't let anyone touch it. As Kanghyun and his group ride the roller coaster, with Kanghyun freaking out, Jim being unfazed, and the kids enjoying themselves, they don't see the group of security guards trying to capture a super fast and agile dog on the ground. Even as they get down and go to a restaurant to have food, they don't notice Rice Cake clinging to the roof to hide from its pursuers. Then finally, Sang-hoo goes to the hospital to meet his sick mom. He runs crying towards her and hugs her tightly, while his mom can't believe that her son came here. While they have a tear-jerking reunion inside, Kang Hyun and Myung stand outside. Kang Hyun asks her where she wants to go next, and she replies that she wants to go home now because she misses her mom too. Soon after that, Kang Hyun returns to the village with the kids. They eagerly run to their parents, and then Kang Hyun finds Rice Cake, who looks exhausted and haggard. He picks up the wolf pup, asking if he came to greet him, but the poor Rice Cake looks devoid of life. Kang Hyun says that he looks like he had fun too, and probably Stevie Wonder would be able to see Rice Cake's condition better than him. Kang Hyun apologizes for leaving him behind and says that they should go to the city together next time. However, Rice Cake lets out a tired woof that means he has had enough of Seoul for now. Soon after that, Kang Hyun goes back to the other world and cooks as usual, with Rice Cake and Mona eagerly waiting for him to finish. He prepares the meat of the jumping bird using his techniques to make sure that the bad smell is completely gone. He has also used a spice of this world for it, which smells so good that he wants to use it at his restaurant. It has been 2 weeks since he started experimenting with this world's food spices, and he has found some new recipes. He eats the jumping bird meat after seasoning with a lime-like spice and finds that it tastes better now. Mona also likes it, so he thinks that the recipe is safe to share with the beast folk and Jennifer. However, he is not alone this time because someone is watching over him from the treetop. The mysterious stalker wonders if Kang Hyun is going to only cook even today. She has seen the odd human who enjoys cooking while in the company of a white wolf and a beastman quite often because he looked like a suspicious person in the beginning. But he does nothing more than cooking and eating. The stalker wonders what Kang Hyun adds to his food to make it smell so delicious. She is not interested in the meat itself, but the smell is so good that it makes her hungry every time. Just then, Kang Hyun notices that Rice Cake is missing. The stalker panics on hearing this, and she tries to run away because of being as perceptive as the white wolf can detect her presence anytime. She wants to leave immediately, but Rice Cake is already there, and with a mischievous expression on his face. He barks, startling the stalker and causing her to fall to the ground. Kang Hyun hears the crash and thinks that Rice Cake is back with another jumping bird he hunted. He tells him that he is not going to cook anything else as he looks inside the bushes, where, to his surprise, he finds a pretty tan-skinned elf. The elf stalker turns red from embarrassment as she realizes that she fell from the tree and got discovered. The elf girl was really embarrassed that she fell from a tree, because that is probably the worst thing that can happen to an elf. On top of that, she is considered the best ranger in her tribe, and falling in front of a human is sure to bring down her reputation greatly. Kang Hyun is really confused by whatever is happening, and he can only ask the elf ranger if she is fine. He asks her if she needs his help in standing back up, and the girl immediately screams the name of someone called Sona. Suddenly, a blue bird flies above them and swoops straight towards the elf girl, almost hitting Kang Hyun on its way down. The majestic blue bird perches on the elf girl's shoulder, who tells Kang Hyun that she showed him a very pathetic side of hers today. She tells him that it will be better for him to not utter a single word about what he saw to anyone, and Kang Hyun doesn't even know what she is talking about. The elf girl coldly tells him that if he speaks about what happened today to anyone, he will have to face the wrath of an elf. With that, she suddenly disappears from her place as if by magic. Kang Hyun finally calms down and recalls that he learned about another humanoid species apart from humans and beastmen. Just then, Rice Cake peeps down from the tree, and Kang Hyun asks him if he is the reason why the girl fell from the tree. Rice Cake gives him a look like he is the most innocent and free from sin creature in the entire world, and by seeing that, Kang Hyun is certain that he made the elf girl fall down. He feels sorry for the elf girl because she was looking really embarrassed and thinks that he should try to apologize to her. Just then, he notices that she has forgotten her dagger here. Kang Hyun picks it up and decides to keep it with him just in case, when suddenly he hears the loud screams of the cat girl Mona. Noah is here to take her back to the village, and he calmly greets Kang Hyun, not paying any attention to Mona's tantrums. Kang Hyun asks Noah what Mona did wrong this time, and he replies that she left the village without permission again. As the warrior beastman says that the chief asked him to bring her back, the feistiness immediately leaves Mona's face. Noah tells Kang Hyun that the village leader said that she can't give Mona special treatment just because she is her daughter, and she asked him to bring her to her room so that she can properly discipline her daughter. Kang Hyun pities Mona, who is already terrified of her mom's beating. Then suddenly, Noah catches up an unfamiliar scent and asks Kang Hyun why he is smelling like one of the elves. Kang Hyun nervously explains that the smell must be coming from the dagger. He tells Noah about the elf girl he just met after Rice Cake made her fall, but he stops before revealing the key detail, thinking about how embarrassed and angry the elf girl was. Noah almost picks up the words that the elf girl fell from the tree, but he instantly dismisses the idea because unless the girl was an idiot, there is no way an elf would fall from a tree. Kang Hyun freaks out a bit on hearing this, and when Noah asks him if anything special happened between him and the elf girl, he says that nothing happened. To steer the conversation in another direction, Kang Hyun asks Noah if he is not hungry. He offers him some food he had made earlier, but the pan has been licked clean, courtesy of Mona. Noah replies that it is fine because he is not hungry, but Kang Hyun is not going to let him leave with an empty stomach. He asks him to wait because he will quickly prepare something else for him. Kang Hyun had brought the ingredients for a meat skewer in case the beastman didn't like spices. He puts the meat and some veggies and then puts them on the grill he has brought with him. The skewers are done soon, and Kang Hyun gives one to Noah while he holds back Rice Cake and Mona. He tells the warrior beastman to hurry up before the two kids eat everything. Noah takes a bite of the skewer, and it tastes so delicious that it makes his ears stand up in attention. But despite that, he only says that it is not bad. Kang Hyun tells Noah that he will wrap the rest of them up for him so that he can enjoy them after he drops Mona with her mother. Mona freaks out on hearing that, but Noah agrees with Kang Hyun's idea. On the other hand, the elf ranger from before is in a patch of the forest with beautiful flowers. She is still embarrassed that she fell from a tree, and a human and a holy wolf saw it all. She thinks that as long as they keep quiet about it, everything will be fine, and they didn't look really talkative. Just then, she senses someone approaching her, and it turns out to be Noah. The elf girl says that he isn't even trying to hide his presence, and Noah tells her that he was aware that she was watching over the human. He asks the elf girl what she wants, and she replies that she was just checking out the source of commotion. Noah says that commotions are natural in the forest, especially because it is the meeting point of 3 different races. The elf ranger replies that they can't allow any conflicts in this neutral region, and then Noah tells her that Kang Hyun is a friend of beastmen, so she should stop bothering him. The elf ranger is surprised to hear this. Just by Noah's presence, she can tell that he is one of the top warriors of his village, and she wonders why someone like him would try to protect a mere human. But more than that, she is curious about the meat skewer in his hand. She wonders what that thing is he is holding onto, like it is precious, and why does it smell so awesome. The elf ranger tells Noah that as long as the human doesn't act suspicious, she won't disturb him, but in her mind, she has decided to keep watch over him for some more time. Meanwhile, in the real world, Kang Hyun's friend Jim is taking a break from his work when one of the idols he manages, So-eun, comes running to him. He asks her if she doesn't have a shoot going on right now, and the blonde girl tells him that they are having a short break too, and she wants something from the car. Jim decides to unlock the car for her, but then he receives a notification that sours his mood. So-eun asks him if it is a message from credit card companies or insurance salesmen, but Jim tells her that it is Kang Hyun. He tells So-eun that he gave Kang Hyun a ride, so he sent him money for the fuel. Jim says that this is just a part of his personality, and the blonde is confused. She remarks that Kang Hyun seems to be more and more different from the rumors the more she gets to know him. She says that she doesn't believe in any rumors because she is a celebrity herself, but just a little while back, all the rumors about Kang Hyun were negative. People all over the net and in the news were talking about how he was not as talented as the media showed and that he only got fame because of his handsome face. They insulted his cooking and said that he was an ill-mannered person. So-eun asks Jim why such mean rumors about a nice person like Kang Hyun spread so quickly. Jim replies that Kang Hyun made a lot of enemies because he is not good at sucking up to people. But his biggest mistake was that he pissed off an idiot with an inferiority complex. Just as Jim says this, a car stops next to them, and the very same idiot he was talking about comes out of it. He begins showing off how busy he was when the broadcasting station called him. Jim is irritated by his rambling, and then he asks the blonde girl if she remembers the offer she got to appear as a guest on a cooking show. He tells her that of all people there, she should be really wary of the guy who just got out of the car. So-eun is surprised to hear that, because the man in front of them is Chef Kim Jong-seok, who is quite famous. Jim tells her that most of the bad rumors about Kang Hyun came out of Kim's mouth. So-eun is shocked to hear that, because Kim was introduced as Kang Hyun's close senior. Meanwhile, Kim goes inside the broadcasting studio, where he sees a social media post about Kang Hyun enjoying his visit to a theme park with kids, whom media portray as his nephew and niece. Kim is not happy that after being criticized so much, Kang Hyun is having the time of his life. Just then, one of the staffers comes there and asks him what he is frowning over. Kim shows him the picture of Kang Hyun and whines that he is not self-reflecting even after everything. The man knows that Kang Hyun did nothing that would require a self-reflection, but he can't say it in front of Kim. Kim was the one who helped him get a job in the broadcasting station, and the man believes that siding with him will be better for him and his career. So he starts to badmouth Kang Hyun for getting into the good books of the chef with an ego as small as the limp thing in his pants. He says that Kang Hyun is not working anymore and just fooling around. He asks Kim if the rumors about Kang Hyun losing his sense of taste are true, and if he really left his job as a chef because of that and not because of a wrist injury like he told the media. Kim asks him where he heard the rumor, and the man replies that one of his friends used to work with Kang Hyun, and he told him that. Kim suddenly gets sinister as he hears this, and just then, the director comes there to call them for the shoot. Kim asks his lackey about the 1000th episode of their show, in which a lot of chefs are being invited. The man asks him what about it, and with a crooked smile on his face, Kim says that he is looking forward to it. Apparently, he plans to involve Kang Hyun in it and destroy his career and reputation once and for all. It is a fine day, and Kang Hyun has a regular customer in his restaurant. It is the famous painter Jaehoon, who is eating pizza margarita and praising Kang Hyun's skill. He says that he is very lucky to have his villa nearby so that he can eat this delicious food so easily. Kang Hyun is flattered and tells Jaehoon that he should be grateful that he is his neighbor. Recently, Jaehoon has given him a painting as a gift to decorate his restaurant, and Kang Hyun says that it is too much for his humble shop. He says that the painting belongs to an exhibition rather than his restaurant, but Jaehoon tells him that it is nothing. Well, at least it is a proper painting and not one of those modern art pieces. He ignores that topic and asks Kang Hyun for another plate of vongol, and he is ready to prepare it when suddenly, his phone rings. Kang Hyun finds that it is Jim's call, and he picks it up, asking why did he call. Jim suddenly starts shouting at him, asking if he is taking part in that show. Kang Hyun asks what show, and now even Jaehoon is curious in the gossip. However, Jim seems to be relieved that Kang Hyun knows nothing yet, and he tells him not to go online for a while before abruptly hanging up. Kang Hyun is confused by the entire conversation, and curiosity gets better of him. He begins to check up on what show Jim could be talking about by going online, and to his shock, he finds viral news articles about him making a comeback in the 100th episode of the show called Today's Chef. Kang Hyun suddenly freaks out on reading this. The comments under the news article are all berating him, calling him a shameless person who came back running to the show just after he was starting to lose fame. The people wonder why he even needs to be on TV because he is a chef and belongs in the kitchen. Some people even ask why the show's producers are bringing someone so controversial to their show. Kang Hyun is speechless because he never heard about going to a show, much less giving his permission. Seeing him silent, Jaehoon asks if everything is fine, but Kang Hyun has started to fall into the grasp of depression. He begins sweating as he wonders if the same thing that happened to him before is going to repeat itself. Jaehoon panics and asks Kang Hyun if he is fine, because he doesn't look so. He gets up hurriedly from his seat and asks Kang Hyun if he wants him to call an ambulance. Kang Hyun is trembling because of his anxiety now, and Jaehoon keeps asking him if he can listen to his words. Then suddenly, Kang Hyun slaps himself, snapping himself out of his anxiety. He tells the shocked Jaehoon that he is fine. However, inside his mind, he thinks that someone did this to him on purpose. He doesn't even know who they are, but he is sure that they hate him. He thinks that he will be fine because he has been doing some good healing lately. He thinks that he is mentally stable enough now, so he will just ignore the news. Kang Hyun then turns to Jaehoon and says that he will fix up a plate of vongol for him quickly. He goes into the kitchen, and Jaehoon tells him that he still doesn't look in good shape. Kang Hyun ignores him, and the old painter is left confused. Later, Kang Hyun goes camping in the other world, where he thinks about the second call Jim made earlier that day. He scolded him for looking the news article online even though he had forbade him to do that. He also assured him not to worry about it because the managing team is going to release an article to clear the matter. They have also hired a private detective to search for the person behind the rumors. Jim also asked him to not pick up any calls from unknown numbers because they might be trying to spread the rumors even further. Now, Kang Hyun thinks that at least he has a good friend by his side. However, as he gazes into the night sky, he thinks that all of this is very exhausting. Suddenly, Rice Cake comes to him with a creature he has hunted, and Kang Hyun thinks that it is rather normal-sized prey going by the white wolf standards. However, the prey he has caught looks a bit familiar. Well, that is because it is familiar. Moments later, the elf baddie from before comes running there in panic to find her blue bird. After that, Kanghyuk apologizes to her on Rice Cake's behalf for this time and the last incident where he made her fall from the tree. The elf says that it can't be helped because a holy wolf can see spirits, and she is also at fault for not paying more attention. However, she is quite surprised that Kanghyuk, despite being a human, can see her spirit bird, Sona. Kanghyuk asks if she is talking about the blue bird beside her and adds that he can see the pitiful condition it is in. The elf thinks that he can see spirits better than he should, and she considers him to be even more suspicious now. Kanghyuk starts looking inside his bag, telling the elf that he has something to give her, and then pulls out her dagger that she dropped the last time. Well, the elf girl starts feeling Kanghyuk's riz and thinks that he is not a bad person. She coyly thanks him for keeping her dagger safe, and then Kanghyuk asks if she wants to eat something because he is packing a lot of meat. The elf tells him that she is vegan, and on top of that, she is on duty so she won't eat anything. Kanghyuk insists, saying that since she came all the way here, she should eat something, and in that moment, he thinks that he is a nagging granny. He then tells the elf that it will be fine if he can prepare a quick snack for her without any meat, and he has the perfect idea. Kanghyuk roasts some potatoes covered in tin foil, and then gives one to the elf to eat. She is taken aback by the looks and doesn't want to eat it, but Kanghyuk tells the dumb girl to peel off the foil first. As she peels off the foil, she finds a nicely baked potato that seems to entice her. Kanghyuk says that no camping trip is complete without baked potatoes, and then puts some butter in it. He tells the elf ranger that she can take some back home with her if she wants, but she is too busy staring at the potato. She thinks that it looks good, and as she takes the first bite, she falls in love with the baked potato. It is subtly sweet, and the taste is mild, which really suits her. Before this, the elf always thought that human food had really strong flavor, and she didn't know that they had things like this too. She excitedly asks Kanghyuk if this fruit is a promel. It looks a bit different than she knows, but it tastes the same. She is too eager to learn if Kanghyuk cultivated a new breed himself, but unfortunately, Kanghyuk was spaced out during that entire bit, and he couldn't hear her say anything. He apologizes and asks what she was saying, and the elf girl asks him if there is something weighing on his mind. She tells Kanghyuk that he might already know it, but watching over him is a part of her job. She has watched him long enough to know that the expression that is on his face right now means he is worrying about something. Kanghyuk lethargically replies that he won't call it worry, but he is just exhausted. He says that a lot of rumors have been spreading lately, and he ends up being misunderstood and hated every time because of them. He says that he would rather hide deep inside the forest where he could be safe from all the gazes and judgments. The elf girl looks gently at him and says that when elves become adults, they have to go through a coming-of-age ceremony. Kanghyuk is confused, and the elf explains that the ceremony is always full of trials that are harsh and difficult for the young elves. She asks him if he knows why they have such kinds of trials. The answer is that elves have very long lives, during which they encounter various kinds of pain. She recalls her own ceremony and says that in their long lives, there come moments when the pain becomes too much to bear. The ceremony only grants them the power to stay strong in front of that unbearable pain. She then tells Kanghyuk that the problem will keep on repeating itself if he keeps running away, and he seems shaken by her words. The elf admits that she doesn't know the situation he is in, but she hopes that he won't give up everything he has worked so hard for just because of other people's opinions. She then thanks Kanghyuk for the snack and says she will meet him again, right before she teleports away with the power of her bird. Kanghyuk has been deeply impacted by her words, and he tells Rice Cake that they will have to return home sooner than they planned because he plans to do the show. Meanwhile, in the modern world, the producer-director, or PD, of the show Today's Chef finds himself in a mess. He clutches his head as he stares at the screen and says that they didn't even get the final confirmation from above, but the article about Kanghyuk taking part in their show has already been published. He is depressed that he was so busy trying to sort things out on his side that he couldn't even contact Kanghyuk, who was the main victim of the fake article. His clout-chasing assistant asks him, why don't they just bring Kanghyuk into the show if things have gone so far? He thinks that it will be interesting to see the former and current head chefs compete against each other. The assistant thinks that their show has a pretty good chance of going viral, and if they manage to do that, the director of the show won't be able to look down on them anymore. The PD thinks that it will be a miracle if that can happen. He knows that Kanghyuk was criticized a lot, so there is no way he is going to appear on the show. Suddenly, his phone rings, and he is dumbfounded when he sees that it is Kanghyuk. Both the PD and his assistant freak out. The assistant tells the PD to beg Kang Hyun to join their show no matter what, but he sheepishly picks up the call and starts talking in an apologetic tone. He tries to explain that he couldn't reach him because there was too much going on, but then suddenly, he hears something that leaves him completely puzzled. He keeps agreeing to Kang Hyun and says that they would love to do as he says, and the assistant only asks what the good news is because he thinks that the best case scenario is Kang Hyun not suing them. Well, the PD just tells him that the miracle they were talking about just happened. A few weeks later, Kang Hyun is in the city at the location that the PD asked him to wait at. He wonders if there was really a reason for the busy guy to come and pick him up personally. Suddenly, a car stops in front of him and the eager PD waves at him. He thanks Kang Hyun for coming here, calling him his lifesaver. He has been calling him that for the past few weeks, and Kang Hyun has grown fed up with it. The PD excitedly tells him that he has been thinking hard about how he can thank him for repaying this favor, which is why he has prepared a gift for him. He immediately puts Kang Hyun in the car and tells his assistant to drive him to the salon. As the car rides off, Kang Hyun realizes that he has been played, and the PD's gift was to make him look more handsome only to increase their female viewership. Meanwhile, on the set of the show Today's Chef, the jealous chef with the inferiority complex, Kim, is talking with his lackey, Han. Han nervously asks him if he is certain that they are not going too far this time. Kim says that he doesn't think so, and Han says that Kang Hyun doesn't like to appear on TV shows, and pushing the fake article about him was completely unnecessary. He says that those plans were completely confidential, and they may get fired from the show if they are found out. Han now regrets his actions, and he tells Kim that if he had known about his plans, he would have never introduced him to the reporter who published the article. Kim mocks him, asking if he is scared. He reminds Han that he is already too deep in it to act nice now. Kim assures his lackey that he paid the reporter well, so he won't be caught. He also says that in the end, Kang Hyun could not control his impulse, and he decided to show up on the show, which is what they wanted. Kim says that people are finally going to see Kang Hyun's true personality, and just then, Kang Hyun enters the set. Everyone starts gasping as they see him, and both Kim and Han flinch when they hear his name. Everyone surrounds Kang Hyun, asking how he got even more handsome compared to the last time they saw him. They ask him if he has been working out because he looks in better shape. Kang Hyun coyly thanks them and says that he has been doing some things, as he nervously displays the new look he got thanks to the PD's intervention. Kim is pissed on seeing this and says that Kang Hyun should have come and greeted him first because he is senior, but instead, he is flirting around with everyone. Han is a bit taken aback by his reaction. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun finishes talking with everyone and says they will catch up later. He starts walking ahead, and Kim comes there to confront him. But Kang Hyun ignores him like girls ignore red flags and the guys they like and walks past him. Kim can't bear that and yells at him, asking if he just ignored him. Kang Hyun is surprised to see him because he really did not notice him earlier. He apologetically says that he didn't realize it was Kim because he thought that it was someone from the stage staff. Well, the people like the drama, but Kim is even more angry now. He trembles with rage and tells Kang Hyun that he is not even trying to hide the disrespect now. Kang Hyun wonders why this guy is acting so frank with him now, because, as far as he knows, Kim talks a lot of bad things about him behind his back. Kim says that he is as petty as ever and asks if he really thinks that things will go well for him this time. He says that Kang Hyun was never a genius chef and he just got lucky. He adds that the only thing that got him fame was his looks and not his skills, and now that the truth has been exposed, he will not be able to make a living. Kang Hyun just keeps hearing all this, and Kim keeps talking about his injury and the loss of taste, when suddenly backup arrives for Kang Hyun. A pretty girl places her hand on his shoulder and says that they are meeting after a long time. The girl named Sina says that she used to see him a lot when Jim was her manager, and Kang Hyun finally reacts to her, admitting that it has been a long time. Sina begins talking about the good old time Kang Hyun used to cook for her, and because of him, she acquired a taste for food that is too expensive. Kim is shocked to witness this, while other guests are mesmerized. He wonders why the famous actress Sina is so close to Kang Hyun. Sina then says that Kang Hyun's skills are next level, and the only reason luck favored him was because he was talented. Kim snaps on hearing that because he knows that Sina is saying those words only to counter him. He is about to yell at her, but Han shuts his mouth before he can say something stupid and ruin his image. He takes Kim away, and now Kang Hyun is curious if Han was always so close to the douchebag. After they leave, Sina asks Kang Hyun if he was planning to let Kim have his way with him if she had not jumped in to help him. Kang Hyun replies that he was going to say something, but then he suddenly starts talking about how he used to be close to Kim in the past. He used to respect him, but seeing him act like that right now made him realize that he was a really poor judge of character back then. Kang Hyun cringes on thinking about it, and Sina smiles, thinking that at that time, Kang Hyun only thought about cooking, but now he has matured. She takes her leave, telling Kang Hyun to do his best and win the competition, and he finds that she is as cheerful as ever. Soon, the shooting starts, and Sina is one of the hosts for the special episode. The hosts reveal that today's theme is cooking a dish that can be enjoyed with the whole family. The participating chefs have been divided into two teams, blue and white. Kang Hyun watches the first round from the balcony, and the two chefs come forward. The first round is between the youngest chefs of the teams, and Han is one of them. His opponent is a man called Hanul, who is quite skilled in Western-style cooking. The round starts, and Hanul immediately brings out a big chunk of meat and ribs. Kang Hyun realizes that Hanul is making calf tomahawk, which is a nice and healthy dish. It has low fat, and the meat is also light and soft, but he seems to be making it a bit thick. On the other hand, Han is making lobster tail and T-bone steak. Kang Hyun thinks that it is not a bad idea either, but it is not going to be easy to execute. Kang Hyun thinks that there are a multitude of variables in a competition like this. There is a different theme and environment, along with a pressing time limit. That means one may not be able to show his potential fully, but that is also what makes a competition truly delightful. Kang Hyun has started enjoying the competition already, and then his eyes meet Han's for a second. Han immediately turns around nervously, overridden by guilt, and Kang Hyun wonders what that was. However, that is not all. Han suddenly dropped his ingredients on the floor, earning a negative 10,000 aura. The hosts say that it is a fatal mistake and ask how he is going to deal with it. Han panics some more, sweating and panting like crazy, and Kang Hyun thinks that he doesn't look well.
Kang Hyun tells his three students to watch closely and follow how he cooks the soup. First, he takes a vegetable that looks like an onion and adds it to heated oil on a pan. Once the onions are done frying, he adds the meat and other fruits and vegetables available in the region. Finally, it is time for the most important ingredient, the tomato of this world. It is added near the end after removing its core and then cooked along with the rest of the stuff. After that, the broth prepared from bones is added along with some finely ground spices. Then, the dish is left to boil for a while, and with that, this world's regional version of goulash is made. Kang Hyun is proud of how the dish turned out because it is quite easy to make, and it tastes delicious as well. He thinks that since Noah liked it, the other beastmen would also like its taste. Once the time for cooking is over, Kang Hyun asks all his students to submit their dish. They nervously line up and think that they can't say anything for sure about the holy wolf. But if Noah says their dish is edible, they will pass the test. However, Noah's expressions don't look good for the first contender. He says that a true warrior can measure his opponent's abilities at first glance, and this soup is not even worth facing. Rice Cake doesn't also seem to like the smell, but he decides to still give it a try. He turns into a blur as he tries to shake off the horrible taste from his tongue, but Kang Hyun doesn't see it and decides to taste the dish because it doesn't look that bad. However, looks can be deceptive, and Kang Hyun looks like he can kill the person who made such a horrible dish. The next contestant comes up after that and tells Kang Hyun that he tried to copy him to the best of his abilities. Kang Hyun takes a sip and says that the flavor is there even though it is faint, but then suddenly he falls to the ground. The beastman panics because he didn't wash his hands before cooking, as hygiene has not been invented in his world yet. He wonders if the poison on his nails from hunting a prey earlier seeped into the soup. Noah fails the second dish too and calls for the next one. Kang Hyun has not been harmed too badly by the poison, and he says that it is obvious that first attempts fail most of the time. However, the strongest contender of this cooking show is left, and that is Haman. She nervously presents her dish to Noah, and both she and Kang Hyun eagerly wait for Noah's reaction. The Beast Warrior replies that this is a dish worth facing. He adds that it is not as good as Kang Hyun's soup, but it is still good, and he can clearly taste the main ingredients. He says that this dish is still lacking in many aspects, but it has the potential. Noah tells Haman that she has passed, much to her delight. Even Rice Cake agrees that she cooked well, and Kang Hyun congratulates her, saying she has the skill for it. Haman thanks him, not noticing the village chief Cassandra jumping high above them. She lands right next to them in an instant and says that she came here to check on everyone, but things seem fine already. Cassandra is interested in the soup made by Haman, and she asks her to let it taste it. Haman immediately sets her a plate, and Cassandra really likes it. She says that now their whole tribe will be able to eat this dish daily, and that is a great blessing. Cassandra thanks Kang Hyun for it, and says she will definitely repay the favor. Kang Hyun tells her that there is no need for that because he wanted to do this. Cassandra refuses his refusal and says that since he did this much for her tribe, she must do something for him as well. Kanghyun can't object to her gesture anymore, and he decides to accept whatever she gives him. However, he soon starts thinking that he should have tried harder to decline her gift. He is in his restaurant now, looking at the gift that Cassandra has given him. He thinks that she really looked grateful, but looking at her gift makes him think otherwise. It is an awfully smelly fruit, and Kanghyun wonders if it really is valuable, like Cassandra told him. He thinks that maybe it is like durian and will taste good despite the bad smell. He asks Rice Cake if he wants to have it for dinner, and Rice Cake barks to tell him that he won't touch that thing with a 10-foot pole. Just then, Kanghyun has some customers, and from the voice he identifies that it is Gi-hoon. But this time, he is not alone. There is a shady and angry-looking guy behind him, and before Kanghyun can ask about him, Gi-hoon introduces his friend, Lee Jung-hwan. However, the muscular guy doesn't give Kanghyun the chance to hear Gi-hoon fully. He grabs Kanghyun's shoulders without any warning and says that this man seems to work out. Jung-hwan is now towering over the nervous Kanghyun, asking him if he works out whenever he is free, just like him. Kanghyun can't reply anything, and he thinks of Jung-hwan as a biker gang grandpa. Well, there is more to shock him as Jung-hwan suddenly takes off his jacket to show that he used to work out a lot in his youth too. He even offers Kanghyun to touch his manly muscles, but then Gi-hoon bonks him, asking him if he has gone senile to strip just anywhere. Jung-hwan asks how dare he hit him, and Gi-hoon just pushes him back, telling Kanghyun that although he should have ended his friendship with this clueless guy a long time ago, here they are. Well, Kanghyun can't say anything because the two old men keep quarreling among themselves. After that, they sit down to eat, and Kanghyun prepares their orders. They have ordered fancy pastas called pomodoro and arrabbiata, and I don't think I can say those names again this week. Gi-hoon says that he ordered the pomegranate and Arabian Nights for his friend. Kanghyun hands them their plates and then tells Jung-hwan that he made his pasta spicy as he requested. Well, just one bite of his pasta, and Jung-hwan is sweating. He exclaims that this is deliciously spicy, and he can tell that this combination of sweet and spicy is out of this world. He tells Kanghyun that he made it very well, and it is just like the pasta one would get in Italy. Kanghyun thanks him and asks him to enjoy as he heads back, but Jung-hwan stops him and asks him to select one weekend in the month after the next. Kanghyun chooses the second Saturday of the month, and Jung-hwan says it is good. Kanghyun asks him what he is planning to do on that day, and Jung-hwan replies that he is going to retire. Kanghyun freaks out, asking how he can pick such an important date like this, but Jung-hwan tells him that it is fine. Kanghyun is now confused about what the old man is retiring from, because the only thing that comes to his mind is him retiring from his biker gang. Gi-hoon just laughs as he can guess what Kanghyun is imagining. He says that he knew he would not be able to recognize Jung-hwan, who is a famous pianist who has won many international awards. Well, Kanghyun's brain starts to hang as he tries to process Jung-hwan as a pianist. Once again, he imagines Jung-hwan as a biker pianist who can play Beethoven with his bike's exhaust. Gi-hoon tells him to just accept the fact, and Jung-hwan says it is not Kanghyun's fault that he doesn't recognize him because he has not been on TV for a very long time. Gi-hoon replies that the main problem is that he doesn't look like a pianist, when suddenly Kanghyun remembers hearing Jung-hwan's name before. It turns out that Jung-hwan was Kanghyun's former boss's favorite pianist, and that is why his albums were played in the restaurant all the time. Kanghyun says that the music was pleasing to his heart, and he always thought that the pianist behind it would be a soft guy with an eye for detail. However, as Thanos has said, reality is often disappointing, and Kanghyun learns this firsthand as he sees Jung-hwan in front of him. He starts getting a headache the more he thinks about it, but he calms down and then tells Jung-hwan that he is cooler than he thought. He then asks him to reconsider his retirement date because it is not something to take so lightly. Jung-hwan tells him that he had picked a special day and a special venue because he wanted to have one last grand recital before he retired. He then lifts up his hand, saying that unfortunately he can't do that anymore. His hand is trembling, and Kanghyun is shocked as Jung-hwan explains that even his doctors have told him not to play in such a condition. He says that he cancelled his grand plans, and now he wants his last recital to end quietly. He says that he should leave the past behind him and look at what's ahead. However, his words leave Kanghyun in deep thoughts. Later, as Gi-hoon and Jung-hwan are heading back, they thank Kanghyun for the good food. Jung-hwan taunts Gi-hoon for hogging all this delicious food by himself all this time, and Gi-hoon says that he really befriended the wrong guy. He then tells Jung-hwan to stand outside because he has something to talk about with Kanghyun. Once Jung-hwan leaves, Gi-hoon says that Kanghyun must have been overwhelmed by him, and Kanghyun replies that Jung-hwan seemed like a nice and honest person. Gi-hoon agrees. But he knows that his friend lacks elegance in everything but music. He apologizes on his behalf for making Kanghyun worry about his situation. He explains that it is not such a serious topic among them, so Jung-hwan brought it up carelessly. Kanghyun replies that he believes Jung-hwan is amazing, because when people are suffering, they don't always know when to end things. He recalls how he was in the same situation when he lost his sense of taste. Gi-hoon agrees with Kang-hyun's words, saying that many of their plans fail because of life, and they have to give up. Just then, Jung-hwan comes back, asking Gi-hoon if he has started eating another dish, because he has been taking it forever. They start bickering again as they leave, telling Kang-hyun that they will visit him again. At night, as Kang-hyun is cleaning the restaurant, he can't get Gi-hoon's words out of his head. He is going crazy thinking about the situation with Jung-hwan and comparing it to his situation a few months ago. He wants to help the pianist, but there is nothing he can do. Just then, Rice Cake comes there, covered in mud. Kang-hyun is shocked to see him like this and asks if he rolled in mud somewhere. He scolds him for dirtying the floor he just cleaned, but Rice Cake ignores his words and goes towards him. Kang-hyun cleans his fur while lashing out at him, but Rice Cake acts cute and starts licking his arm. Kang-hyun feels better mentally after Rice Cake licks him, and he wonders if his saliva has some medicinal property. Suddenly, Kang-hyun gets his eureka moment. He realizes that Rice Cake might be able to heal Jung-won's hand, but then immediately, he remembers like every other sci-fi movie where they take the rare creature as a specimen and conduct experiments on it. He wants to protect Rice Cake, so he shelves that idea and then begins sighing. Kang-hyun thinks that he was just lucky, that he found a place that helped him regain his sense of taste because he didn't give up. That is why he hopes that Jung-won doesn't give up either. Rice Cake notices Kang-hyun sighing to himself and worrying about the pianist, and he goes through some intense mental math before he starts pulling him. Kang-hyun decides to follow his pup and goes to the forest with him. There, Rice Cake begins digging an area that already looks like someone has dug it before. Kang-hyun wonders if someone has buried some money here. But when Rice Cake is finished, he finds that the white wolf had buried Cassandra's gift there. Kang-hyun is shocked and asks Rice Cake if he buried the fruits here because they smell bad, and he proudly affirms. Kang-hyun tells him that he can't do that because it is a gift and then pulls it out. He asks why he even bothered burying it if he was going to inform him anyway. However, he knows that Rice Cake is smart enough to understand that he will get yelled at, but he still brought him here to these fruits. Kang-hyun suddenly remembers Cassandra boasting about the fruit being a medicine that is good for the body, and humans in their world don't have it. He decides to try it and eats one fruit. Just one bite, and he can feel his entire body getting refreshed. He feels much better than he did a few seconds ago, and he asks Rice Cake if this fruit also has some healing properties like his saliva. Rice Cake affirms, and Kang-hyun realizes that Cassandra gave him something really valuable. Kang-hyun thinks that this might help Jung-won, but he can't give it to him because he may ask where he got it, and if he hands it to him without saying anything, he won't eat it because of the smell. However, the solution to the problem is hidden within the fruit, which is chewy like meat. Kang-hyun gets a brilliant idea. He thinks he can cover up the smell of the fruit with sauce and then pack it as a dumpling so that no one can tell that it is not meat. He thinks that this fruit will be the perfect filling for a special ravioli.
Just one day later, as Jung-won is relaxing outside his house, his hand starts trembling like an old Nokia again. He clenches his fist to subdue it, and just then, Kang-hyun arrives there. Jung-won is surprised to see him and asks how he even found him here. It is not because of White Rice's sharp nose, but because Kang-hyun had already heard that Jung-won was staying at one of Jaehoon's houses. Jung-won asks him if he is here to find him for some special reason, and Kang-hyun suddenly pulls out a lunchbox from his bag. Jung-won is taken aback by this, but Kang-hyun asks him if he is hungry. He opens the lunchbox to reveal ravioli dipped in spicy sauce, and Jung-won thinks that he might actually be a little hungry for it. He sits down to eat, and Kang-hyun tells him that he wanted him to taste his new menu. Jung-won says that Jaehoon would be better for this, and the guilty Kang-hyun says he will reach out to him later. Jung-won notices him looking nervous, so he asks if he is here because of the things he said yesterday. Kang-hyun freaks out as he tries to feign ignorance, but then Jung-won apologizes for making him worry yesterday. He thanks Kang-hyun for being considerate, but tells him that he has already given up on his last recital. Jung-won asks him not to worry about it, but Kang-hyun says that he must still like playing the piano. The old man replies that it was the thing he loved the most, and somewhere deep inside his heart, he has not given up yet. He had hoped to get a nice farewell, but he can't do that now because of his hand. He says that if he tries to have one last recital like this, he will be retiring like a clown, so it is better for him to end things quietly. After a long moment of heartfelt silence, Kang-hyun says that he can't understand what Jung-won is going through, but he wants him to have his final recital. Jung-won stares at him and then suddenly bursts out laughing, saying that he can feel his youth from his words. He says that what he just said is something too much for an old man like him to imagine. Kang-hyun is embarrassed and apologizes if he crossed the line, but Jung-won tells him that it was perfectly fine. He says that maybe his words were what he wanted to hear the most. He tells Kang-hyun that he is the only one who has told him that he should give a last performance despite everything, and for that, the pianist thanks him. Just then, White Rice comes to Kang Hyun, looking like he has not been fed for days. Kang Hyun immediately realizes that he forgot to feed him and gives him a lunchbox. Youngwon also decides to take a bite, and he is impressed by the taste already. Kang Hyun made the ravioli spicier than usual because he knew that Youngwon liked spicy things. Youngwon says that he doesn't eat ravioli much because it is quite greasy, but this one is different, and the spicy sauce balances the greasiness out perfectly. He says that it is a wonderful dish, and then suddenly, he begins feeling its positive effects on his body. He says he feels healthier, and Kang Hyun tries to cover it by saying that it must be because he is feeling better emotionally. Suddenly, Youngwon notices that his hand has stopped trembling, and then Kang Hyun pulls out a stack of lunch boxes packed with the same ravioli. He eagerly tells Youngwon that he made too much of it, so he can take them and keep them in the fridge. He insists on him eating the ravioli each day, and the old pianist understands what is going on. He gladly accepts the lunch boxes and thanks Kang Hyun for that. After a few days, as Kang Hyun is in his restaurant, a postman comes there with his mail. Kang Hyun opens the letter that is from Youngwon and finds that it has 2 tickets for his final recital. There is also a letter along with it, in which Youngwon shares some good news with him. He writes that his hand has recovered fully, and he has moved to Seoul for further rehab. He tells him that he is going to have his final recital this Saturday, and he really wants Kang Hyun to come. Kang Hyun is glad to read that, but then he finds another message on the back of the letter. Youngwon writes some musical terms about going back to the beginning of a piece right before the ending, and his story seems just like that. He thanks Kang Hyun for giving him the chance to have his final recital that he wanted the most. Well, Kang Hyun realizes that Youngwon figured out what he did, but that does not matter. He texts his friend Jim, asking him if he wants to go to Youngwon's concert this Saturday. Jim thinks that Kang Hyun can only reach out to him because he doesn't have any friends, but he is not free on the day. He wonders how Kang Hyun even got the tickets for Youngwon's retirement recital, but then suddenly gets the perfect solution. He remembers a close associate who is a huge fan of Youngwon and immediately dials her number. He asks her if she is filming right now, but the girl, who is actually the celebrity Sina who hosted the TV show earlier, tells him that she is just chilling at a cafe. She asks Jim why he called her, because ever since his assigned celebrity changed, he never bothered to contact her. Well, the day of the final recital comes, and Kang Hyun is in the audience, visibly nervous because something unexpected happened. He is sure that he texted Jim to come to the recital with him and not Sina, who is sitting right next to him. She says that she was really sad when she couldn't get a ticket to this show, and it was the luckiest thing that Kang Hyun had an extra. It turns out that Jim sent Sina in his place to Kang Hyun and forgot to give him a heads up. Sina says that she never knew Kang Hyun was a fan of pianist Youngwon, and he nervously replies that he recently found out about him. He asks Sina how long she has been Youngwon's fan, and she says that she has been listening to him ever since her debut. She acts bashful as she remembers how she used to play the song in her car all the time, and one day Youngwon told her to stop playing the same piano songs or he would fall asleep at the wheel. Kang Hyun laughs at this and thinks that meeting Sina right now feels like meeting an old friend. He thinks that is what they are, because when Jim was Sina's manager, they were quite close. He remembers an incident when Jim barged into his room after somehow hacking the passcode and demanded food. Kang Hyun freaked out at this and asked how he even got in. Sina was right behind him and asked for a plate too, but Kang Hyun yelled at them to get out. Now that he thinks about it, they were not so close, but anyway, Sina snaps him out of his thought train and asks why he is so stunned. She teases him, asking if it is because she is looking too stunning today, and Kang Hyun thinks that she is still as shameless as ever. Just then, a fan comes there and tells Sina that she really liked her recent drama. She wants an autograph, and Sina gladly obliges. Kang Hyun is surprised to hear that she is acting too now, and she gives him a smug look as she asks if he thinks that she is still just a singer. Well, that is news for Kang Hyun, and Sina asks him if he really doesn't know what is going on in the world. She says that it has been a while since she started acting, and he would have known it if he watched TV. Kang Hyun feels like an ignorant bum now, and he thinks that he should start watching TV for at least 1 hour per day. Sina takes her sweet time teasing him about it, saying that it has been some time since someone called her a singer. She tells Kang Hyun that it is one of his charms that he is not concerned about anything around him, and that feels like a blow to his head. Just then, Youngwon walks on the stage, and everyone's attention goes to him. He doesn't look like his usual biker self as he greets the audience, and Sina says that she is excited and worried. Kang Hyun asks why that is, and she says that everyone knows about Youngwon's wrist injury. She is worried that he is pushing himself too hard for this recital, and Kang Hyun decides to take this chance to show off in front of her. He says that, surprisingly, he knows something that she doesn't. Sina asks him what it is, and he tells her that he heard that Youngwon's wrist has been completely healed. Just then, Youngwon starts playing the piano, and everyone is mesmerized by him. Later, Kang Hyun goes to meet Youngwon, who eagerly welcomes him. He asks him if he brought along his girlfriend with the ticket that he gave him, and Kang Hyun clarifies that Sina is just a friend. Sina is hiding behind him and punching him as she asks why he did not tell her that he personally knew Youngwon, because she would have brought some albums to get them autographed. Kang Hyun doesn't pay her any attention, and then Youngwon asks him to give his honest opinion about today's performance. Kang Hyun says that it was amazing, but another critic says that it was not bad. It is Jaehoon who says that the performance was good at the beginning, but Youngwon got too excited towards the end. He says that Youngwon loses control every time he plays the piano and gets a bow tie slammed on his face. Youngwon is furious at Jaehoon and tells him that he didn't ask for his opinion, and he replies that he should know how to take constructive criticism. While they are quarreling as always, Jaehoon turns to Kang Hyun and asks if he doesn't agree with him too. Kang Hyun replies that he liked the performance quite a lot. Sina is surprised to see Jaehoon and asks Kang Hyun if he knows him too. Kang Hyun replies that both these famous men are regulars at his restaurant, and Sina gives him a terrifying look as she asks him to give her the restaurant address because she wants to become a regular too. Anyway, she gets an autograph from Youngwon and tells him that today's performance was really amazing. She says that it was one of his best performances, and Youngwon says that he put his all into it. He says that it was possible thanks to a certain fortunate incident, and turns to Kang Hyun, who acts nervous as he tries to hide it. Youngwon thanks him for the ravioli lunch boxes and says that he enjoyed every single one of them. A few days later, Kang Hyun is in the fantasy world, fishing alongside Randolph. He feels really nice and relaxed here, and his body feels drowsy too. He wonders if it is because this is his first time fishing, but Randolph says it is because he just finished a training session. On that note, Kang Hyun asks Randolph why he can't use the fishing rods he brought with him. Randolph tells him that fishing is war, and just then, something starts tugging on his makeshift wooden fishing rod with a rope tied to it. Randolph pulls the fishing rod and pulls a huge monster of a fish out of the river. He tells Kang Hyun that his puny little fishing rods couldn't handle this beast, so they had to go with something tried and tested. Kang Hyun can't even react to the fish falling right at him because he is so drowsy, but luckily for him, Randolph saves him from getting crushed under it. Randolph says that they caught a nice-sized fish that has a less fishy smell. Hearing this suddenly wakes Kang Hyun up from his drowsiness. Even though the fish is still struggling, he thinks that it would be the perfect ingredient to make some spicy fish stew. As Kang Hyun looks at the flailing fish and hears Randolph say that it is better than other fish found in the area, he suddenly gets the idea of making a spicy fish stew. Soon, in the backdrop of the peaceful lake, Kang Hyun begins his work, and Randolph is impressed by his knife skills. He says that Kang Hyun is completely different with a small knife than he is when they are training, and Kang Hyun just replies that as a chef, he should be really good with knives. He cuts off a huge chunk of the fish, but Randolph asks him why he is cooking so little. Kang Hyun tells him that people like him are the reason children in Africa starve, and then gets back to cleaning the fish. He asks if the fish in this lake are usually this big, and Randolph replies that all of them are not so huge, but most of them are. However, that only happens because of a strange energy around the lake. Kang Hyun is confused about the strange energy that Randolph mentioned, but he realizes instantly that this area serves as a border between the three races, so it is obvious that it must be special. Randolph then tells him that the huge bodybuilder rabbit and the angry jumping birds he sees sometimes are also so big because of the forest's energy. Well, Kang Hyun gets a bit shocked by that because he thought that all animals in this world are like the creatures from Australia but on steroids. Randolph once again tells him that he can't find such big and muscular rabbits in another part of this country. But then he suddenly begins wondering if things are different in Kang Hyun's country. He asks if his country has big macho rabbits as well, and Kang Hyun replies that they only have small and cute rabbits. Randolph says that the normal rabbits in this world are also the same, and Kang Hyun is quite confused. With that, the knight tells Kang Hyun that he is getting hungry, so he will help him cook the food faster by fetching firewood in the time he gets other things ready. A few minutes later, Kang Hyun pulls out a large iron pot that he had conveniently bought along because his instinct had told him that he would need it, And he was right. Randolph comes up to him and asks if he should throw away the bones of the fish, but Kanghyun says that they are going to use those bones in their spicy fish stew. Randolph doesn't understand how the discarded bones can be used, but Kanghyun shows him how it is done. He puts radish, dry shrimp, and the fish bones in water. He sets them to boil and removes the dirt that comes to the surface as foam from time to time. After some time, he adds ingredients that will make the soup more refreshing, like tomato sauce, chilies, spring onions, parsley, garlic, and other spices. Next, he boils this stock without the lid to make the fishy smell go away, and the spicy stew is done. Randolph and Rice Cake can't stop drooling as they watch the boiling stew, and they both think that it is done now. They are about to have a taste, but Kanghyun tells them to wait because they are forgetting something important. He tells them that they only put the bones in the stew, and the meat is not there at all. He was actually waiting for this moment to show off and tells Randolph that they should start with some sashimi first. Randolph is excited to see a plate of finely sliced raw fish in Kanghyun's hand because it has been a long time since he has eaten raw fish. Kanghyun excitedly tells him to try it with some sauces he has brought. As Randolph dips the fish slices in the sauce and eats them, he suddenly feels a taste he has never felt before. He exclaims that he never knew raw fish could be this chewy and delicious, and it is all thanks to the sauces. The red sauce is both spicy and sweet at the same time, while the brown one amplifies the flavor of the fish. The green one is too spicy and has begun to sting Randolph's nose, but he kind of likes it. In the background, Rice Cake is delightfully squeezing out the brown sauce from the bottle into a bowl. Meanwhile, Kanghyun has begun to pour the stew into bowls, and he tells Randolph that where they live, they eat raw fish a lot and boil the bones to make a delicious soup. He hands over the stew to Randolph, saying that he will surely like it. As soon as Randolph takes the first sip of the stew, he falls to his knees and begins slamming the ground. Kanghyun panics, asking if the stew is not good, but Randolph just tells him that he needs alcohol to go with this. Kanghyun gets what he was saying, so he pours them a drink. They clink their glasses and then gulp down the drink with the delicious fish stew. Randolph is proud that he came up with the idea of eating the spicy fish stew with alcohol. Kanghyun asks if he really likes it this much, and he affirms, asking if he can feel the tingling heat in his mouth. Kanghyun begins doing a complete autopsy of the stew's taste, and Randolph tells him to put some brakes on his analysis. He remarks that Kanghyun must be a good chef because he is good at describing food. Kanghyun laughs, saying that he may be right. Well, he has some good news for everyone. His sense of taste is completely back. It happened a few days earlier when Kanghyun was trying to make the special ravioli for the pianist Youngwon, and he tested a lot of his earlier prototypes. He was complaining that he ate more than his capacity in attempts to make the dish less smelly and thought that at this rate he would use up all the fruits in the testing phase itself. He began wondering if he should use a thicker sauce because it isn't completely masking the smell, or should he add more spices, because everything else was completely fine. Suddenly, he realized that he was not able to taste things so vividly just a day before. Now that Kanghyun thinks about it, he realizes that when he was cooking for Youngwon, he didn't even realize that he was not able to taste food fully. When the sense of taste returned to him fully, it was not as dramatic as the time when he got it back partially. However, he is really happy about it. As Rice Cake relaxes on Kanghyun's knee, he then tells Randolph that he can show him more dishes from now on, and the night captain becomes really excited to hear that. He tells Kanghyun that he will be looking forward to it and tells him to drink more with him. They keep on drinking, and as night comes, Kanghyun crawls out of his tent, completely disheveled and groggy. He feels thirsty and wonders how much did he drink to have such a strong hangover. He remembers that they drank till the stars became visible in the sky, and then Randolph suddenly recalled that his wife called him home early. Kanghyun knew what would happen to his friend once he reached home, but he doesn't remember anything after that. As he is stretching and enjoying the night breeze, he sees someone in front of him. He can't make who she is for a moment, but then realizes that she is the elf mommy, whose name is Emilia. As soon as she hears Kanghyun calling her name, Emilia turns around, and the spirit butterfly on her hand flies away. She greets Kanghyun, and seeing her looking so radiant in this serene background, Kanghyun thinks that it is almost like a high-budget movie scene. Kanghyun tells Emilia that he wanted to see her because her advice helped him a lot and set many things right in his life. He thanks her, and Emilia replies that she is glad to hear that she could be of help. Kanghyun says that he can treat her to some delicious dishes now that she is here, but as he gets up to prepare something for her, he begins stumbling and falls to the ground. Emilia tells him that she doesn't want to try food made by someone who can't even stand properly, but she has a request. Kanghyuk looks at her with confusion, and then suddenly, the elf girl calls her elemental spirit bird Sona. The bird perches on her arm, and she asks Kanghyuk if he can see it. Kanghyuk can see the bird very clearly and asks Emilia what she wants to say. Emilia tells him that normal humans can't see elemental spirits because they don't have any affinity for spirits like the elves do. However, Kanghyuk can see Sona even though he is a human. Emilia calls him a strange person because he appeared in this forest out of nowhere one day. She thinks that there must be some bigger meaning behind this, even though she is not sure what it can be. Kanghyuk keeps looking at her, dazed, and then Emilia suddenly tells him the request she wanted to make. She asks him if he would like to make a contract with a spirit. Kanghyuk is surprised to hear Emilia's offer to make a contract with a spirit, and she tells him that mostly people think that elves monopolize the spirits. However, that is not true at all, because elves are just naturally closer to the spirits, so they often form contracts with them. Anyone can make a contract with a spirit if they have the affinity for it, regardless of their species. Emilia believes that Kanghyuk must have considerable affinity for spirits since he can see her elemental spirit bird, Sona. She asks Kanghyuk if he would like to try his hand at forming a contract with a spirit, and the air around him darkens as he nervously tells her that he understood everything she told him. However, the problem is that his stomach is not feeling well right now, so he requests her to continue this topic tomorrow. Suddenly, he pukes out all the alcohol he drank in the day, earning himself a -1 million aura. The loud sound of his retching echoes through the forest, and a pretty rainbow unicorn is starting to hear it too. Is that going to be his spirit? The next morning, Kanghyuk has finally sobered up, and the first thing he does is apologize to Emilia for the last night. He says that he never meant to show her the worst side of him, and Rice Cake doesn't even understand what he is talking about. Emilia doesn't want him to dwell on it either and tells him that day drinking is pretty common with elves as well. Kanghyuk then tells her that he thinks about her offer of having a spirit, and he is not really sure about it. He tells Emilia that spirits stay with their contractor every time, and that is basically like raising another pet when he already has one that is quite demanding at times. He tells Emilia that he will need to take some more time to properly think about it and decide if he is ready for that responsibility. Meanwhile, Rice Cake begins imagining that Kanghyuk will summon a dog-like spirit who will be bigger and cuter than him, and with softer and more fluffy fur. He freaks out because he doesn't want Kanghyuk to get another pet, so he approaches him and tugs on his pants. Kanghyuk asks him what is wrong, and Rice Cake gives him the cutest puppy face to convey that he doesn't need another pet when he has him. However, Kanghyuk is just like other men who can't get a clue until it is very, very clear, and he thinks that Rice Cake wants a little brother, and that was his way of making a request. Well, he thinks that if Rice Cake wants a friend, he shouldn't refuse him. Kanghyuk immediately tells Emilia that he will form a contract with a spirit, thinking that Rice Cake must have been so lonely, and the white wolf pup is shocked and betrayed. Emilia is excited to hear that Kanghyuk is ready to get a spirit and says that she is sure that he will get an amazing one. Rice Cake, on the other hand, is not so thrilled and kicks Kanghyuk in the face for not understanding what he meant. With that, Emilia tells Kanghyuk to quickly change into his summoning suit, and that's probably what her dad bought back from his Hawaii trip. Kanghyuk is dumbfounded as he wears the skirt made of leaves, some accessories that go with the theme, and a small wooden stick. Emilia is pleased to see him like that and says that these items will help increase his spiritual affinity, and he will definitely be able to summon a spirit. Kanghyuk feels embarrassed about it though and asks if he really needs to wear this. Emilia asks if he doesn't like it, and he tells her that it feels a little empty and he doesn't really like the way the cool wind is touching him down under. Emilia doesn't pay him any mind and says that her grandpa wore that when he made a contract with a great spirit. And the still stupefied Kanghyuk says that her grandpa must have been the biggest fashion icon of his time. Emilia affirms and then tells Kanghyuk to think about the type of spirit he wants to make a contract with. Kanghyuk is not interested in thinking right now, and he says that he is fine with whatever. Emilia tells him that he can't go on with that attitude because the type of spirit that comes to him will have different specialties, hobbies, age, and values according to his desire. Kanghyuk thinks that this is just like browsing dating apps, and it seems that he has a bit of experience with it. Emilia tells him that it will be quick, and then starts the ritual to call forth the spirits. Kanghyuk feels the flow of energy in the air and sees spirits that look like small fireflies from a distance. He thinks about the spirit he wants, and the only requirement he has is that the spirit he gets should not be picky with food. Just as he says this, an orange-colored spirit suddenly flies towards him. It circles Kanghyuk and then lands on the ground, and Emilia is eager to see what it will turn out to be. She can tell from the size of the spiritual energy and the shine that it must be a high spirit. But Rice Cake is not pleased. Kanghyuk stares at the high spirit in awe as it transforms from pure energy into a creature. The orange spirit becomes a cute little hamster, and Kanghyuk is a bit let down when he sees how small it is. On the other hand, the hamster is smitten by Kanghyuk's handsome face, and she starts blushing as she thinks that he is going to be her master from now on. The hamster hides her face in embarrassment and digs into the ground, much to Kanghyuk's astonishment. The spirit tries running away, but as she comes out on the other side, she finds Rice Cake is already there to intercept her, and he is not pleased with her. Well, he should be glad that it was not the rainbow unicorn. Emilia looks at the terrified hamster spirit and tells Kanghyuk that she looks like a rare case because she can use 2 elements. Kanghyuk is curious about the 2 elements, and as Emilia begins to tell her about the other element besides earth, the hamster uses it. She breathes out fire towards Rice Cake in desperation, but he simply shuts her mouth with his paw. Emilia says that even though the spirit can use 2 elements, it is still too young to use them both together. Meanwhile, Rice Cake looks at the hamster he knocked out, and he is relieved that it is not someone bigger and cuter than him. Emilia brings Kanghyuk there and tells him to give the hamster spirit a name to seal the contract. Kanghyuk begins wondering what he should name her and thinks that Ratatouille will be too cliché. In the end, he picks up the orange hamster and decides to name her Tori, and her last name will be Ham. Later, he lays Tori to sleep peacefully, and Emilia tells him that she was not expecting such a spirit to come out, and Kanghyuk has exceeded her expectations yet again. She wishes him the best of luck in making a good connection with Tori and says that she has to go back to her patrol now. Kanghyuk suddenly grabs her hand as he asks her to wait, sincerely telling her that he can't let her go without eating anything. He immediately prepares a salad sandwich for her because he had all the ingredients ready in case Emilia came here without eating breakfast. She looks at the sandwich in her hand and asks Kanghyuk if people call him weird, and he does not understand what she means. Anyway, Emilia really didn't eat breakfast and thinks that there is no harm in eating one sandwich. She is a bit confused about the sandwich, and Kanghyuk tells her that it is a simple and filling dish. So many people eat it for breakfast. He begins to think about how he often used to have salad sandwiches a lot when he was a kid, and Rice Cake comes to ask for his share. On the other hand, it is Emilia's first time seeing something like this, but she trusts that it will be good since Kanghyuk made it. She takes a bite and immediately feels the deliciousness of the sandwich. The bread is softer than she could even imagine, and it melted in her mouth only after a few chews. She then describes how much she likes the food. But that is the most generic description, like the sauce is sweet and sour, the vegetables are crunchy, the salt is salty, and the water is wet. You basically get the gist. Emilia starts eating the sandwich with enthusiasm, wondering when human culinary skills have advanced so far. However, she thinks that this might be something else. Kanghyuk says that he is glad that she liked the sandwich, and Emilia thinks that maybe he is from a special place where food like this is common. She smiles at him and says that he is like a mysterious chef, and Kanghyuk doesn't get what she said. Anyway, Emilia asks him if she can have another sandwich because it is really good, and he eagerly tells her that she can have a lot more, and he can even pack some for her to eat later. They happily begin having breakfast in the forest. Back in the village, Myung's mom is busy folding the dried clothes when she runs up to her to say that she has finished her homework and asks permission to watch TV in the same breath. She immediately gives her the permission but tells her that she can only watch it for 1 hour. Myung is really excited about this and immediately switches on the TV to watch her favorite show, whose name is like 3 sentences long. Her mom tells her not to sit so close to the TV when Myung calls her. Kanghyuk is on TV as it is the airing date of the special episode of Today's Chef, and Myung wants to make sure with her mother that this is the same chef uncle who lives in their village. Well, her mother is quite shocked to see him on TV and has no idea what to make of this. Meanwhile, in Kanghyuk's home, a dissatisfied and disgruntled Rice Cake is staring over Tori, who is completely tired and powerless. Kanghyuk comes there with some food and asks if Tori is still not doing well, because she has been acting weak ever since she arrived in this world. He has cooked some meat, so he thinks that this will make her get better. Rice Cake is really excited about the meat, but Tori is as lethargic as ever. She crawls towards the plate of food without any enthusiasm, and begins gobbling it up all at once. Kanghyuk asks her to calm down or she is going to hurt her mouth. However, he is low-key impressed that she is still eating, and he believes that Tori is also like Rice Cake when it comes to food. He remembers what Emilia told him about spirits. She had said that when a spirit comes to life, it takes the appearance of an animal. Hamsters like Tori have an affinity with the earth element. However, she is a special one because she can use fire too. Emilia told Kang Hyun that he doesn't need to feed spirits because they feed off of nature's energy. This was a shock to Kang Hyun, as he thought that spirits don't eat food, but Emilia assured him that they can eat, even though it is not necessary. Now that he thinks about nature's energy, Kang Hyun believes that maybe giving Tori some raw food will be better than giving her cooked stuff. Soon, he gives her some sliced carrots, and she eats them with joy, and Kang Hyun realizes that this works better than he thought. She looks much better now that she has raw food. But Rice Cake does not want to eat raw carrots on his plate and stares at them like I stare at vegans. Just then, some people enter the restaurant, and Kang Hyun welcomes them, only to find that they are the village kids who are hiding behind the door with eyes full of wonder. They are whispering among each other, egging others to go ahead and talk to Kang Hyun, while he struggles to understand what is happening. Soon, Sang-woo works up the courage to go to him, and Kang Hyun asks him what is up with him and his friends today. Sang-woo yells that he didn't know Kang Hyun was that kind of person, which honestly freaks him out as he thinks that the kids here are accusing him of being a PDF file. The other kids also join in, telling Kang Hyun that they feel betrayed because he lied to them. He has no idea what he did wrong and nervously asks Sang-woo to elaborate, but he runs away flustered, saying that Kang Hyun talked to him. The kids quickly leave the house and begin talking about how this is their first time seeing and talking with a celebrity. But Kang Hyun is in tears. He wonders why the kids ran away when he spoke, because that reminds him of a painful memory from his childhood where some kids made fun of a girl who talked to him at school. While he is trying to cope with this sudden grief, a delivery man comes there with a big banner and asks Kang Hyun where he should put it. Kang Hyun is confused because he didn't order the banner and asks the delivery man if he is sure that this is the right place. He replies that the address clearly says that this is where he is supposed to drop this banner off. He unfurls the banner right in front of Kang Hyun and asks if he didn't order it. Kang Hyun goes blank to see the banner that reads Pride of the Yongpyeong Village when suddenly he realizes that today was the release date of his episode on Today's Chef. Just then, the village loudspeakers activate at full volume, and the village chief greets everyone. He then suddenly reveals that at 4 in the evening today, there will be a special screening of Yongpyeong Village's Pride, Lee Kang Hyun. He asks everyone to stop by the village hall if they have time, and then tells Kang Hyun that he definitely has to be there. Kang Hyun is shocked to hear this, and he realizes that the episode has already aired. The banner delivery guy also thinks that Kang Hyun has the looks of a celebrity, and asks him if he can give him an autograph on his shirt without even bothering to know what he actually does. Kang Hyun nervously replies that he doesn't have an autograph yet. Anyway, when evening comes, Kang Hyun goes to the village hall for the first time since coming to the village. He also brings 2 watermelons and thinks that he is going to see himself on TV with the rest of the village. Even though he is nervous and embarrassed, he tells his 2 pets that they should go in, and they are excited. Kang Hyun nervously enters the room, only to find the village chief showing off his posters to the other old-timers. Kang Hyun asks him what this is, and the old man blushes as he says that he wanted to surprise him with this. He has prepared a fat stack of the posters so that everyone can take one home after the screening. However, Kang Hyun doesn't plan to let that happen at all. He quickly grabs the posters and sets them on fire outside, while the village chief can just watch him from the window. Kang Hyun is embarrassed and thinks that he won't be able to go anywhere in the village with those posters, but the grumpy old lady Grandma Park tells him not to mind the village chief's eccentric behavior. She says that this is not his first time doing this type of stuff, and it is because he is proud of Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun gets embarrassed on hearing that and says that while he is thankful, people tend to hate chefs who are shown on TV. He then goes silent without adding anything else because he has decided not to care about that thing anymore. However, Grandma Park heard him, and she tells him that someone who is good at their job and has time for other things is amazing. She asks Kang Hyun, who said that they hate him because their eyes must have maggots in them. She tells him that no matter who they are, he should not stay close to them because they won't help him with anything in his life. Kang Hyun is deeply touched by her words, and he smiles as he says that he will remember her advice. Just then, another old lady from the village comes with samgyeopsal, which is a Korean stuffed chicken dish, in a huge bucket, and everyone thinks that it is the right thing to celebrate the special occasion where a person from their village has appeared on TV. She gives the biggest chicken to Kang Hyun since he is the star of the day. Kang Hyun looks at the big bowl of stuffed chicken and soup and thinks how long has it been since he last ate someone else's cooking. He tries the soup and finds it pure and refreshing. He can tell that there are a lot of herbs in it, and it has been boiled for a long time. The rice inside the chicken is full of flavor as well, and Kanghyuk thinks that no one can make food like this without sincerity. He is lost in the taste of the food when suddenly, Rice Cake and Tori begin drooling on the table to ask for their share. Kanghyuk gets them some chicken, and they begin devouring it greedily. Just then, the village chief announces that they are going to start the special screening. As the special episode of Today's Chef plays on TV, Kanghyuk is embarrassed but also excited. The episode ends, but before he can get a chance to relax, something even more embarrassing plays on it. Turns out, the PD found a rare clip from Kanghyuk's first cooking contest, and as Kanghyuk hears this, his eyes widen in horror. The clip is from when he was an edgy 14-year-old, but his skill was already something to boast of. The commentators on the screen cry out that he is not just cooking, he is making art. They think that this is a historical moment in the culinary world of Korea, which is proud to have Kanghyuk. While Kanghyuk is dumbfounded upon seeing his old moments, the villagers are moved. They begin crying as they say, "This is cinema." The emotional village chief pats Kanghyuk's back as he tells him that he is amazing. But Kanghyuk buries his face in the table, sweating from embarrassment because he didn't think this would happen. The PD of the show had to cut the part of the two bullies, Kim and his lackey, because they got fired, and to cover for that, he dug out Kanghyuk's cringy past and showed that as a bonus. Well, unfortunately for him, the villagers are completely moved, and they say they drink in the name of the pride of their village, Chef Kanghyuk. Kanghyuk wishes that this is just a dream, and he wakes up the next day and it is all gone. However, even after 1 week, everyone is treating him as a celebrity. The chief still only calls him Pride of Yongpyong, and the kids call him God of Chefs. Even his friend Jim has gotten wind of this, and he keeps texting Kanghyuk to ask if he is enjoying the celebrity treatment. Kanghyuk has had enough of this, and he simply asks Tori if she is good at digging. She is confused about the purpose, and Kanghyuk asks her if she can dig a hole in which he can fit, because that would be better than dying slowly because of embarrassment. Anyway, Kanghyuk goes to the fantasy world to escape the stardom. He trains under Noah, who tells him that their training is over and he did really well today. Kanghyuk thinks that he did well because his head is empty, and since he has already experienced the peak of embarrassment, running on all fours is no longer embarrassing for him. Noah just asks him if he is okay, and Kanghyuk says that he is feeling better here. He looks at his two pets, who are busy digging, and remarks that Tori is looking much better here. Noah gives him a puzzled look as he asks what is Tori, and Kanghyuk remembers that he hasn't introduced her yet. He says that Tori is a spirit that he made a contract with recently, and then says that she is right next to Rice Cake. He asks Noah if he can't see her because she is so small, and then adds that an elf whom he knows helped him make the contract. Noah suddenly grabs a stone from the ground, and Kanghyuk asks what he is going to do with that. He simply eats the rock towards a nearby tree with all his might, almost drilling a hole in it. Emilia was sitting on the tree, and she gives a look of disgust as she calls him a savage. Noah angrily tells her that he already said that she should not bother Kanghyuk because he is a friend of Beastmen. He is ready to fight and asks Emilia to clearly tell him what she is planning. She doesn't give an answer but says that this is the problem with Beastmen, because they are always so violent. Noah gets even more furious at this racist prick, and Kanghyuk tries to calm him down without any success. He wonders why Noah is angry and if he and Emilia know each other. He tells them to calm down and talk, but then suddenly asks how they can communicate with each other when Noah was not able to understand what Randolph was saying last time. Emilia lands down just then and begins showing off as she tells Kanghyuk that, as a ranger, she must know at least 3 languages to learn what is going on in the forest. She says that she is also good at the ancient language, and Noah says it is because she was alive back then. He tells Kanghyuk that the elf has lived for 10 times as long as him, and that pisses Emilia off. Now she is also ready to fight, and Kanghyuk feels like a WWE referee who knows that he can't stop the 2 strong guys from fighting. He reminds them that fighting between different races is forbidden and says that since they can talk, they should try to communicate things properly. Just then, Randolph arrives there for training Kanghyuk, and when he sees him playing referee between an elf and a beastman, he doesn't know what is going on. Meanwhile, Rice Cake and Tori just need some popcorn, and they are probably betting their dinner on who is going to win. Anyway, Kanghyuk manages to calm everyone down and tells them that they are all his benefactors, so they should not fight among each other. He says that they should introduce each other first and then tells Randolph that he is going to translate for him. Randolph tells him there is no need for that as he displays a translating artifact he has brought with himself today because he thought he would need it after running into Noah the last time. He then introduces himself as the Knight Captain of Robentis, and Emilia follows, introducing herself as an elf ranger. Noah just says his name, and the awkward silence creeps back in immediately. That is the end of Kang Hyun's attempts to get them to know each other, but he has not given up yet. He knows that only one thing can help now, so he gets up and asks his 3 friends if they are good with spicy food. He declares that he is going to make them some spicy food from his hometown, believing that food and drinks can solve the hostility. He begins cooking, thinking that a meal together can bring even enemies closer. He grills some meat, pulls out some spices, and kimchi. Meanwhile, Randolph remarks that it is strange that it has been 100 years since the end of the Great War, and there has been exchange between the 3 races since fighting was forbidden. However, thanks to a chef from an unknown world, 3 people from different races have gathered together. Wait, does he know Kang Hyun is from a different world? Or is that the translator's mistake? Randolph just thinks that Kang Hyun is an angel sent by God, and Emilia says that it is funny to see an angel of cooking. She tells Randolph that she agrees with him, which is why she asked him to make a contract with a spirit. She turns to Noah and assures him that she didn't mean Kang Hyun any harm at all, and he replies that he will keep this in mind. Kang Hyun takes a glance at them and finds that the 3 of them are opening up to each other. He thinks he should hurry up and quickly puts the ingredients in a pot to boil them. He then puts freshly cooked rice with a half-fried egg on top to go with the spicy meat stew, and his special kimchi dish is complete. He presents it to his friends and says that they should talk while they eat. He tells them that the stew will be spicy, so they should eat it with rice. Randolph is already drooling, but Noah is eyeing Emilia's bowl. He says that he thought elves don't eat meat, and Kang Hyun panics because he forgot that. Noah tries taking Emilia's bowl, saying that he will eat since she can't, but she pulls it back, saying that she doesn't eat meat so that she doesn't have to harm living beings, and it is not like she can't eat meat. She tells Kang Hyun that she will eat the dish with gratitude and then begins offering a prayer to nature and God before eating. Meanwhile, Randolph stuffs his mouth with the spicy dish and feels an explosion inside his taste buds. Noah is literally breathing fire because he can't handle spice, and Emilia is the most elegant one of them all. She says that it is really spicy, but the rice and fried egg are helping to keep it balanced. She remarks that she has never seen any grains that are as glossy and sticky before and remarks that it is amazing. Randolph says that he wishes there was something else to go with this dish, but Kang Hyun has him covered. He has brought some liquor along to go with it, and Randolph is deeply moved by his thoughtfulness. This drama queen knight drinks and says that this is what it means to live, and then says that they can't train since he is drinking today. On the other hand, Rice Cake eats the spicy food without any problem, but Tori turns into a mini rocket. As everyone continues to enjoy the food, Randolph suddenly asks Kang Hyun if he was not talking about giving the beastmen some spices. He says that someone wants to talk to him about it and then asks Kang Hyun if he would like to meet his lord. Kang Hyun is taken aback by this question, and he seems quite nervous about the suggestion. Kang Hyun is a bit anxious to hear about this sudden meeting proposal, so Randolph tells him that spices are valuable goods and that means that he will need the city lord's permission to trade them in large amounts. On top of that, the lord also really wants to meet Kang Hyun, who is still trying to process it. He tells Randolph that the spice trading was just his idea, and he needs to discuss it with the beastmen to know what they think. Noah is curious to know about this whole spice business, and Kang Hyun tells him that he wants the beastmen to eat well. That is why he wants to teach them how to make more dishes with spices, but the problem is that those spices are not found in this region, so he discussed the topic with Randolph. Noah asks Kang Hyun if he wants them to trade with humans, and he replies that he just wants them to eat better. Randolph chimes in, saying that none of them is going to lose anything from this trade. He says that interspecies trade used to happen 100 years ago, and now that the war has long ended, they have no reason to not continue it now. Noah thinks about it and then says that he agrees. He adds that the final decision lies with the chief, but he is certain that she will agree to the idea as well. Kang Hyun is surprised to see him agree so easily, and then Noah tells him that thanks to the culinary technique he has taught their tribe, their morale has risen. Recently, some beastmen stepped in and showed excitement to learn about cooking. Noah says that their tribe's impression of humans has also improved a lot thanks to Kang Hyun, so he is certain that the chief will surely give a positive response to his request. Randolph is glad to hear that and turns to Emilia, asking if she also has something to say about this suggestion. Emilia tells him that the majority of their tribe members were directly involved in the war, so their case is a bit different. But then she smiles as she looks at Kang Hyun and says that maybe the right time to restart a friendly relationship with other species will come soon. In the meantime, Kang Hyun starts getting overwhelmed by Rice Cake and Tori, who are diving at him because it is lunchtime, and the three representatives of their species decide to end the business talk and enjoy themselves because they might not get to meet like this again. They begin eating and drinking, and soon things start getting heated up. Noah tells Randolph that he has been teaching Kang Hyun beastman combat, which makes the night captain jealous. He turns to Kang Hyun and says that he noticed that his body had changed a lot recently, but he never thought he was out cheating on him by training with another person. Kang Hyun is also drunk silly, and he asks Randolph if he didn't tell this to him earlier. He apologizes for forgetting and then starts laughing, saying that now he can run very fast on all fours. He decides to show off his new skills and gets on all fours, but then he is too drunk, so he forgets which ones are his feet and which ones are his hands. He begins laughing at himself, while Randolph says that he doesn't need two teachers, and Noah stares at him angrily. Randolph suddenly challenges him to a duel and says that the loser will stop teaching Kang Hyun, and Noah replies that he doesn't decline challenges. They begin arm wrestling immediately with their full strength while Kang Hyun is still walking on all fours, and even Amelia has started to get drunk. She whispers something in Kang Hyun's ear, which shocks him, and he tells her that learning archery will be a bit too much for his schedule because then he would not have any time for cooking. Amelia is disappointed at this and asks to teach him some dagger techniques instead, and Kang Hyun nervously tells her that he is not planning to get into close combat with anyone. The drunk bunch continues acting drunk for some time, and after that, Kang Hyun returns home. The next day, he goes to his restaurant's kitchen and finds that his cooktop is not working properly. He thinks that if he calls someone to fix it, it will take a whole day for the workmen to come. He begins wondering how he will work today, but then thinks that he has had no guests for 3 days, so it will probably not be needed. He then thinks that you never know when a streak might break, and just then he hears the doorbell ringing and realizes that he jinxed himself. He goes outside to see the guest, and to his surprise, it is Soojin, her husband Minho, and their newborn baby. Kang Hyun asks Soojin how she is feeling, and she tells him that she is feeling a lot better now. He then asks if it is okay for the baby to be outside so early, and she replies that it is okay for a short duration. Soojin says that she wanted to introduce the baby to Uncle Kang Hyun, but she fell asleep on the way. She introduces the baby as Hyun, and Kang Hyun is smitten by how small and adorable she is. Seeing him so curious, Minho and Soojin tell Kang Hyun that he can touch her. He freaks out on hearing this and asks what if she breaks. Minho tells him to touch her gently, and Kang Hyun wipes his hands with sanitizer, thinking that he really wants to touch those cute and fluffy cheeks. He touches her cheek with a trembling finger and then exclaims that she is really soft and fluffy. This suddenly makes Rice Cake and Tori jealous as they think someone is going to take their position. They jump at Kang Hyun to tell him that they are soft as well, and he quietly affirms that. Soojin then tells Kang Hyun that they wanted him to meet the baby, and they also wanted to eat something delicious. She asks Kang Hyun if he can make something for them, and he gladly says that he will make them a good meal in no time. However, when he goes back to the kitchen, his stove gives him a reality check. He realizes that he doesn't have fire and thinks that he should take out his camping stove. Suddenly, he sees Tori standing proudly on top of Rice Cake, and he realizes that he can use her help. He leaves the fire department to her while he gets busy preparing the ingredients. He cleans and washes some abalones and then blends the intestines with rice wine. After that, he asks Tori to use her power to heat the pan so that he can melt butter and fry onion and garlic in it. He then adds the abalones, soaked rice, and the blended intestines along with some broth. He lets the dish simmer for a while, and soon it is ready. Kang Hyun brings the healthy and delicious abalone risotto to Soojin and Minho, who are really amazed on seeing it. Kang Hyun says that he wanted to make something healthy and easy to digest for Soojin, but he didn't want to serve her simple porridge either since she came all the way here. Soojin and Minho start eating, and they feel an explosion of taste on their tongues. Soojin remarks that it doesn't taste fishy at all, and the flavor is nutty instead, and Minho says that the abalones are really soft and chewy. Soojin agrees, saying that she feels that she can eat a lot of these abalones. She asks Kang Hyun if she can get some takeout because she wants to eat this at home too. Kang Hyun gets nervous on hearing this and asks if he can't just tell her the recipe because he can't cook anymore today. That is because Tori is all out of gas after providing enough flame to cook the risotto, and right now she is resting on the stovetop. A couple of days later, in the fantasy world, Noah goes to talk to the Beastman tribe chief, Cassandra, about Kang Hyun's offer to start trading with the humans in spices. Cassandra begins seriously thinking about the offer, and Noah is wholeheartedly trying to convince her to give a positive answer. He says that the atmosphere and the vibe in their tribe have changed a lot, and they should use this opportunity well. He says that this is an opportunity to get ahead of the other beastmen tribes. Cassandra tells Noah that she agrees with his thoughts, but before talking about other tribes, they must see what is happening in their own tribe behind their back. She says that the old guy named Temu has started getting on her nerves because he is too rebellious. He challenges her directly every time he disagrees with her, and Cassandra thinks that it has gone to the point where he is undeserving of the chief of the warrior chief. She suddenly smirks because she came up with a good idea to deal with him. She tells Noah to spread rumors that she is in favor of trading with humans. Noah appears surprised, but Cassandra tells him that while they are already at it, they should get rid of any annoyance as soon as possible. She says that even though they may not be able to make the trade without the permission of the human lord, she can still use the rumors to her advantage. Noah understands what she wants and says that he will spread the rumors, especially within Temu's circle. Cassandra tells him that they have talked enough about the topic now and then asks him if he has seen her daughter anywhere because she has not seen her since morning. Noah replies that he thought she was with Cassandra, and she realizes that she has run off again. She begins complaining, saying that she still has too much to teach her daughter Mona, who is already behind the other children when it comes to speaking because she is wandering on her own all the time. Noah agrees with Cassandra and then asks if it is correct that Mona said her first words the other day. Cassandra affirms that she indeed spoke, but she still can't believe the first words that came out of her mouth. On the other hand, as Kanghyuk is sitting peacefully, he suddenly hears the leaves behind him rustling. He turns around just as someone pounces on him, and it turns out to be Cassandra's daughter Mona, who screams the only word she knows to speak yet, which unsurprisingly is food. Kanghyuk is glad to see Mona, and as she runs to him, he asks her if she really said food, and she repeats it for him. She then suddenly stops and strains as she gets up on 2 feet, and then excitedly tells Kanghyuk to look at her even though her legs are trembling tremendously. Kanghyuk is astonished to see the girl stand on 2 feet, and he is moved to realize that she grew too much in the time he has not seen her. He says that he is touched and wonders if this is how uncles feel when they see their nieces and nephews grow up. He lifts her up in his arms and says that she is amazing for learning how to walk in such a short time, and Mona is really happy and proud. She eagerly begins telling Kanghyuk about how her mother was ruthless when teaching her, and she motivated her by saying that when she succeeds in standing on her 2 feet, she can go to meet Kanghyuk and eat the food he makes. However, she hasn't learned enough words to convey that, and she simply says food again. Kanghyuk gets a bit hesitant as he tells Mona that he is sorry. Suddenly, Randolph speaks up, saying that Kanghyuk already has an appointment. He apologizes to Mona, and then Kanghyuk also asks her to let go. Mona starts screaming because she feels betrayed. She grabs Kanghyuk's leg and keeps screaming at the top of her lungs without letting go. Kanghyuk tries pulling away from her, but Mona doesn't want to let him get away. Randolph says that this is troublesome because they are going to meet the town lord, and they can't just bring a beastman kid with them. Luckily, Kanghyuk has something that can get him out of this situation quickly. He takes out the get out of jail free card from inside his shirt, and it is actually the whistle that he got from the beastman tribe. Kanghyuk blows the whistle, and the very next moment, Noah comes there. He asks Kanghyuk what is wrong and who is bothering him, and Kanghyuk just points at Mona, who is still hugging his leg. Noah takes her away, and Mona stares at Kanghyuk with the look of betrayal on her face as he tells her that this is for her own good. He promises that he will make something delicious the next time he meets her, but she screams, calling him a traitor even though she hasn't learned that word yet. Anyway, Randolph leads Kanghyuk to the city and then to the estate where the Lord lives. It is a huge mansion complex, and Randolph says that is his workplace, and the knights usually live here as well. The knights and Randolph's wife wave to Kanghyuk as he passes by, and he begins wondering about what kind of person the Lord is going to be. He thinks that it will be someone insightful and egotistic, but the first impressions he gets are quite different. The blonde man who introduces himself as Lord Giovante Robentus smiles brightly as he welcomes Kanghyuk, who thinks that he is friendlier than he anticipated. Kanghyuk introduces himself, and Giovante says that he really wanted to meet him after hearing the numerous rumors that are circulating within the city. He begins listing things he has heard about Kanghyuk, including him being the human protected by the Holy Wolf and the beloved student of their knight captain. There is also the rumor that Kanghyuk defeated the entire Night Order on his own, and the Lord is very curious to know if that is true. Kanghyuk nervously tells him that it is fake news, and he begins wondering what other rumors about him are spreading. Randolph suddenly speaks up, saying that probably the rumors about Kanghyuk being an excellent chef have not spread yet. Giovante says that it is the opposite, and he has heard about Kanghyuk's skill in detail from Randolph and others who have tried his food. In fact, they have been bragging so much about Kang Hyun that his head chef considers him as a rival now. Well, Randolph decides to spit facts and says that the head chef has put very high ambitions for himself if he is trying to compete with Kang Hyun. The Lord tells Kang Hyun that he would love to try Kang Hyun's cooking if they get the chance, and then asks him if he has eaten anything yet. He says that their chefs are not bad either, and he wants Kang Hyun to eat lunch with him so that he can see their skills. Kang Hyun thanks him for the offer and begins thinking that Giovante is a good person who knows how to make others comfortable quickly. They sit on the dining table, where they discuss business while the food is getting ready. Kang Hyun tells Giovante that he wants to make spices accessible to the beastmen because they are essential for cooking. The Lord remarks that Kang Hyun seems to have a lot of knowledge about cooking and asks if he learned this by himself. Kang Hyun replies that while self-study played a big role, he learned a lot at school too. The Lord asks him about the school, and Kang Hyun says he went abroad to study. Suddenly, he realizes that this place might not have cooking schools at all, and he summarizes everything by saying that he had a teacher. However, he has already given a lot of material to Giovante to interrogate him. He asks Kang Hyun about his hometown's name. Kang Hyun replies that it is quite far away, and the Lord says that it must have a well-developed transportation network for him to come here each week. He then says that it is his first time seeing the type of clothes Kang Hyun is wearing. He says that it is not a style that can be found even in the capital, and he doesn't remember any country wearing such clothes either. Kang Hyun gets nervous now, but as Giovante asks him to tell more about his hometown, Randolph suddenly intervenes. Giovante backs down at this and apologizes to Kang Hyun for letting his curiosity get the better of him. Kang Hyun says that it is fine, and then the Lord replies that being Randolph's friend is enough to make anyone trustworthy, so he won't ask Kang Hyun any further questions about his identity. He adds that his future actions are what matter now, and Kang Hyun realizes that the Lord is not as friendly as he initially seemed. Just then, the chef knocks at the door, and Giovante gets excited because the food is here. He tells the kitchen staff to come in, and they serve a full-course meal for the Lord and his guests. Kang Hyun is eager to try it out, but he gets an ominous feeling as if someone is staring at him from behind. He turns around to find that he is right, and the head chef is staring at him like an Italian chef staring at people who put pineapple on their pizza.
He thanks Thomas for the food and then nervously turns towards the table, wondering if he poisoned the food or something. However, Kanghyuk is sure that since Thomas is the head chef of the estate, he must be really skilled, and he is really curious about the dishes he made. He starts with the potato soup made in goat milk, and finds that while it has a deep flavor, it seems bland compared to the food he generally eats because of the lack of spices. Kanghyuk then moves on to the sausages and finds that they are juicy and tasty too. Thomas gives him a condescending look and asks if he likes the food, but Kanghyuk really does like it, so he gives him an honest answer. As he praises the dishes, Thomas mellows out and gets happy, thinking that even Kanghyuk accepts that he is a great chef. Just then, Randolph asks Kanghyuk about the food he had brought along with him for the meeting. Kanghyuk decides to take it out since they are eating already, and he places a tiffin box full of potato pancakes on the table. The Lord is really curious to try Kanghyuk's cooking, but Thomas is already judgmental. He wonders what the strange dish in front of them is, but Kanghyuk has brought enough for him and the kitchen staff as well. Thomas takes a pancake to eat, confident that it won't be a match to his skills, but as he takes one bite, his confidence is washed away by the pancake's flavor. He can't believe that potatoes can be this soft and chewy, and even the sauce is both sweet and savory. He realizes that even though he also used potatoes in his dish, the level of Kanghyuk's skill and understanding is completely different. Thomas feels like a bug in front of Kanghyuk's talent, and he runs away crying, swearing that he will show him one day. While Kanghyuk freaks out on seeing this, the Lord is glad because he knows that his head chef will improve after taking Kanghyuk as a rival, and then he will have better food. After that, Lord Giovante tells Kanghyuk that now he understands why he wants the trade between the beastmen and humans to happen so badly. He says that even he wants the same because it is the best chance for him to improve his family's reputation and power. Giovante tells Kanghyuk that his family has guarded the forest known as the border for generations, and because of that they had a complete monopoly over interspecies trade. Thanks to that, the Robentus family became one of the top 5 influential families of the kingdom. But things have changed now. Giovante says that he wants to build his territory and restore his land, and for that he wants Kanghyuk's help. He asks Kanghyun to become the mediator of the trade between the humans and the beastmen, because they only trust him and not humans in general. Kanghyun thinks deeply about Giovante's words, and the role of a mediator doesn't seem too bothersome. On the other hand, the bishop of the church receives news that the Lord is planning to do business with the beastmen, and he snaps at the priest delivering the message. When he hears that Kanghyun was the one who initiated the negotiations, the bishop directs all his anger towards Kanghyun. He curses him for leading a white wolf into the territory and then trying to get them to trade with the wild barbarians. He then gets nervous, thinking that if humans and beastmen trade as equals, the teachings of his religion that humans are supreme will be harmed. He fears that he will lose his followers and decides to stop the trade at any cost. He wonders how to stop Giovante, but then comes up with a better idea. He tells the priest to find where the Lord is meeting with the beastmen, because he will crash the meeting and make Kanghyun lose the trust of both parties. With that sorted, the bishop goes to the church hall for the mass, and his followers eagerly greet him. He acts wise and dignified in front of them and tells them to behave well in the church, and then he sees a girl who has brought her favorite stuffed toy to the mass. The bishop gently asks her about the toy, but when she tells him that it is a white wolf, he gets angry. The girl tells him that the white wolf is a holy beast that chases away bad luck, but the bishop snatches it away from her, saying that it is just a superstition. He begins crushing the toy with anger, thinking that soon everyone will realize that he is the only one they should worship and respect. On the other hand, Kanghyun is sitting in a guest room in the Lord's mansion, thinking about the offer to become a mediator. Even though Giovanti told him that he wouldn't have to do anything, Kanghyun thinks that he can't sit idly after taking on such a big responsibility. He thinks that it would be better if he was in charge of something that he actually understands, like food. Just then he sees Rice Cake trying to find something in his bag. Kanghyun tells him that he won't find any more potato pancakes in there, and if he wants the cookies that he brought as a gift, he is not getting them either. Saying that out loud suddenly gives Kanghyun an idea, and he realizes that since it is a meeting, there is a need for snacks. On the day of the meeting, Kanghyun borrows the Lord's kitchen before daybreak to prepare the snacks, but he feels a very obvious déjà vu because Thomas is still staring holes in the back of his head. He is fake angry that Kanghyun dared to borrow his kitchen so early in the morning, because this is his territory. Thomas decides he will watch every move of his rival carefully, but as soon as Kanghyun has trouble finding knives, the head chef turns into his assistant and immediately gives them to him before retreating to his position outside. Kanghyun then starts looking for the cutting board, and once again, Thomas places it on his table before heading outside. Kanghyun can only thank him confusedly for his niceness and then moves on to his plan. Initially, he wanted to bake something simple like cookies and cakes, but then he realized that his stronghold is cooking and not baking. That is why he decided to go with something he was more confident in. He starts chopping tomatoes, frying shrimp, and then layering them on top of bread and mayo. Thomas judgmentally stares at him, but then Kanghyun offers him one piece to taste test his salmon cream bruschetta. Well, the head chef decides to give it a try because the ingredients seem colorful and different than what he has seen. He is confident that he will find out what it is once he eats it, but as he tosses the entire bruschetta into his mouth, he figures out that he has no idea what is in the dish. He is overwhelmed by the fatty taste of the fish and the crispiness of the bread, which are both balanced by the cream in between. Thomas feels defeated and wonders where Kanghyun got these high-quality ingredients from. He even begins suspecting that Kanghyun used to work in the royal kitchen. However, Kanghyun doesn't know what is going on in his head, so he asks him if the dish didn't taste good. Well, Thomas doesn't give an answer and runs away crying, saying that he is still the head chef of the estate. Kanghyun is utterly confused by this, and he still doesn't have an answer about his dish. He gets worried, so he decides to get the ultimate taste tester, that is, Rice Cake. Kanghyun goes to wake Rice Cake up, leaving the kitchen unattended, and using this chance, someone sneaks inside with nefarious intentions. It turns out to be the narcissistic bishop, who is here to add some special spice to the food. As he sprinkles the diarrhea powder on the food, he smirks to himself, thinking that if both the Lord and the leader of the Beastmen spend all their meeting time in the toilet, it will fail and they will even stop trusting Kanghyun. He scoffs at his oaths of not harming people because he doesn't even believe in God. He then decides to taste one of the bruschetta pieces that he didn't sprinkle his potty powder on because he has heard a lot about Kanghyun's skills. Just one bite of the bruschetta makes the bishop hear God's voice in his head, but just then he hears Kanghyun coming back and dips from the place. Kanghyun only sees a blur as the bishop runs out of the kitchen, but he doesn't think much about it. He then wakes up Rice Cake and tells him that he is the only one he can trust. Kanghyun knows that Rice Cake doesn't like fish that much, so he decides to feed him the ones that don't have salmon. But by the time he realizes it, Rice Cake has turned into a vacuum cleaner and eaten all the non-salmon bruschetta. Kanghyun freaks out on seeing this, but it is too late to stop the food-devouring biomachine now. Kanghyun is relieved that at least the salmon ones are still left and tells Rice Cake to get down, but he has sniffed that something is wrong with them. Rice Cake immediately stomps on the salmon bruschetta, and Kanghyun loses his mind. He gets so angry that he tells Rice Cake that he won't get any dinner tonight, but the poor doggo can't even tell him that he was just trying to help. Rice Cake is devastated that he is going to be rewarded for his hard work with starvation, but Kanghyun begins to wonder what he can prepare now. He doesn't have any more bread for bruschetta, and it will be hard to create a snack in the short time he has the kitchen to himself. Just as he is about to give up on making snacks, he sees some biscuits in a jar and immediately moves on to try them. He finds that they are quite dry and not as sweet as he expected, which makes them perfect to whip up some canapés. Soon the meeting starts, and before they can even get to the talking, Cassandra and Javante start snacking on the canapés that Kanghyun has made for them. As always, Cassandra marvels at Kanghyun's cooking, saying that when he told her that he had prepared snacks, she imagined something sweet, but now she has learned that snacks aren't just sweet. Giovanni adds that the snacks look really pretty on top of that. He asks Kanghyun what they are called, and he replies that they are called canapés, and they can be served as snacks, appetizers, or even sides. He tells Cassandra and Giovanni that canapés can be made with a different number of ingredients based on the chef's choice, and the base can also be made from biscuits, bread, fruit, or even vegetables. Well, Kanghyun is grateful for that last fact, otherwise he wouldn't have anything to make. And everyone else is also grateful because they got to enjoy a new type of dish today. Once they finish the food, Cassandra asks Giovanni what he thinks. They both look at Kanghyun for a bit and then declare that they are open to trade under the conditions that were already specified. Giovanni says they should start writing a contract, and this leaves Kanghyun puzzled because they didn't even talk about the business part. However, he is content that everything went well. Soon, Cassandra and Noah take their leave happily, and Giovanni says that this business talk was a success, all thanks to him. Kanghyun nervously says that he didn't even do anything this time, but Giovanni tells him that he made the biggest contribution to the meeting today. He asks him to keep doing that in the future, because being the auditor for the trade is a tough job, and if anyone can do it well, it is Kanghyun. Kanghyun is a bit surprised on hearing the term auditor directed at him, but when he realizes what it means, he suddenly goes silent. On the other hand, as Cassandra and Noah walk into the forest, he asks her if there was really a need to appoint Kanghyun as the auditor because someone else would have been enough to watch over the trade. Cassandra replies that status is very important for humans because they associate it with responsibility and power. She adds that oaths don't mean anything to them, so the only way to keep them satisfied but also honor-bound is giving them status. That is why giving Kanghyun, a human, the status of auditor is more like a safety measure. Personally, Cassandra believes that Kanghyun lies outside this world's laws, because he remains fine even though her daughter Mona bites him every time she sees him. Well, Kanghyun returns to Earth after that, and as time passes, the summer season comes to an end. With the end of the warm season, things begin stirring up in Kanghyun's life as well. The first shocking thing that happens to him is that his regular customer and the famous painter Gi-hoon decides to move to the village. Kanghyun and Gi-hoon's pianist friend are shocked to hear this, and Gi-hoon explains that he had thought about it a couple of times earlier, but then he met the village chief last week and had a drink with him. By the time he woke up after that, it had been decided that he would live with them, and Kanghyun thinks that it sounds like the painter got scammed. The second change in his life is a bit more subtle, and Kanghyun realizes it as his friends Sujin and Minho come to his shop with their baby Haeun. Kanghyun is really excited to see Haeun, who has become a new regular at his restaurant, but in doing that, he completely ignores Sang-hoo, who begins sulking about it. He begins playing the nothing's wrong card like my girlfriend does whenever she is mad at me, but Kanghyun realizes that it is the worst way things can happen. He apologizes to Sang-hoo for getting tunnel vision and then tries to make it up to him by asking what he wants to eat today. Sang-hoo says that he has already had lunch, so Kanghyun asks if there is something else he wants in exchange for letting his actions slide this time. Well, Sang-hoo was low-key waiting for that, and he asks Kanghyun to take him and his friends to the lake in the valley. Kanghyun has no option but to grant his wish, and he takes Sang-hoo and friends to the lake. The kids compare Kanghyun to a genie who can grant any wishes, but there is another person who has some wishes to make. It is his best friend Jim, who wishes Kanghyun to get a driver's license because he was the one who drove everyone here. Well, Kanghyun is not even paying attention to him as he takes in the scenery while the kids run amok. He eventually apologizes for inconveniencing him and says that he was initially planning to rent a car and pay someone to drive them, but then he realized that he needs a driver's license to even rent a car. In the meantime, the old men begin to unload the stuff from the back of the van. Kanghyun thanks Jim for driving them here and tells him that if he is tired, he can go and rest at a cafe at the bottom of the mountain. But Jim is not going to let this chance go after driving all the way here. He puts on his glasses and then jumps into the water with his floating tube, telling Kanghyun that he is going to enjoy it while it lasts. The boys go crazy on seeing his attitude and call him a Sigma, which he obviously enjoys. After that, everyone starts having fun. Mi-young mistakes a watermelon for a ball and says they should play volleyball with it, but obviously her mother doesn't allow her to. The old men open some bottles to set up the mood, and Kanghyun decides to join the guys in the pool. Suddenly, the boys flip Jim's floating tube, throwing him into the water, but he has come prepared with a high-tech water gun. He hits the boys with it, telling them to try him, and they swim away in terror as he reloads. Meanwhile, Kanghyun and Mi-young play with old water guns, but then Jim comes there and terrorizes them. A water fight begins with that, and once it ends, both Kanghyun and Jim are exhausted, but the kids still have stamina. Mi-young's mom tells Kanghyun that they should go to a nearby restaurant for lunch later, but he tells her that he has already prepared something. Suddenly, the village chief starts throwing a tantrum, saying that since they have come to a lake, they have to eat baeksuk, which is slow-cooked chicken with minimal seasoning. He tells Kanghyun that his food is delicious, but only baeksuk should be eaten next to lakes like this, so they are going to eat at a restaurant. Well, Kanghyun smiles and tells the village chief that he is underestimating. The old man feels his hangover fading as Kanghyun tells him that he has prepared baeksuk, and not just any ordinary version of it, but mushroom baeksuk, which is almost a luxury food. As Kanghyun begins to add the finishing touches to his mushroom baeksuk, Jim says that he thought that it was hard to make, but seeing how he has thrown all the ingredients in one pot, he thinks anyone can make it. That rubs Kanghyun's ego the wrong way, and he gets furious as he explains the struggles of getting the right ingredients and preparing them. First, the lady at the grocery store gave him a live chicken when he asked for her freshest one, and when he was trying to prepare the chicken to get rid of excess smell and fat, Rice Cake almost ate it. Kanghyun gets frustrated, remembering how much he struggled to get this ready, but Jim just tells him, "Good job." Soon, the smell of baeksuk begins filling the air, and even Gi-hun and his friend, whose name I don't remember, wake up from their stupor. Everyone is blown away by Kanghyun's delicious mushroom baeksuk smell, and when he presents it to them, they go crazy. The three drunk men go wild, eating baeksuk and drinking, while everyone who is sober eats at another table. And Kanghyun tries to stop Rice Cake from gulping everything down at once. After eating, they decide to catch some fish, and Kanghyun can only catch stones and sticks, which reminds me of my luck on dating apps. Everyone mocks Kanghyun for not being able to catch anything when even the kids have gotten lucky. Just then, Rice Cake comes towards Kanghyun with his cheeks full, and Kanghyun thinks he is there to cheer him up, but no, he is there to rub his failure. He opens his mouth to show a bunch of fish he caught, and even Tori proudly boasts about the fish she caught. Kanghyun gets desperate on seeing this and asks Jim and the village chief to give him another chance. While he struggles to catch a fish in vain, Gi-hun and his friend show the boys how to skip stones on water, and Mi-young eats watermelon with her mother. Later, they head back to the village, and Jim again tells Kanghyuk to get his driver's license. As he looks back at everyone who is knocked out, Jim tells Kanghyuk that initially, when he didn't return to the city once his taste returned, he was quite surprised, but now he understands why he chose the peaceful life instead.
Well, a few days after his picnic, Kanghyuk's peaceful life is disturbed when a level 99 extrovert comes to see him in his restaurant. He loudly asks Kanghyuk if he missed him and asks for a hug, but Kanghyuk keeps his distance and politely bows before him, calling him his former boss. The man gets a bit upset that Kanghyuk is staying away from him, but Myung and Sangwoo are confused because they have never seen this man before. The man introduces himself as Kanghyuk's friend, but Kanghyuk replies that they just worked together in the past. The former boss feels even more hurt now, and the kids are confused because they have never seen Kanghyuk being so cold to anyone. They think that he might be a villainous loan shark like they see on TV serials, but Kanghyuk doesn't want them to think that. He knows that his former boss is a good guy who wanted to work with him till the end. But that is also what makes this situation so problematic. The former boss, Jeong, starts talking about how ashamed he felt when he saw him at today's chef and realized his mistake in letting him go. He passionately asks Kanghyuk to work for him again, and when he declines, Jeong literally clings to him, begging him not to waste his skills in a village like this. Kanghyuk is too overwhelmed to even give him a response, but the kids fear that he is going to be taken away from them by this strange guy. Kanghyuk keeps cleaning his restaurant while Jeong clings to his feet, telling him that together they can rule the world, even though his words fall on deaf ears. However, the kids declare this scene as their village's national emergency. They immediately decide to leave for home, even declining Kanghyuk's offer of a snack. After that, Jeong asks Kanghyuk if he forgot about him over the past few months. Kanghyuk replies that Jeong already hired another head chef after he left, so there isn't a need to call him back. Jeong replies that the head chef was irresponsible and he quickly left. He says that Kanghyuk might have been scary, strict and rough, but he was not irresponsible. Jeong then thinks that Kanghyuk is hesitating to take his offer because his sense of taste is not back yet, but Kanghyuk tells him that his taste is fine now. Jeong offers him an increased pay and better conditions, but Kanghyuk declines, saying that he will never return to Seoul no matter how good the conditions are. Unaware of Kanghyuk's decision, the kids are brainstorming over the situation, and they are pretty sure that he is going to go back to Seoul because it is a much better and convenient place. Myung suggests that they ask the adults for help because the village chief will certainly do something about it, but Sangwoo thinks that he will just create a big scene. He says that they have to make Kanghyuk realize that their village is better than Seoul, and asks Myung how can they do that. Myung thinks that Kanghyuk always makes something delicious for them, and this time, they should cook something for him instead. Sangwoo immediately likes the idea, thinking that they will make Kanghyuk happy with their food and he won't leave them. However, their cooking is worse than my sister, and it is mainly because Sangwoo used whatever was available in the fridge, and he skipped out many ingredients of a hamburger because he didn't like them. Well, Myung judges him for that, but with literal coal on her plate which were supposed to be scrambled eggs. Just then, Myung's mom returns home and she witnessed the absolute abominations the kids have cooked up. She tells them that they shouldn't put garbage on the dining table and effortlessly roasts them more than they cook their food. The kids start crying and Myung's mom offers to make something for them. However, they are determined to cook something delicious with their own hands to make Kanghyuk happy, and she says that she will just help them from the side. She ensures them that it is okay to ask for help because it is their first time cooking and the kids are glad to accept her help. She then asks them why are they cooking for Kanghyuk in the first place, and when she learns the news, she is as shocked as the kids. On the other hand, Jeong is wandering through the village, wondering what can he use to make Kanghyuk take the job. He thinks that Kanghyuk just wants to live a peaceful life in this village because he was never interested in interacting with strangers. Just then, someone calls Jeong, asking him if he is a tourist and if he wants a drink. It turns out to be the village chief and his friends, and Jeong tells them he is here just to see a friend. The village chief immediately realizes that Jeong is Kanghyuk's friend and offers him a drink again. Being polite, Jeong gulps the drink, deciding to stay the night in the village instead of driving home. His mind is blown by the liquor, and then the chief offers him some pork belly, but Rice Cake eats it and runs away before anyone can do anything. The chief immediately moves on to the next side dish, and Jeong is surprised that they just let a dog stealing their food slide. Well, the chief tells him to sit down before the rest of the food vanishes, and Jeong decides to join the party. He gets wasted after a couple of drinks and begins whining that Kanghyun is really talented, but he is not greedy and ambitious. The chief replies that greed is not always for materialistic things and everyone longs for something different. And the same is true for Kanghyun too. On hearing this, Jeong decides to take his leave and talk to Kanghyun before he gets totally hungover. The village chief begins talking about how young men are so full of energy when suddenly a guy comes running to him with a shocking news. The chief asks him what happened and the man replies that he heard from Myung's mom that Kanghyun is going back to Seoul, leaving him completely stunned. Meanwhile, Kanghyun is busy thinking that Jeong will return again because he is stubborn and he will have to deal with him. While doing that, he also makes a sketch for Tori, who is absolutely smitten by it. He begins thinking out loud, saying that he understands Jeong's point that going to Seoul is the best for business. And just then, he hears a clash. He turns around to see Sang-woo, Myung and her mother, standing shocked in front of him. The kids start crying, saying that they are too late, and Kanghyun panics, wondering if he did something wrong. Just then, the village chief also barges into the restaurant, covered in mud, and asking Kanghyun if it is true that he is going back to Seoul. He offers Kanghyun the position of the youth representative of the village if it gets him to stay, and Kanghyun panics, wondering who told everyone about it. The kids ask him not to forgive them even if he moves to Seoul, and offer him the food they made for him. With teary eyes, they thank him for always taking care of them, taking them to amusement parks and picnics, and feeding them delicious food. They show him the rice dish they made, saying that they thought that if they can make him happy with their cooking, he won't leave. They start crying, asking him not to leave the village, and Kanghyun just kneels down and tastes their cooking. He immediately wants to spit it because it is too salty, too oily, and also burned, but he still finishes it because the kids have prepared it with love. After finishing it, he thanks the kids, saying that it was delicious. He then reveals that he never had any plans to leave this place because it is his home and he can't go anywhere else. Everyone gets emotional on hearing this, especially the village chief. Everyone starts talking about how Kanghyun said he likes this village too much, and he begins to feel embarrassed about his words now. Just then, Jeong also comes there and tells Kanghyun that he is really proud of him with tears in his eyes. He claps for Kanghyun, saying that he understands he has finally found people that are more precious to him than money. However, he still wants to work with him, and to do that, Jeong suggests that Kanghyun help him develop some recipes for his restaurant while staying here. Kanghyun thinks that the offer is not bad and he accepts to work with Jeong, who is so glad to hear this that he quickly passes out because of the alcohol running through it. Everyone is shocked on seeing this, but Kanghyun tells them to leave Jeong be because he always does that when he gets drunk. The village chief is relieved to hear this, and he says that they should throw a party to celebrate that everything ended nicely. Kanghyun tells them to order anything they want because the tab is on Jeong today. A few days later, Kanghyun goes to the fantasy world for camping, and he reviews the recipes that Jeong sent him to improve. He finds that all the recipes are quite basic and need a lot of work. But just then, he finds that the food is ready. He calls for Rice Cake, who comes out of the bushes with a scar on his face. Kanghyun is worried about him, but as he offers the food, the white wolf begins to eat it without being concerned about anything. Kanghyun feels that is strange, and he asks Rice Cake where he left Tori, when suddenly, someone comes out of the nearby bushes. It is the real Rice Cake, with Tori on his back, and they both have the look of betrayal on their face as they see Kanghyun feeding another white wolf. Kanghyun, however, is utterly confused by this, and he wonders how can be there two rice cakes. Soon, Rice Cake begins growling angrily at the imposter while Kanghyun and Tori observe them from a distance. Kanghyun says that the new puppy seems to be bigger and fatter than Rice Cake. Kanghyun asks him if he is part of Rice Cake's family, but Rice Cake doesn't want to do anything with the guy who stole his food. Anyway, it is not like the wolf can answer him, and Kanghyun decides to apply a medicine on the new wolf's wound, hoping that it can help him. Meanwhile, Rice Cake is still yelling at him with all his might, and the new wolf doesn't tolerate it for much longer. He puts his paw on Rice Cake's head and pushes him to the ground, forcefully silencing him. Kanghyun is in awe of the wolf because he has never seen anyone dominate Rice Cake before. But then the wolf grabs Rice Cake and runs away. Kanghyun can only scream at him to stop, but it is too late, and the wolf vanishes into the forest. Kanghyun chases after it, and he is spotted by the elf mommy Emilia, who immediately decides to catch up to him. She asks him why is he in so much hurry, and he panics as he explains that a white wolf took Rice Cake and ran away. Emilia gets taken aback by his intensity, and she asks him to calm down quite forcefully. She then hears the story in detail and thinks that since the white wolf was similar to Rice Cake in size, he must be his sibling, and that means he won't harm him. Kang Hyun is relieved to hear that, but Emilia tells him that they can't be sure when he will return because he might have been taken home. Kang Hyun suddenly realizes the fact that Rice Cake has a home and a family too, but he had never thought of that before. He looks completely gloomy and Emilia decides to help him out a bit. She points towards the mountains in front of them, telling Kang Hyun that it is the territory of the White Wolves, and he can find Rice Cake there. She says that she would help him climb the mountain, but they need permission from the wolves to reach them, and she believes that it will only be possible for Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun decides to take his chances and starts climbing the mountain. Even after several hours, he doesn't seem to have made much of a progress because of the thick mist and dense vegetation that makes it difficult to walk. He would have gotten lost a long time ago, but thankfully Tori is there to show him the way. Kang Hyun then starts thinking how he always took his time with Rice Cake for granted, but it makes sense for him to stay with his family. However, he is not willing to give up on Rice Cake, because he is his family too. Kang Hyun keeps on moving, but then his legs give out, and he decides to call Rice Cake to him instead. He takes out his cooking set and some high-quality meat from his bag and starts grilling it, knowing full well that Rice Cake won't be able to resist its smell. He calls Rice Cake, saying that if he doesn't come, Tori will get all of it, when suddenly, a white wolf appears from the mist. However, it is not Rice Cake but the wolf pup with the scar. Not only that, there is another pup next to him and Kang Hyun realizes that this one is not Rice Cake either. He wonders how can there be more wolf pups, but he doesn't know that it is just the beginning. Suddenly, a whole bunch of white wolf babies come out from all directions and Kang Hyun starts feeling overwhelmed. He asks why are there so many of them, but the wolves have no interest in him because they are being allured by the delicious smell of the grilled meat. All of them jump at it, and Kang Hyun, who is in their way, realizes that he messed up. A few moments later, the meat is all gone and a pup licks the plate clean excitedly while the rest of his siblings are treating Kang Hyun as a new couch. He has had enough of them and he picks each one of them one by one to see which one of them is Rice Cake. But there is none. But just then, an adult wolf arrives there. As he howls from the cliff, all the baby wolves howl after him and suddenly, the fog vanishes. Not just the fog, the forest vanishes too and Kang Hyun finds himself standing on top of the mountain. In front of him are two adult white wolves and Kang Hyun realizes they are Rice Cake's parents. The wolves talk to him telepathically and ask him why has he come here. Kang Hyun confidently tells them that he is here to meet Rice Cake, and his dad coldly asks him the reason behind that. Kang Hyun feels intimidated and the daddy wolf asks if he wants Rice Cake for his healing power, or for his eyes that can judge the good from the bad, or his title as a descendant of gods. Kang Hyun replies that he came for Rice Cake as family, and even if he didn't have any special power, he would have come for him. The daddy wolf replies that Rice Cake is his pickiest child and now he understands why he chose Kang Hyun. Just then, Rice Cake pops up on the cliff and excitedly greets Kang Hyun, but then his dad smacks his head. Both his parents start yelling at him for coming out of the cave when he was supposed to be reflecting on his behavior. Well, one look at them makes Kang Hyun realize that maybe Rice Cake is at fault here for running away from his house without telling his parents. Anyway, the daddy wolf gives Rice Cake the permission to go with Kang Hyun, and he eagerly jumps from the cliff. Kang Hyun panics, but he manages to catch Rice Cake and they hug each other tightly. After that, Rice Cake's parents tell Kang Hyun that their child is still young without proper judgment, and they will trust him with his upbringing. Kang Hyun thanks them for this honor and then the daddy wolf uses his magic on him. Kang Hyun starts feeling a wind surrounding him and his fatigue vanishing as energy fills his body. However, he doesn't notice the paw mark of the white wolf on his forehead. Rice Cake's parents then tell him that he is free to visit them anytime and ask him to take care of their kid. Kang Hyun suddenly starts feeling dizzy and falls asleep, and when he wakes up he finds Emilia watching over him like total wife material. Kang Hyun is confused about when he came here, but then he realizes that Rice Cake and Tori are sleeping on his lap. Emilia says that the climb must have been really hard, but it is all good since he found Rice Cake. She says that he has also received a present as she sees the chilly aura around him. She tells Kang Hyun that it is a token of trust, and Kang Hyun thinks that Emilia is just talking about how Rice Cake's parents asked him to take care of him. A couple days later, the village chief takes Sang-hoo to the local convenience store to treat him to some ice cream. While they are enjoying ice cream, Sang-hoo's friend Chulman also comes there along with his village chief. While the boys are excited about hanging out together, the two old men immediately become like territorial tigers, fighting for dominion. The Sogam village chief flexes that his village had 2 new births this year, but our chief says that there was 1 birth in his village and on top of that, a young man from Seoul moved in as well. This is enough to make the flames of war between them grow even intense, and the boys don't understand why the chiefs are acting like this. Sanghu says that he has heard that the two old men know each other from a long time and they never liked each other. Cholman says that they shouldn't turn out like them and remain friends. Meanwhile, the chiefs get fired up about the upcoming sports day at the school, and Sogam chief asks Yongpong chief how are his village's preparations. Our old chief says that the sports day is for kids, and the Sogam chief taunts him, saying that because of this mature attitude, the Sogam village has been winning every sports day. He walks away with that, but Yongpong village chief is not going to let that comment slide, and he decides to recruit Kang Hyun as their village's secret weapon. Kang Hyun says that the sports day is for children, and the chief replies that it is for the children, but the entire village comes there to have a drink and have fun. There are some games for adults too, and since they have never won against the Sogam village, the chief says that it is high time they change it. But that has always been too hard because Sogam village is much bigger and has a larger population. However, the chief is confident that things will be different this year because they have Kang Hyun on their team. Well, Kang Hyun is not so sure about that because he has never taken part in any sports since middle school because he was too busy focusing on cooking competitions. However, Sanghu tells him that it doesn't matter even if he is bad at sports because he wants to compete alongside with him. Kang Hyun can't say no to the kid, so he agrees to come to the sports day and promises to bring some food as well. Well, the village chief is glad to hear that, and he tells Kang Hyun that his training will begin the next day. The training involves doing ab crunches with a 100-pound rock on his belly, carrying a huge wooden log uphill, and running around the village while dragging a tire. Well, you know all the things your grandparents did to reach a school. To be honest, the village chief didn't expect Kang Hyun to actually do all those things because he was just trying to be like the eccentric teacher from anime and manga. As he begins to wonder what training should he make him do next, Grandma Park comes there and asks him what is he doing. The chief explains that he is training Kang Hyun for the sports day, and the old lady scoffs, saying that it was Minho the last year, and now it is the chef. She is sure that Kang Hyun will drop dead if the training continues, and the chief says that even he thought the same. But he has been doing it continuously, and he also seems good at it. Later at night, Kang Hyun realizes that he has been trained so much by Randolph and Noah that he did whatever the chief told him without questioning him. He still doesn't think that it will make much of a difference, but then he notices that his body has been feeling much better ever since he met Rice Cake's parents. Behind him, Rice Cake uses his special power to bless Tori and increase her strength. He is incredibly proud of his family's special powers, but Kang Hyun is convinced that he feels better because of regular training. Anyway, he decides to prepare a special character-themed lunchbox for the kids to cheer them up for their events. The next day, the sports event begins, and by the time Kang Hyun reaches there, things have started to get in motion. The village chief and Minho call him to sit with them, and then the school principal begins his long and boring speech. The chief says that with Minho and Kang Hyun on their team, they can win, but Minho says that when he passed the Sogam village team, he saw a high schooler in their team. The chief gets angry at the Sogam chief for hiring someone so fresh out of school, but he believes that their training will pay off, and today will finally be the day they win against Sogam village. Soon, the principal's speech ends, and the events start. The first event is puppet dance performed by kids, and all the parents and grandparents begin clicking pictures immediately. Kang Hyun is reminded that he also learnt the puppet dance when he was a kid. Meanwhile, the parents keep hyping up the kids, and Kang Hyun notices some chemistry between Cholman and Myung. Just then, one man asks Kang Hyun if the battery of his camera ran out, and he tells him that he just pressed the wrong buttons. The man asks Kang Hyun to press the right ones and record a video because he is going to click pictures from his phone. Well, Kang Hyun does that and records Sanghu, which reminds him of the time he was in junior school, and he wonders if his parents like this when they recorded him too. Anyway, when the dance is over, Sanghu comes running to his grandma and Kang Hyun. He excitedly starts telling Kang Hyun about the games that will be held later. Just then, Cholman calls him because they need to change for the upcoming event. As Sanghu leaves, his grandma tells Kang Hyun that it has been a long time since she has seen him this excited. She says that he used to be depressed that his parents were not in the village to support him, but ever since Kang Hyun said he would come, he has been cheerful. The old woman thanks Kang Hyun for coming, but he tells her that he is the one who should be grateful to the villagers for inviting him instead. Soon, the sports events begin, and the first one is a scavenger hunt. Myung reaches the table first, and her card tells her to find someone she respects. She first thinks of picking either of the two village chiefs, but seeing how crazy they are acting, she decides to go for the safe bet and starts looking for Kang Hyun. However, she can't find him because he went to the bathroom, And while everyone else is fighting over the slips, a girl from Sogum village finds a torn slip that just says less person. Well, the girl named Miju knows who she has to pick, and she immediately takes the school principal to the referee, saying that she found a hair less person, which includes a less person. Thanks to that, Sogum Village wins the first game and they keep on winning the subsequent games, much to the jealousy of the Yongpong village chief. At lunch break, he gets fired up, saying that they have not yet shown their true skills yet, and after the lunch break, they are gonna win everything. No one is listening to him and Kang Hyun tells the kids about the lunch boxes he prepared for them. He brings them out and gives the Dino-themed lunchbox to Sang-hoo and the cartoon character-themed lunchbox to Myung. The kids are blown away by this piece of art and they can't believe that Kang Hyun made it himself. They run away to show off to their friends and Kang Hyun can't even stop them to say that he has also carved bunnies out of apples as their dessert. The village chief tells him that the kids will faint from shock if they see that. He then asks about Kang Hyun's lunch and he says that he has some side dishes. The village chief checks the side dishes and then immediately tosses them in a big utensil. Kang Hyun panics at this but the chief tells him that he is making lunch for everyone. Soon other villagers also toss their lunch into the big bowl and then add some sesame oil to it. The chief says that this is their sports day speciality that they make every year with all the dishes that are brought. Kang Hyun doesn't think that the combination will go well because of all the different things, but then the village chief gives him the wooden spoon to taste it because he knows about his concerns. Kang Hyun takes a smaller spoon to taste it, and he finds that despite all the dishes being made separately without the thought of mixing them later, their mixture seems really delicious, and he doesn't know the exact reason behind it.
While everyone from the Yongpyong village is enjoying themselves, the chief of the Sogum village scoffs at them for being so carefree. He says this is the reason they lose every year, and he is confident that this time, too, the result will be the same. He turns to the high school student Do-hyun to confirm what he just said, and though the boy agrees, he seems oddly nervous. Soon the events resume, and the announcer asks all the parents participating in the obstacle race to step forward. Hyun is eager to know who is participating, but then the chief tells him that he is going to. He can't process it, even when he is on the starting line, and tells the chief that he is not a parent. The chief replies that he is replacing Sang-hoo's parents because they couldn't come, and Kang-hyun says that his grandma is still here. Well, obviously the old lady can't even walk up the stairs without help, so she isn't going to make it through the obstacle course, and Kang-hyun thinks that he will just go through it. The kids cheer him on, and just as the race starts, Kang-hyun sprints ahead, jumping over the first obstacle easily. The next step is walking on a balance beam, but that is no biggie either because Randolph makes Kang-hyun walk on a tightrope over a cliff whenever he loses his balance. He runs over the balance beam and then clears the rest of the obstacles effortlessly too. The last part is to run on all fours to get through a low hole, and thanks to Noah's training, Kang-hyun goes through it like a fox and completes the rest of the race on all fours out of habit. Well, he wins first place effortlessly, and the kids almost start worshipping him as some sort of warrior god for his feats. The Sogum village chief is surprised that the Yongpyong village has a hidden weapon like this, but he is sure that they will win the next game easily because it is tug-of-war, and their team is obviously much stronger. Well, Kang-hyun thinks so too because only he and Minho are the strong guys on their team. But then he hears the chief telling Rice Cake to hold the rope from behind, and he immediately turns back. Kang-hyun is startled to see Rice Cake there and tells the chief that he can't participate, but the old man shuts him down, claiming that Rice Cake is a part of the village too. Kang-hyun knows that it is not going to be a fair competition anymore, because thanks to Rice Cake's power, Team Yongpong drags Team Sogum off their feet just as the game starts. While the Sogum chief tries to imagine how they could lose so badly, he tells the boy named Do-hyun that the last event is the relay race, and he is going to make them win. Do-hyun tells him that he will get it done, but he is really nervous and keeps trying to pump himself up the entire time. Soon all the racers take position and the race starts. Kang-hyun is running the last leg, and Do-hyun is right next to him. He gets the baton quickly and runs ahead at full speed, and Kang-hyun's teammate comes there a few seconds later. Hyun is confident that he can catch up to the boy, but just as he grabs the baton, he finds Rice Cake running on the track with another team's baton in his mouth. Kang-hyun stops because of panic, and he tries to stop Rice Cake too, but it is too late. As Rice Cake runs ahead, he crosses Do-hyun, who is trying his best to focus on the race. However, as he sees a dog running past him, he loses his focus, twists his ankle, and falls on the ground. Kanghyun freaks out on seeing this, but Rice Cake doesn't care, and he crosses the finish line first. Kanghyun runs after Rice Cake, becoming the first human to cross the line and becoming the winner of the race. Because of that, Team Pink wins the sports day, and the Yongpyong village is crowned the MVP, much to the delight of the chief. A couple of days later, Kanghyun is still thinking about how the outcome of the race would be different if Do-hyun didn't get startled by Rice Cake and did not suffer an injury. He wanted to apologize to him on the day of the sports meet, but while people were busy lifting him up in the air, Do-hyun quietly left. As he is cycling back to the village from the supermarket, he finds Do-hyun sitting by himself at a waiting spot. Kanghyun immediately goes over to talk to him and asks if he was hurt when he fell that day because of his dog. Do-hyun says that it was his fault really, and since it was just a sprain, he healed quickly. Kanghyun feels guilty, but then Rice Cake jumps down and pats Do-hyun's leg to make him feel better. Kanghyun also apologizes on his dog's behalf, but Do-hyun tells him that it is fine, and then suddenly he realizes that he is talking to a famous chef. He tells Kanghyun that his village used to watch Today's Chef at the community center and they all know him. Do-hyun suddenly feels great that he competed against a celebrity, but that makes Kanghyun embarrassed. He says that Do-hyun is more impressive because he is really fast. Kanghyun asks if he is an athlete, and Do-hyun affirms sheepishly, and then says that he is not sure if he should continue doing track and field. Kanghyun asks if he wants to do something else, and Do-hyun tells him that it is not like that. He suffered from a serious injury last year, and now he is all better after rehab, but he is no longer as fast. He says that he is frustrated because of that, and the expectations of other people seem like a burden now. That is why he wants to quit track and field. Kanghyun pities the boy because he understands his situation, and then he decides to invite him to his restaurant so that he can treat him to lunch. Hyun is a bit nervous because he feels guilty about receiving a free meal, but as Kanghyun comes out with a bowl of stir-fried pork rice, he immediately forgets everything else. He tells Kanghyun that pork rice is his favorite, and he always eats it after practice. As soon as he takes a bite, Do-hyun is completely overwhelmed by the taste, and he tells Kanghyun that he can eat it every day for the rest of his life. Kanghyun asks him if he really likes it that much, and then asks if there is a restaurant near his school that he goes to after every practice to eat it. Do-hyun excitedly tells him that his friend's parents run a restaurant, and he is a VIP regular there. He talks about how he and his friends discuss their practice over a bowl of stir-fried pork rice, and their stress and exhaustion vanish. However, he gets sad when he says that he has not been there ever since his injury. Kanghyun decides to be candid with him and says that he also almost gave up cooking. Do-hyun is shocked to hear that, and Kanghyun tells him how he had a condition that is the worst thing for a chef to have, and he was disappointing everyone around him as well. However, he really loved cooking, and thanks to the people supporting him, he overcame his condition and built his courage back up. He encourages Do-hyun to try running one more time because he likes it, and then repeats what Emilia once told him. He says that the problems will only come back running to him if he tries to run away from them. After that, Do-hyun takes his leave, and Kanghyun wonders if he was being too nosy. However, he believes that he did the right thing, and the rest is up to Do-hyun. The next morning, as the sun rises, Do-hyun decides to go on an easy run because Kanghyun's words truly inspired him. A few weeks after that, the trade between humans and the beastmen in the fantasy world begins, and Kanghyun takes on his job as the auditor seriously. He tells the beastmen about how they should pack the fruits they are trading. As he helps them carry the fruit bags, he feels like he has grown a lot stronger ever since he met Rice Cake's parents, and wonders if it is related to the token of trust that Emilia was talking about. However, he dismisses that as coincidence again and notices that there are fewer people around. Cassandra tells him that obviously there are fewer people because they dealt with the rebels quickly. Kanghyun is shocked because he didn't even know something this serious was happening here. And Cassandra tells him that the old warrior named Temu was the leader of the rebels. Some other villagers joined forces with him too, but her side managed to defeat all of them and expand their territory. Cassandra says that the only problem is that Temu is still on the run, and she tells Kanghyun to be careful because the old guy is desperate and he will attack just about anyone. However, she believes that Kanghyun's bodyguards, namely Rice Cake and Tori, will protect him, and Noah is also trying to hunt down Taemu as they speak. Kanghyuk says he will be careful when he sets up his tent tonight, but Cassandra tells him that he won't need to because they are going to drink all night. Hyun tells her that he has to visit the human territory tomorrow and he can't be hung over, but she tells him to stop being a wuss because he has received the wolf's heart now. Kanghyuk asks, "What is that?" and she explains that it is the blessing he got from the leader of the White Wolves. He asks her how she knew that he met Rice Cake's parents, and Cassandra smirks, saying that everyone knows. She then asks Kanghyuk if he didn't even know he had received the blessing, and he replies that he didn't feel any difference until he noticed that he had grown stronger. Cassandra tells him that the increased strength is only one benefit, and the biggest effect is something else. She decides to show it to him instead of telling him and suddenly releases her murderous aura that gets the entire village shivering in fear. She looks at Kanghyuk and asks how she looks to him, and he replies that she looks disgruntled and hungry. Cassandra just laughs as she returns to normal and tells everyone that they can continue to have fun. She then tells Kanghyuk that as a result of the blessing, he has become fearless, and that is a great blessing even though he is not a warrior. Just then, Rice Cake comes there, fully stuffed with food. Kanghyuk asks where he got that much food, and just then his 3 Beastmen students arrive there, saying they took his help. The girl named Haemin calls everyone to dinner, and Cassandra says that the moment everyone was waiting for has come. She explains that the 3 of them have been preparing food for the entire village these days, and it is not like anyone assigned them this duty. Soon, Haemin presents the dish to Kanghyuk, and he realizes that she braised the meat, but he never taught her that technique. She tells him that she was experimenting with flavors all night long but fell asleep. She thought that the meat in the pot would have been burnt, but it became delicious and well-seasoned instead. So she experimented some more to perfect that technique. Kanghyuk thinks that the braised meat looks good, and when he tastes it, he finds that it is not bad at all. He praises Haemin, saying that the meat tastes really good, and it is impressive that she created this dish on her own. Haemin gets really happy on hearing that and says it is all thanks to Kanghyuk, who taught her the joys of cooking, and hearing that makes him teach her even more in the future. He decides to teach her how to improve the dish immediately, and his lecture continues till the sun rises. Haemin is exhausted, but Kanghyuk is not, thanks to the wolf's heart, and he tells her to practice what he taught her till the next lesson. With that, Kanghyuk heads to the human territory to carry out the trade. He thinks about how he did not see Noah this time because he is chasing after the rebels, when suddenly Taemu pops up right in front of him as he is running away from Noah. Both of them are shocked to see each other, and then Taemu suddenly attacks Kanghyuk, blaming him for everything that went wrong. Kanghyuk panics, but then the wolf's heart activates, calming him down. He realizes that he can at least dodge one attack, and he succeeds in doing that. Just after that, Rice Cake attacks Taemu, and Tori also jumps ahead, using her power to dig a hole below his feet. As Taemu falls inside, Tori seals up the hole, leaving only his head outside. The old beast man curses them, but both Rice Cake and Tori look proud, and Kanghyuk thanks them for saving him. Just then, Noah arrives there with his team, and he immediately steps on Temu's head before asking Kanghyuk if he is fine. Kanghyuk assures him that he is okay, and then Taemu starts cursing him again, saying that this is all his fault and he will kill him for sure. Kanghyuk isn't really bothered by this much hate because he has grown beyond that, and he doesn't have any time to waste on haters. Soon, Kanghyuk reaches the city, and he keeps thinking that he should train every now and then because he never knows when another danger like this might arrive. However, he is assured of his safety because of his 2 bodyguards. Just then, Kanghyuk notices that he is standing in front of the church, and that makes him realize that there is another person who hates him, particularly because of Rice Cake. Just as he thinks that, the bishop comes out of the church, and he freaks out on seeing Kanghyuk. He nervously asks him what he is doing here, because he fears that Kanghyuk knows he laced the food with laxatives on the day of the trade negotiations to ruin things. The bishop is even more nervous because he still has not disposed of the proof yet, but luckily for him, Kanghyuk says that he was just passing by. The bishop tells him to reach his destination safely, and while Kanghyuk wants to do that as well, Rice Cake has other plans. He dashes inside the church, and the bishop loses his mind. Kanghyuk says he will just fetch his dog, and the bishop angrily refuses, but since he is in front of his subordinates, He has to keep acting like a good guy, so he gives him permission. He follows Kanghyun closely to make sure that he doesn't find the medicine bottle, but there are other things that Kanghyun finds first, like a chest full of gold coins and a secret ledger. He makes excuses to cover up for his corruption, and then tells Kanghyun that he will help him find rice cake, so that he can get back on his way quickly. Kanghyun doesn't understand his intentions, and he begins thinking that the bishop is a nice guy, even though he seems to hate rice cake. Just then, he notices a white wolf doll that the bishop had confiscated from a girl, and Kanghyun begins to think that the bishop is actually Rice Cake's fan, and he just acts like he hates him because he is a tsundere. Just then, Rice Cake comes crawling out of a cupboard with a small jar of a mystery powder in it. Kanghyun scolds him as he picks him up, and then his attention goes to the powder, which is actually the laxative the bishop is hiding. The bishop fears that his truth is going to be revealed now, and in an instant he imagines being arrested by the guards and then being executed by the Lord's orders. Well, there's only one way he knows to avoid that, and he immediately chugs the entire bottle at once, claiming that it is his diabetes medicine. Damn, this guy is going to work from his toilet for the next 7 days. Even Kanghyun tells him that it is not good to take any medicine in such a huge dosage, but the bishop holds his growling stomach as he says that this is the only way to survive. Kanghyun pities him, thinking that his stomach is growling because he is hungry, and he offers him some packed lunch. The bishop thinks that Kanghyun is doing it on purpose, and he yells at him to get out immediately because he has found his dog now. Kanghyun does that, and goes to oversee the trade between the humans and the beastmen, and once the work for the day is done, Randolph comes to see him. He asks Kanghyun if he has eaten yet because he wants to take him to a bar run by an old couple that has really nice food. Kanghyun is curious to see how the food in the bar tastes, so he takes up the offer. Surprisingly, Randolph's subordinates are also there, and they immediately recognize Kanghyun from the last time he served them cocktails that were out of this world. They eagerly ask him to sit with them and recommend the best item on the menu, which is stir-fried meat. Just then, the old lady comes there to take their order and tells them that since they have a shortage of workers in the kitchen, it may take some time. Randolph tells her to not worry about it, but when an hour passes without them getting their order, he begins to regret his statement. Suddenly, they hear a crash from the kitchen and head in to find that the old man has spilled some soup. Randolph asks the man why he is cooking when it is his wife's department, and he replies that she hurt her back today, so he is cooking, but he is not good at it, and it is taking a lot of time. Kanghyun asks if he can taste the stir-fried meat, and he finds that it tastes really bad. He gives an honest criticism to the old man, who begins regretting not hiring a chef to fill in for his wife. He still wants to serve the customers who have been waiting for so long, and Kanghyun decides to help him, even though he has to change the menu for that. Soon, he begins the prep work with Tori's help. Randolph brings a shovel because Kanghyun asked for it, and he heats it up before pouring all the meat in a big pot. The shop owner panics, thinking that it will make it very hard to cook and season the meat evenly, but Kanghyun asks him to trust him because he is making spicy stir-fried pork, which is perfect for cooking in large quantities. Well, the old man gets even more panicked as Kanghyun puts the shovel in the pot, but Randolph asks him to relax. He says that Kanghyun is a great chef, and he will personally take responsibility if something goes wrong. Meanwhile, Kanghyun tells Tori to turn the heat on, and then he uses the shovel to violently toss the meat around for even cooking. Both Randolph and the bar owner are awestruck on seeing this, but this was just another Tuesday for Kanghyun when he was in the military. For the next step, he adds the seasonings on top of the pot and mixes everything quickly and evenly once again. Meanwhile, the knights are tired of drinking without any side dishes, and they decide to go to another place when suddenly Kanghyun arrives with their order. They don't even care about why he is the one serving them and dig right into the stir-fried meat, and each bite is like an explosion of flavors in their minds. Randolph orders another plate for them, and while the knights think it will take a long time, the old man immediately brings their order. They are surprised to see that everyone is getting their order so quickly, and Kanghyun tells them that he made a lot of it so they can refill their plates a few more times. Kanghyun then teaches them how to eat the spicy meat by wrapping it in cabbage leaves, and then some customers ask the old man how he made the dish extra special today. The old man declares that it is all thanks to Kanghyun, and everyone in the bar cheers for him. Someone declares that all drinks are on him for the night, and the knights celebrate because there is nothing better than free drinks. Hyun is initially reserved, but soon Randolph and others drag him to join the party, and he decides to enjoy himself fully. The next morning, he wakes up without a hangover, even though he drank all night thanks to the wolf's heart. He decides to have another productive day, but just as he goes to the bathroom to wash his face, the tap breaks, spraying his face with water, which might just be life's way of giving him a reality check. Kanghyuk immediately calls Minho for help, who comes running to his house. He shuts down the leak for the time being, but tells Kanghyuk that there are many other problems with his plumbing. Unfortunately, the repairman can arrive from the city only tomorrow, and Kanghyuk gets depressed, thinking that he can't do anything about it. He then asks Minho to have breakfast with him, but he says that he is really busy because it is the harvest season. And more importantly, he wants to finish work quickly and return to play with his daughter. Well, Kanghyuk decides that since he can't work at his restaurant because of the water issue today, he might as well help a friend in need. Minho is glad to accept his help, and he takes Kanghyuk to the radish farm owned by his family. He gives Kanghyuk a special farming cushion that will help him be relaxed when he sits down to pluck the radishes. Minho decides to check out another farm in the meantime, and Kanghyuk decides to do his best so that his friend can go home early. He works hard, uprooting the radishes, but little does he know that Rice Cake and Tori are also contributing to that behind his back. When Kanghyuk gets tired and decides to take a break, he turns around to see how his pets are doing, and he is horrified when he finds that they have uprooted all the radishes from the entire farm. Later that day, Kanghyuk and Minho head back to his house, completely burdened by the shock of what happened. Minho tells his wife that Kanghyuk didn't just meet today's work quota, but he also completed the work they were going to do tomorrow. Kanghyuk tries to explain that he didn't do even half the work, but he can't create suspicions, so he reluctantly accepts the credit. After that, Kanghyuk has some drinks at Minho's house, and his wife serves him a side dish made with fresh radish and mackerel. Kanghyuk enjoys them thoroughly, but Minho is not in the mood to drink because he is too busy doting on his daughter. He thanks Kanghyuk for helping him with the harvesting, and Kanghyuk replies that he should be thanking him instead because it was the chief and Minho who helped him the most in settling down here. Minho gets emotional on hearing this, and his wife tells Kanghyuk that they are also really grateful to him for everything he has done. Just then, their daughter suddenly stands up on her feet and takes her first step, sending everyone into a frenzy of joy and excitement. After that, they start talking about other things, and Kanghyuk reveals that his parents live overseas and he is the only one in Korea. Minho asks if he goes to meet them at festivals, and Kanghyuk replies that they can't get tickets during festivals, and more importantly, his restaurants were always packed at that time. Minho reminds him that he is his own boss now, and the Chuseok festival is just around the corner. Kanghyuk agrees with what he said, and decides to spend this year's Chuseok festival as his first real holiday. When the day of Chuseok arrives, Kanghyuk and Rice Cake wear the traditional attire and begin watching an old movie while eating snacks. Just then, the village chief comes there. Kanghyuk tells him that he is closed for business today, but the old man already knows that. He tells Kanghyuk that since he is in a festive mood, he should just come over to the village hall, because that is where the real party is. Kanghyuk goes along with him, and he is surprised to find the village hall packed with people. The chief tells him that everyone celebrates the festivals here, and then Kanghyuk notices the famous painter Gi-hoon and his pianist friend among the group too. Kang-hoo and Mi-young are also there, and they invite Kanghyuk to sit with them. The village chief then tells him about a Chuseok tradition of their village, which is making flour cakes together and then sharing them. While everyone starts kneading the dough and forming cakes, Gi-hoon and his friend decide to get creative, but the grumpy Grandma Park lectures them for being immature. She then goes over to Kanghyuk to see what he has made, and he nervously tells her that he also did some artwork with the dough. However, since his cakes actually look pretty, she gives him a pass. Soon, they steam the cakes, and everyone is ready to eat. Sang-hoo gives the dinosaur-shaped cake he made especially for Kanghyuk to him. And on the other side, the rest of the villagers also enjoy the event. Just then, Kanghyuk gets a call from his mom, who is worried about how he is using his time off because he is a loser without any friends, who would rather watch old movies than go out. Well, those words hit Kanghyuk where it hurts, but he assures his mom that he is enjoying the festival with everyone in the village. Suddenly, the villagers come out running because it is time to fly some kites. Kanghyuk just laughs, saying that even though he enjoys being alone, he doesn't dislike festive moods anymore. That's all for this video, and with this, Season 1 of the Manhwa comes to an end. The new chapters will start rolling out in due time. Until then, check out other videos on our channel.